The noble Snow Leopard clan, renowned for their mastery over freezing abilities, is home to the esteemed Nezen family. Among them, the eldest daughter, Lena, possesses extraordinary talents, her immense power and skill making her the ideal heir. The clan holds high expectations for her to lead the family, considering her the perfect successor if only she had not fallen in love with Karis, the heir of the Aaron family, a clan that has been at odds with the Nezens for thousands of years. Despite her family's fierce opposition, Lena chooses to follow her heart and be with Karis. However, this decision comes at a devastating cost. She loses her life while giving birth to their child. Later, 8 approaches Zender Nezen, the patriarch of the Nezen family, with Lena's child, a frail hybrid, born with great difficulty and seemingly incapable of manifesting any abilities. Years pass, and when the child, Thiel, turns 7, it becomes evident that powers typically emerge within the first few years of life. Zender, bitter and ashamed, declares that she will never develop abilities, branding her a worthless insect. Enraged and humiliated, he confines his granddaughter to the attic, deeming her the disgrace of the family. From that moment on, the abuse and neglect she endures from Zender and the rest of the household become relentless, making survival nearly impossible. Despite her frail body and the merciless conditions, the young girl clings to life. One day, in desperation, Thiel steals a piece of discarded bread. When Zender catches her, he is furious, striking her with the stale loaf and calling her a filthy insect. Thiel apologizes, explaining that she was simply hungry, but her words only further enrage him. Incensed by her defiance, he seizes her and drags her to the terrace. With a sneer, he claims that her life has been far too comfortable, making her forget her place. Without hesitation, he forces her onto the railing and slams the door shut, locking her outside in the heavy snowfall. Shivering and desperate, Thiel pounds on the door, pleading with her grandfather to let her in. She apologizes repeatedly, but her cries go unanswered. Suddenly, a young woman enters the room, her sharp gaze fixed on Thiel as she scoffs at the pitiful sight before her. It is Cornelia, the current heir of the Nezen family. Desperate, Thiel calls out to her aunt, but Cornelia's expression remains cold. She scolds the girl, questioning how she dares address her as aunt, as if she still holds any rightful place in the family. Thiel falls silent, stunned by the cruelty. Turning to Zender, Cornelia reminds him that he was supposed to accompany her daughter, Lone, to her dress fitting, adding that she has been waiting eagerly. Zender dismisses her concerns, blaming the delay on that damned hybrid but assuring her that he will leave soon. He then instructs Cornelia to inform Lone. At that moment, Lone bursts into the room. The daughter of Cornelia and cousin to Thiel, she runs to her grandfather, playfully complaining that since he had not come to her, she had no choice but to escort him herself. Zender immediately turns his attention to her, lifting her up and praising her as a good child, promising that they will leave right away. Watching this unfold, Thiel's heart aches. She hesitates before calling out to Cornelia again, quickly correcting herself and addressing her as Lady Cornelia in a desperate attempt to show respect. Begging for help, she explains that it is unbearably cold outside. Cornelia merely scoffs at her plea, laughing at the absurdity of a snow leopard feeling cold. Narrowing her eyes in disdain, she sneers, suggesting that perhaps it is because Thiel is a hybrid, a mix of a snow leopard and a black leopard. Her disgust evident, Cornelia slams the door shut, remarking that Thiel reminds her too much of Lena, which only deepens her hatred. Left alone in the freezing cold, Thiel collapses onto the icy floor, curling up as her body trembles. Memories of her family's cruelty flood her mind, and she wonders if things would have been different had her mother been alive. Is there a place where she truly belongs? A place where she could feel warmth, love, and the embrace of a family? She longs for it, even if only for a moment. Suddenly, something jolts her awake. Confused, she finds herself back in the attic. Bewildered, Thiel glances around, trying to make sense of how she ended up here when just moments ago, she had been outside on the balcony. A sharp pain courses through her body, confirming a fresh wound, proof that it had not been a dream. Gazing into a nearby mirror, she notices a scar on her forehead, one that she had received a month ago when Lone had pushed her down the stairs. Yet, to her, it feels as if it had just happened. Puzzled, Thiel wonders if she has somehow returned to the past. But how? Just then, a golden flash emanates from her hands, startling her. She stares at them in shock before dismissing the glow as a hallucination. Now is not the time to dwell on such things. If she truly has been given a second chance, she must act swiftly, she must escape before Zender has the chance to torment her again. The harsh reality begins to sink in. Thiel has nowhere to go. Wandering outside in the freezing cold would only lead to death. Desperately, she wishes for someone to help her. As she stares at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes widen in shock. Golden eyes. The mark of the Black Leopard clan, the Asterian family. The realization strikes her like lightning. If she goes to her father's clan, perhaps they might accept her. Suddenly, voices from outside catch her attention, the noise unusually loud. She hears someone instructing to prepare a guest room while another voice inquires about the banquet's needs. Then, it clicks, this is the same time Lone was selected as a candidate for crown princess. To be precise, all girls of appropriate age from noble families were being considered, and as a result, the emperor had sent one of his direct subordinates to observe Lone. The Nezin family had been busy preparing for the palace guests' arrival. Thiel sees this as the perfect opportunity. With everyone focused on welcoming the royal guests, no one will be paying attention to the attic. Even her grandfather and the maids will be preoccupied. If she times it right, she can escape to Aaron. Fortunately, she still has some leftover bread, which she quickly hides in her clothing, determined to take it with her. Just then, a small mouse scurries near her, eyeing the bread. Panicking, she yells, clutching it tightly and exclaiming that she needs it more. As she stumbles backward, something unexpected happens. She transforms into a small cat, startling the mouse and causing it to flee. Wrapping herself tightly in a blanket, she takes a deep breath, knowing she must endure her current situation until the guests arrive. However, a nagging worry creeps into her mind. What if her grandfather was right? What if her father truly despises her? She recalls Zender's cruel words, warning that if the head of the Black Leopard clan ever saw her, they would kill her without hesitation. That family, he claimed, loathed her existence. Thiel wonders if there is any truth to this. She thinks of her mother's tragic fate and how, as a hybrid, she belongs nowhere, neither fully one nor the other. If the Aaron family rejects her, then she truly has no place in this world. Hiding her face in her hands, she contemplates whether promising to stay out of sight would make them accept her. She resolves to eat as little as possible, to live as if she doesn't exist. She tells herself she can survive on just a piece of bread every 2 days. The weight of her suffering and the endless excuses given by those who wronged her crush her spirit. 2 days later, Thiel finally gathers the courage to open the attic door. The mansion is silent, everyone is fast asleep, exhausted from the day's efforts in receiving the palace guests. Knowing they won't wake easily, she seizes the moment. Her first destination is her grandfather's office. She needs something valuable to pay a coachman to take her to the Aaron family. Upon reaching the office, she finds, as expected, that the door is unlocked. Since Lone frequently visits, Zender never bothers securing it. Carefully, Thiel opens a drawer and finds several coins, more than enough for her carriage fare. Just as she is about to close it, her eyes fall upon a necklace. Picking it up, she opens the locket to reveal a small portrait inside, her mother's face. The same locket Zender often gazes at. A deep sadness washes over her. If she never plans to return, then she wants to take something to remember her mother by. Slipping the necklace into her pocket, she turns to leave, relieved that no one has noticed her movements. Just then, a voice calls out, "Miss Lone?" Jara, Lone's nanny, mistakes her for Lone and scolds her for wandering around so late at night. As Jara approaches, she realizes the truth, it is not Lone, but Thiel. Her expression darkens as she yells, demanding to know why Thiel is here and ordering her back to her room. Panic surges through Thiel, and without thinking, she bolts. Jara's shouts echo through the corridors, but Thiel is fast, surprisingly fast for someone so small. She races down the halls, her heart pounding as she searches for an escape route. But others have noticed the commotion. Servants and butlers join the chase, and Thiel realizes she has nowhere left to run. Desperate, she dashes into the annex where the palace guests are staying. The household staff hesitate, making a scene in front of the royal guests could have severe consequences. Instead of pursuing her, they decide to alert the head of the family. Meanwhile, Thiel rushes through the unfamiliar annex, her breath coming in short gasps. She has no idea where to go, and every door she tries is locked. Fear grips her as she whispers desperate pleas for help, but no one answers. Just as hopelessness begins to set in, a shadowy figure steps out behind her. Before she can react, a hand grabs her arm, causing her to stumble and fall. Looking up, she finds a boy standing over her, his sharp eyes fixed on her. His expression hardens as he demands to know who she is to dare intrude into his quarters at this hour. Theo stammers, unable to form a response. Tears well up in her eyes as she sobs, pleading with him to save her. The boy studies her intently. There should only be one girl from the Nezin family, and yet, this girl before him has golden eyes instead of blue. Her shabby appearance confirms she is not lone. With a firm voice, he tells her to stop crying and demands an explanation. If she refuses, he warns, he will throw her out immediately. Reluctantly, Theo whispers her name, revealing that she is Theo Nezin, a snow leopard in desperate need of escape. Before the boy can respond, footsteps echo from the hall, growing closer. He glances toward the door, his expression calculating. Clearly, she is being chased. Without hesitation, he orders her to follow him and asks if she can transform into her beast form. Inside his room, he quickly instructs her to hide under the bed. Theo scrambles underneath but carelessly leaves her tail sticking out. Irritated by her clumsiness, the boy sighs and tucks her tail in properly. Moments later, a man enters the room and bows slightly in apology. It is Cedric, the Emperor's aide. The boy raises an eyebrow, questioning why Cedric has come so late. Cedric explains that a maid has run away from the mansion. He claims she was not in her right mind, and though they had been taking care of her, she suddenly escaped. Several staff members spotted her running into the guest house. The boy remains calm as he processes the situation. A white-furred snow leopard, a clear mark of her identity, had been out in the open, yet they were attempting to pass her off as a mere servant. Without missing a beat, the boy nonchalantly states that he has never seen such a person. Casually taking a seat on his bed, he allows Cedric to conduct a search but firmly excludes his own quarters and Cedric's from the inspection. Understanding the unspoken command, Cedric bows again, promising to relay the order before wishing the boy a good night and departing. Once Cedric is gone, the boy leans back slightly, exhaling. His mission requires him to remain undercover, and he cannot afford unnecessary complications. Yet now, because of the Emperor's insistence that he personally verify the bride candidates, he finds himself entangled in this unexpected mess. Ian prompts Theo to come out from under the bed, and after a moment of hesitation, she cautiously emerges, still in her beast form. His gaze sharpens as he questions why she was running and why the household staff referred to her as a servant. Theo studies him carefully, sensing that he holds a position of considerable status. She wonders if someone as remarkable as him would truly help her, but quickly dismisses the thought. Right now, it doesn't matter. Anyone willing to assist her will do. Shifting back into her human form, Theo explains that she has been locked away since birth, considered a disgrace by her grandfather. She was born without any special abilities, and her appearance is nothing extraordinary. Ian listens intently, piecing together the situation. He concludes that she used the chaos caused by the palace guests as an opportunity to escape. Theo admits this is true. He then asks what she plans to do once she leaves the mansion. Theo confidently states that she has some money and intends to take a carriage to the Asterian family. Ian raises an eyebrow, confused. Why would she go there if she's a snow leopard? Theo clarifies that her father is a member of the Asterian family. Hearing this, Ian glances at her golden eyes once more, finally realizing why they seemed so familiar. Running a hand through his hair, he sighs, remarking that he understands what she's trying to do but warns her that with so little money, she won't even make it out of Nezin territory. Theo's heart sinks. She had been certain her savings would be enough. Desperation creeping into her voice, she asks what she should do now. Without more money, her plan is doomed. To her astonishment, Ian offers to take her to Asterian himself. Theo stares at him in disbelief, questioning whether he's serious. Ian confirms his offer, prompting her to thank him repeatedly, promising to repay him as soon as she can. He sighs, assuring her that repayment is unnecessary, but Theo is convinced that he is her savior. Finally, she asks for his name, wondering how she should address him. With a calm expression, he introduces himself as Iandra Crashion, adding that she can call him Ian. Lost in thought about his name, Phil barely notices when Ian tells her to get some rest. He warns that if she doesn't wake up on time tomorrow, he won't take her with him. Startled, Phil hesitates before asking what would happen if someone saw her while she was sleeping. Ian reassures her that no one will enter his room. When she still appears unsure, he raises his hand, creating a rift in midair. Phil watches in awe as a strange, white void opens before her, its presence both mesmerizing and unsettling. Ian explains that it's his special ability, a dimensional space that only he can open and close. He urges her to transform into her snow leopard form and enter. She hesitates. "What if you die?" she blurts out, a sudden fear gripping her. "I don't want to be stuck wandering in your dimension forever. Do you even have Wi-Fi in there?" Ian chuckles but reassures her once more, as long as he is alive, she won't get lost. Realizing she has no better option, Phil finally transforms and steps into the void. Inside, she marvels at her surroundings. The place looks completely ruined, almost like an alternate world. As she curiously reaches out to touch a stuffed toy, it vanishes upon contact, startling her. Determined not to cause any damage, she resolves to move cautiously. Her eyes then land on a cushion that appears new, radiating an unexplainable aura. Carefully, she pokes it, relieved when it doesn't disappear. Excited, she climbs onto it. The cushion is incredibly soft, and for the first time in her life, she feels a warmth she has never known before. Curled up on the cushion, Phil thinks wistfully of her father. She wonders if he will be as kind and gentle as Ian. If he isn't, well, someone needs to personally ensure that he goes bald, shiny as a bowling ball. Meanwhile, the next morning, Zender apologizes to Cedric for the disturbance caused the previous night. Attempting to gauge Cedric's impression of the Nezin family, he inquires whether they were comfortable and if everything met their expectations. Cedric, however, merely sets his teacup down with a sharp clink, his expression unreadable. He coldly responds that thanks to their hospitality, they were able to rest well and that the dinner was excellent. Notably, he makes no mention of Lone, not even a polite inquiry about her. Zender's worry deepens. He knows last night's chaos likely left a bad impression, and frustration simmers within him. Of all times, why did that wretched girl choose now to act out? She had been quiet as a mouse until this moment. Shamelessly, Zender attempts to salvage the situation by asking if they would like to meet Lone once more before their departure. Cedric places his cup down a little louder this time, his gaze turning even colder. "No," he replies bluntly. Rising from his seat, he states that they have a long journey ahead and must be on their way. Just as he turns to leave, he adds a final remark until they meet again. If Zender ever visits the capital, he will host him. Zender stands as well, opening his mouth to say something, but before he can, Lone suddenly enters the room, calling out to her grandfather. Annoyed, Zender tells her to wait outside, but Lone, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, asks if the guests are already leaving. Ignoring her question, Zender urgently inquires whether Cedric has given any indication that they will consider Lone as a potential candidate. Cedric's response is swift and cutting. "It was nice meeting you," he says, his tone formal. "May the blessing of Cran be with you." The rejection is unmistakable. Zender grits his teeth, understanding all too well what this means. They have no intention of considering Lone for the position. Unaware of the weight of Cedric's words, Lone presses on, eagerly asking if they will meet again or when he will visit the mansion next. Zender, sensing the growing tension, tries to stop her, but Lone persists, declaring that she wants to see the capital too. Without hesitation, she boldly asks if she can accompany them. Ian, who has been watching in silence, now looks visibly irritated. The exchange is silent as Cedric, avoiding her questions, firmly states that they will leave now. Zender, seething with frustration, blames the failure of the important meeting, one that took months to prepare, on the half-breed's rampage, which ruined everything. He vows that once he captures Steel, he will not let her escape again. At the carriage, they offer blessings to the House of Nezin. Zender extends his well wishes, but Ion abruptly shuts the carriage door in his face, leaving Zender fuming over the servant's insolence. "You old hag, does he truly look like a servant to you, or is your eyesight just as poor as your judgment?" Yen taunts. Cedric warns Yen to mind his words, reminding him that he is speaking to the head of the Nezin family. Ian sighs, commenting that this is exactly why he despises child marriages. Cedric addresses Ian as Your Highness, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Ian acknowledges the urgency, he must find a mate and complete the marking as soon as possible. His immense and unstable power is too much for his body to handle, and to prevent another rampage, he must share it through the marking. However, powerful families vying to produce the crown princess are closely monitoring the situation, further exhausting Ian. Cedric notices Zinder's unease and wonders if it is connected to the incident at dawn. This thought reminds Ian of Thiel. He opens his white dimension hole and pulls Thiel out, shocking Cedric. Doubting his own vision, Cedric removes his glasses, wipes them, and questions if he is dreaming. Meanwhile, Ian pats Thiel, asking if she is alright or frightened. Ian then informs Cedric that they are heading to the Estrian family next. Curious, Cedric inquires about their purpose there. Ian explains that they need to send the child to Aaron. Encouraging Thiel to introduce herself, Ian watches as she transforms back into her human form. She introduces herself as Thiel Nezin and states that she is going to Aaron to meet her father. Cedric, puzzled, asks about her father. Ian directs him to look at Thiel's eyes. Upon noticing their golden hue, realization dawns on Cedric. Memories of the Black Panther and Snow Leopard lineage, Lena and Karis, come to mind. He recalls how they defied family opposition to build a harmonious family. They had twin sons, but when Lena was pregnant with their third child, she mysteriously vanished. Soon after, the Nezin family reported Lena's death, and Asteron held a funeral despite never recovering her body. Unaware of the fate of the unborn child, Cedric panics upon realizing Thiel might be the daughter thought to have died. Ion orders the carriage to move at full speed, stating they have additional stops to make before reaching Aaron Castle. Upon arrival, the Asterian family's butler, Pardon, greets them, offering the blessing of Sion upon Ian. Recognizing him as the crown prince, Pardon bows. Ian immediately requests an audience with the head of the Aaron family. However, Pardon informs him that the master is currently away and asks if the matter is urgent. Ian confirms that it is and insists on meeting him immediately. Cedric helps Thiel out of the carriage, and Pardon is astonished to see her with them. Ian instructs Pardon to inform the master that they believe they have found the youngest daughter of the Estrian family. As Thiel steps into the mansion, she is overwhelmed by its grandeur. It is twice the size of the Nezin estate. While she marvels at its magnificence, she feels uneasy. Living in a place like this seems unimaginable. She wonders if her father is as terrifying as she has been told and worries whether she will even be able to meet his gaze. Cedric reassures her that she will receive a grand welcome in Asteron. Ian agrees, though he laments that they could not prepare more for her arrival. Despite Ian's kind words, Thiel cannot shake the feeling that the extravagant princess-like dress she wears is far too much for her. She is certain her father will despise her. Yet, the elegant carriage, the fine clothes, and the warmth she experienced along the journey, these are things she has never known before. They feel wonderful, and she wonders if she will ever see Ian again after today. Upon reaching the lounge, Ian encourages Thiel to sit. She insists she is fine standing, but Ian picks her up and places her down firmly, pointing out that everyone else is seated, and it would look strange for her to remain standing. "My love, do you really think she enjoys standing?" "She's just not used to kindness," someone remarks. "No, I'm not crying." "You are." As she settles in, a maid enters with a trolley full of desserts. Thiel's eyes light up with amusement. During the journey, she had refused to eat, only nibbling on the bread she brought from Nezin. Ian urges her to eat, assuring her that everything is for her. But she hesitates, fearing that accepting such generosity might make her seem shameless. Without waiting for her to decide, Ian picks up a piece of food and places it in her mouth. As she takes a bite, her face lights up with excitement. Ian laughs, asking if it's really that good. She nods eagerly, declaring it delicious. Suddenly, Karthus enters the lounge. Cedric is the first to greet him, while Thiel freezes. She instantly knows this is her father. Anxiety grips her. What should she do? Should she read him first? Her grandfather's words echo in her mind. He had called Karthus a fool who did not know his place, a man without limits, utterly arrogant. Worse, he had told her that because she shares his blood, she must be just as pathetic as he is. His warning rings in her ears: if her father ever saw her, he would kill her. A shiver runs down her spine as Karthus approaches, about to speak. But he stops. Thiel assumes he is angry. She debates whether she should beg for her life. However, recalling the kindness Ian and Cedric have shown her, she refuses to give up. She must act. After a moment of silence, Thiel gathers her courage. She tells Karthus that her mother's name is Lena and presents a necklace she secretly took from her grandfather's drawer. Karthus takes it, immediately recognizing it as Lena's. Thiel then pleads with him to let her stay. She promises to eat little, sleep in the barn or the warehouse, and live as if she does not exist anything, as long as she can stay. The words warehouse and barn make Karthus's eyes widen in anger. What kind of life had this child been forced to endure? As he reaches for her, Thiel flinches instinctively, a clear sign of trauma. Karthus halts, visibly concerned. Finally, he speaks, confirming her name, Thiel. Then, turning to the maid, he instructs her to take Thiel to a guest room, give her a warm blanket, and ensure she gets some rest. The maid bows, smiling warmly as she invites Thiel to follow her. Before leaving, Thiel glances back at her father, who stands in silence, watching her. In the guest room, a deep sadness settles over her. Karthus had not explicitly said she could stay, leaving her uncertain about what to do next. With no money, she cannot take the carriage back, nor does she believe she could survive on her own. She looks down at the dress she is wearing, contemplating whether she should sell it. However, it was the first gift she had ever received from Ian, and the thought of parting with it pains her. A maid returns with snacks but immediately grows concerned upon seeing Thiel in tears. Another maid enters and, noticing her distress, asks if something is wrong and suggests taking Thiel back to her father. The first maid dismisses the idea, instead gently urging Thiel to eat, reminding her that food will give her strength while the guests are still in discussion. She encourages her to eat slowly and comfortably. Thiel stares at the food, knowing that if she is cast out of the mansion, she has no idea when she will have another warm meal. Realizing she should at least fill her stomach while she can, she decides to eat as much as possible. Meanwhile, Ian explains to Karthus that Thiel had been on the run and was in a terrible state when they found her. She had been frightened but insisted on finding her father, a member of the Aaron family. Karthus listens in silence, but rather than blaming himself for failing to find her sooner, he wonders how she managed to survive in such a dire condition. Cedric adds that during the carriage ride, Thiel kept glancing around nervously and refused to eat the meal they had prepared. Ian mentions that he noticed wounds on her body and that the people of Nezin referred to her as a mad maid. Karthus, already forming his own suspicions, begins to piece things together. The history between the two leopard tribe families, Nezin, snow leopards, and Aaron, black leopards, has always been fraught with tension. The tribe's leader is traditionally the one with the strongest abilities, and for 6 generations, that title has belonged to Aaron. Meanwhile, Nezin has gradually declined, now a mere shadow of its former self. Lena, born into the Nezin family, had been their only hope. Her extraordinary abilities even surpassed those of Ian. However, she refused to take on the role of family head and instead chose to marry Karthus. Currently, Cornelia, Nezin's next in line, lacks the power required to lead. It is clear that the next leader will likely come from Myron. To prevent this, Nezin may have hidden Lena's child, intending to raise her in the hope that she would inherit her mother's abilities, exploiting an innocent child for political gain. Suddenly, a maid bursts into the room, interrupting the discussion. She urgently states that something is wrong with the young lady. Karthus, alarmed, immediately turns to her. He rushes into the guest room to find food scattered across the floor. Thiel, sobbing in the maid's arms, repeatedly mutters apologies, saying she was wrong and that she made a mistake. Before anyone can react, she collapses completely into the maid's embrace. Karthus swiftly orders the maids to change her into comfortable clothes, ensure she gets rest, and summon the physician immediately. As the maids carry Thiel away, the edge of her boot grazes Karthus's hand. He stands frozen, surveying the disarray in the room, uncertain of what just happened. Turning to one of the maids, he demands an explanation. The maid explains that Thiel had eaten a small snack but vomited soon after, as if her stomach was unable to handle the sudden intake of food. Even while in the guest room, she had remained on edge, constantly looking around as if expecting something to happen. The maid wonders aloud what kind of life Thiel must have endured to leave her in such a state. Carr thus turns to Cade, the Asterian family physician, and demands an update on Thiel's condition. Cade informs him that she is severely malnourished, and her growth is significantly stunted compared to other children her age. He explains that young beastfolk often fall into sudden sleep when deprived of rest, reassuring Carr thus that her current condition is not dangerous, she is simply exhausted. Carr thus touches the blanket draped over her, feeling an unexpected wave of relief. Sitting beside her, he reflects with regret he still has not told her that she can stay, that she can have whatever she needs, and that she no longer has to live in fear. This is her home now. He wishes he had said those words earlier. Cedric then inquires whether Carr thus plans to conduct a paternity test, citing formal documentation requirements. Carr thus nods, agreeing that they will need proof of paternity to officially register Thiel as a member of the Asterian family. Taking a small strand of her hair, he hands it to Cade and instructs him to have the test conducted at the temple, where his DNA records are already stored. Cade complies immediately. As Carr thus watches over Thiel, he reflects on how he never lost hope in finding his child. That belief had driven him to leave his DNA at the temple, ensuring that if she ever surfaced, he would be ready. Now, more than ever, he is grateful that he never gave up. Carr thus decides to leave, fearing they might wake someone. Cedric turns to Ian and suggests they head to the palace as their schedule is already delayed. Ian reluctantly agrees, regretting that he couldn't bid farewell to Thiel but vows to see her next time. Later, a man calls out to Carr thus, demanding to know the whereabouts of the child. It is Aelistophle, the Duke of Arion and leader of the Leopard clan, a man known for his unwavering dignity and as a steadfast pillar of the empire. However, Alphys, typically composed, now stands before Carr thus visibly shaken and disheveled. Pardon reminds Alphys of his dinner appointment with the emperor, but he dismisses it, declaring that his granddaughter, whom he had believed dead, has returned. Alphys rushes toward Carr thus, urgently asking where Thiel is and if he is certain she is Lena's child. Carr thus informs him that a paternity test has been requested at the temple but affirms his certainty, noting that Thiel is a snow leopard with the golden eyes of the black panda. Hidden away in Nezin, she has now returned. Alphys insists on seeing her immediately, but Carr thus tells him she is asleep in the room Olivia once used. He advises Alphys to observe her quietly before leaving. Alphys agrees. Approaching the sleeping Thiel, Alphys gazes at her tenderly. "Little one," he murmurs, love evident in his expression. He reflects on how he never even knew she existed until now and how grateful he is to finally see her. When Alphys steps out, he turns to Carr thus, demanding to know what happened and why Nezin hid the child from them. Carr thus explains that Nezin likely didn't want to let her go because she was Lena's child. He could tell she endured hardships there. He then recounts the story of how the prince found her and brought her back. Meanwhile, Thiel dreams of voices mocking her, calling her worthless, shaming her for failing to manifest powers, and blaming her for her mother's death. She tries to escape the voices in her dream, pleading that she was wrong and begging them not to hate her. Just as a hand reaches out to grab her, she wakes abruptly, sweating and trembling. Blinking at the unfamiliar ceiling, she slowly recalls that she is now in Asterian territory. She marvels at how, despite her mistakes, she was allowed to sleep in such a comfortable bed. Could it mean she won't be cast out after all? Suddenly, she hears voices, curious yet uneasy. Following the sounds, she gets closer and overhears someone angrily declare that the brat needs to be killed immediately. The word killed freezes her in place, shock washing over her as she realizes her grandfather was right, the maids were kind only because they didn't know who she truly was. But the family must hate her. Panic sets in. She knows if she doesn't escape, she will die that night. Transforming into her beast form, she waits until the household falls silent, certain everyone is asleep. Then, she sneaks out and runs, determined to avoid death once again. Meanwhile, Carr thus is alerted that Thiel is missing. A guard informs him they lost sight of her during a shift change. Chaos ensues as soldiers are mobilized to search for her. Carr thus activates his firepower, instructing everyone to be extremely careful so as not to frighten the child. He summons Salamander, ordering it to find Thiel, describing her as a snow leopard child with white hair and golden eyes. Clenching his fists, Kar thus grits his teeth in frustration.
Where could she have gone? He mutters, furious with himself for not acting sooner.
He silently vows to speak with her properly once they find her.
Salamander eventually locates Thiel in the basement and informs Kar thus.
There, she is curled up and sobbing.
Kar thus takes a lamp and descends into the basement.
In the corner, Thiel huddles, muttering to herself, begging for forgiveness, pleading with her grandfather not to kill her. She repeats that she will return to Nezin, saying he was right, and desperately begs someone to save her. Kar thus calls out to her gently, urging her to come to him. But she continues muttering, apologizing for not having any special ability. He reassures her, telling her that she doesn't need to have any particular talent or skill as long as she is with him, that's all that matters. Encouraging her once more, he reaches out. Finally, Thiel looks at him, her face stricken with fear. Covering her ears, she begs for forgiveness, promising to listen from now on. Kar thus calls out again, but suddenly, golden energy radiates from her as she holds up her hands, pleading, even if it's something like this, please, still don't kill me.
Kar thus is stunned by the golden energy emanating from her. Before he can respond, Thiel collapses.
Rushing to her side, he calls out to her. Later, back in her room, Thiel slowly opens her eyes.
Kar thus is sitting beside her, his expression one of relief and happiness.
She is shocked to see him there. She never expected her father to stay by her side, considering he hates her. Confused, she wonders if she imagined his warm words.
Was it a dream or a memory?
She vaguely recalls a voice urging her to come here. Noticing that she is awake, Kar thus apologizes for waking her, explaining that it's best to sort things out quickly so she can rest properly.
He then introduces Cade, the Asterian family physician, who will be overseeing her health.
Cade greets her warmly, inviting her to call him by his name. Still bewildered, Thiel questions why a physician is tending to her. She knows that only those who have been given the family name receive medical treatment. She even recalls how, in the past, no one treated her injuries, not even offering a cloth to clean her wounds. Speaking aloud, she asks if it's really okay for Cade to treat her since she hasn't been given the family name.
Kar thus interrupts, asking her a single question, "What color are your eyes?" She answers, "Golden."
Kar thus explains that Thiel's golden eyes serve as proof that she is his daughter and a member of the Aaron family. He reassures her that as long as she possesses those eyes, there is nothing she isn't allowed to do within the mansion.
Hesitantly, Thiel asks if this means she can stay there.
Kar thus confirms, telling her she no longer has to eat small portions, act as if she owns nothing, or sleep in the warehouse. Encouraging her to live happily and peacefully, he watches as she becomes overwhelmed with emotion and begins to cry, thanking him.
Satisfied, Kar thus instructs Cade to finish her treatment quickly, assuming he must be tired. Cade complies and begins his work.
Later, Thiel eats her meal, trying to calm her nerves. She vividly recalls hearing a voice resembling her grandfather's, urging someone to kill her.
Though the memory terrifies her, she clings to Karthus's reassurance that she is safe.
A maid arrives with pudding, insisting she eat it after her soup. She explains that the chef specially prepared it in a frenzy to provide her with something comforting. Thiel takes a bite and lights up with joy, exclaiming that she has never tasted anything so delicious. The maid is pleased by her reaction. Hesitantly, Thiel asks the maid if she is truly allowed to stay in the mansion. The maid reassures her, saying she can eat plenty of delicious food, do the things she enjoys, and live a happy life. Nervously, Thiel asks if she can stay with the maid as well, having grown attached to her warmth and kindness. Deeply moved, the maid introduces herself as Rhea and promises to take care of Thiel until she is assigned a personal maid. Thiel immediately grows concerned, asking if they will have to part when that happens. Smiling, Rhea reveals that she has already secretly applied to be Thiel's personal maid. Thrilled, Thiel feels a wave of relief as Rhea reassures her that she will always be by her side. For the first time, Thiel feels truly happy.
Rhea informs Thiel that her new room will soon be ready, and the staff is decorating it beautifully for her.
Amazed, Thiel thinks that the room she is already in feels spacious and luxurious. She wonders if she is really deserving of such treatment. The scene shifts to Karthus in a discussion with Alphys. Alphys accuses Karthus of not letting him see Thiel's face, expressing his deep concern. Car thus counters that Alphys has already seen her, but Alphys protests, pointing out that Car thus retrieved her from the basement and spoke with her, while he did not get the same opportunity. Setting aside Alphys's complaints, Car thus steers the conversation towards something more important.
Curious, Alphys asks if it concerns Thiel.
Car thus confirms and reveals something shocking: Thiel has manifested a special ability. Stunned, Alphys questions how such an ability could appear so late. Car thus acknowledges that it is unusual but shares something even more astonishing: Thiel's power is neither the snow leopard's ice abilities nor the black leopard's flames. Instead, she possesses the power of light. In disbelief, Alphys demands to know if Car thus is certain and if he witnessed it himself. Car thus affirms that he saw it with his own eyes. Struggling to process the revelation, Alphys begins to piece things together. If Thiel truly has the power of light, then the ancient legend passed down in the Empire may not be just a myth. He recalls the prophecy: one who wields the power of light, a child blessed by the goddess Leet, will bring dawn to a land where morning never came, driving away darkness and maintaining the balance between light and shadow. Though this legend is so old that most no longer believe in it, Alphys cannot ignore what he has just heard. The possibility that such a power has manifested again, this time within Carthus's granddaughter, shakes him to his core. Alphys warns Car thus that if word of this spreads, both the imperial family and the temple will try to claim Thiel for themselves. They will see her as the incarnation of the legend, a force capable of disrupting the empire's balance of power. However, Car thus remains calm, assuring Alphys that no one will take Thiel from them. Neither the imperial family nor the temple would dare act against the Asterian family. Alphys acknowledges this but admits something else is troubling him. He reminds Car thus of a hidden legend within their leopard tribe, known only to the heads of the Nezin and Aaron families and their destined successors. According to this tale, alongside the Child of Light, the Asterian and Nezin families would regain their true powers, ushering in an era of glory. Pacing, Alphys speculates that if the child truly possesses the power of light, she might even be able to lift the Aaron curse. However, Car thus immediately dismisses the idea. He declares that Thiel is his youngest daughter, a child he has only just found again, and he has no intention of burdening her with such weighty matters. Alphys concedes, agreeing that Thiel's well-being is the top priority for now. A week later, Car thus sits with Thiel and asks if there is anything she lacks or finds inconvenient. Shyly, she responds that there is nothing. He suggests she sit in the middle of the sofa, but she insists she is fine. Undeterred, Car thus gently picks her up and places her in the center, asking if it feels better. Beaming, Thiel responds that it is comfortable. Watching her, Car thus realizes how easily her guard lowers with just a small gesture of kindness. A thought strikes him: he could have made her happy with such simple things all along. Yet, those moments were stolen from her when she was taken away years ago. So many years of her life, which should have been filled with warmth and happiness, were lost. Setting his teacup down, Car thus asks Thiel if she remembers the day she arrived and used her light power in the basement. Thiel hesitantly admits she vaguely recalls it. Car thus tells her that the power she used belongs to her alone. Shocked, Thiel struggles to comprehend. How could it be hers? Car thus explains that her ability is a rare gift, one that brings morning to dark lands and drives away the world's darkness. He reveals that she is the most precious being in the Empire. Thiel stares at him in disbelief. It does not feel real. Just days ago, she was nothing more than a useless half-breed, someone who could not even use basic powers. She struggles to believe she possesses something as extraordinary as a special ability. Yet, she knows Car thus would not lie to her. In a hesitant tone, she asks if she can truly be of help to the Aaron family. Startled, Car thus sets his teacup down firmly and tells her she does not need to help the family. Even without doing anything, she is his daughter and a rightful member of the Aaron family. Hearing him call her his daughter makes Thiel burst into tears. She protests, saying that her grandfather always insisted that a child must contribute to the family. Car thus responds firmly, stating that if a family relies on a child's help, then it is a family that does not deserve to exist. Sitting beside her, he softens and reassures her that she is still a young child and should not worry about such things. She should simply do whatever makes her happy. Car thus tells Thiel about her powers, not because he wants something from her, but to remind her that her only duty is to play well and eat well. He pats her gently, reinforcing his words.
Theo looks at him for a moment before happily agreeing to do so. The scene shifts to Zender, who slams the table in frustration, angered by his inability to find Theo even after a week. He orders the knights to search every inch of the estate, convinced that even if she had managed to escape, she wouldn't have gone far. He reassures himself that there is no way a half-breed like Theo could have survived the harsh cold if she had ventured outside; she would have surely perished by now. However, the mere possibility of the Estrian discovering her remains concerned him. His irritation deepened as he recalled Theo's docile pretense, only to disappear just like her mother once did. He found the thought infuriating. In his mind, the ideal outcome would be for her to have walked out on her own and met her demise. His frustration spilled over as he muttered curses, expressing his disdain. Turning to the butler, he gave his final command: if they find her corpse, they are to bring it back, and if she is still alive, they are to return with her dead. Theo enters her room and finds it exceptionally large, beautiful, and gleaming, at least twice the size of Len's room. Turning to the butler, she expresses that the room is too big for her and that she does not need such a grand space. The butler, smiling, reassures her that nothing in this mansion is too big for her, as she is also its owner. He then encourages her to let him know if there is anything she desires. Theo ponders over the words owner of this mansion, feeling a sense of disbelief. The butler then informs her that she has received many gifts from Karthus and the head of the house, and that her room, in particular, has been given special attention by them. Confused, she questions what he means by the head of the house. In response, the butler reveals that it is her grandfather, Alphys. Immediately, she recalls the voice she once heard and abruptly asks the butler whether her grandfather dislikes her. The butler dismisses her concerns with a reassuring smile, stating that Alphys likes her a lot. Observing her troubled expression, he easily deduces that she has been through enough hardship and likely fears the elderly. He then adds that her grandfather is currently away for work but will meet her as soon as he returns. However, Theo silently wonders if it is truly alright to meet someone who once spoke such harsh words. A faint sense of fear lingers in her heart. A few days later, Alphys himself opens the door for Theo, having summoned her after hearing from Rhea that she believes he hates her. Noticing her silence, he questions what is wrong. Trembling, Theo recalls the words she once heard him say, the command to kill. For a moment, Alphys contemplates, and realization suddenly dawns upon him. If she heard those words, then she must have misunderstood his intentions. Attempting to clarify, he explains that his words were directed toward her maternal grandfather, spoken in a moment of uncontrollable rage upon learning how she had been mistreated. He apologizes sincerely for frightening her. Theo, with tears in her eyes, stands there in a daze, wondering if this is truly the case. Alphys, seeing her hesitation, assures her once more, emphasizing how much he has missed her. Then, with a frustrated sigh, he shifts the blame onto Karthus, grumbling that it was his fault for keeping them apart. According to Karthus, Theo was shy, and misunderstandings arose because of this. Alphys laments all the things he wanted to do with her, having tea together, showering her with gifts, and patting her head affectionately. He then adds that Karthus even had dinner with her, which made him incredibly jealous. Hearing his complaints, Theo lets out a soft chuckle before sincerely thanking him for giving her such a beautiful room. As she addresses him as grandfather for the first time, Alphys feels an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Overcome with emotion, he joyfully acknowledges that she has finally accepted him as her grandfather. He then excitedly tells her that he has even more gifts for her, including some that have been custom-made. When he hands her a box, Theo wonders what it could be. As she carefully opens it, she finds a plush Black Panther doll, fluffy with the same eyes as hers. Alphys, observing her reaction, eagerly asks if she likes it. Without hesitation, she responds that she absolutely loves it. Pleased with her response, Alphys reminisces, mentioning that her brothers also adored Black Panther dolls when they were children. Hearing this, Theo hesitates for a moment before questioning him. Brothers, she wonders. Alphys turns to Rhea, asking if she has not yet told Theo about her brothers, Troy and Lucian. Rhea explains that she thought it would be best for Theo to first get accustomed to the mansion before introducing more changes. Alphys then turns back to Theo, informing her that she has two older brothers who are currently rushing back from the academy after learning that she has been found. Upon hearing this, Theo becomes tense. She knows they are her brothers, and she is aware that their mother died because of her.
While her father and grandfather, as adults, have come to terms with the situation, she worries that it might not be the same for her brothers. After all, they must have missed their mother just as much as she had longed to see her father. Seeing Theal's gloomy expression, Alphys gently asks if something is troubling her. However, rather than pressing further, he assumes she must be exhausted and advises her to rest. He then assures her that the gifts will be sent to her room and reminds her that if she ever needs anything, she only has to ask. Before leaving with Rhea, Theal once again expresses her gratitude. Overjoyed, Alphys fully embraces the reality that he truly is her grandfather. Meanwhile, Karthus approaches Alphys, questioning what he plans to do about the Nezin. Alphys firmly states that he will send them a letter, as they must follow the proper procedures, otherwise, they might try to reclaim Theal. His expression darkens, still unable to fathom how a young child like her could worry about being useful to the family. It is not normal for a 7-year-old to think in such a way. The mere thought of how much Zender tormented and oppressed her fills him with fury. Karthus, equally enraged, adds that Theal's self-esteem is incredibly low, a painful reminder of the suffering she endured. Clenching his fists in frustration, he curses himself for not finding her sooner. Alphys, though acknowledging Karthus's distress, states that while Theal is Karthus's daughter, she is also Lena's child. Because of this, they cannot hold the Nezin responsible for hiding her, but there are other ways to make them pay. It is time for the Nezin to face the consequences of their actions. The scene shifts to Zender, who is left in shock upon receiving news that the trade route has been severed. The butler confirms the information, adding that they have also announced a halt to food and material supplies. Panic grips Zender. This man deserves a lifetime VIP pass to the worst jail cell, complete with complimentary regret and unlimited solitude. However, his anxiety grows as he realizes the severity of the situation. If Arian blocks the trade, their land exports will be completely cut off. Nezin is located in a remote area, and the only way to reach other territories is through Arian. If the land route is obstructed, they will have no choice but to take the long and arduous sea route to export minerals. Additionally, the supplies provided by the head of the Leopard tribe will no longer be sufficient to sustain them. Until now, the Arans had been supplying them with everything they needed, but Zender had been diverting those resources to manage the family's finances. A grim realization strikes him: does this mean they are demanding repayment for the embezzled resources? If Alphys has uncovered the truth, then he is in grave trouble. He picks up the card given to him by the Arans. He opens the letter, and as he reads the message, his face turns pale. The letter states that due to Nezin's failure in raising a child, Arian has taken full custody of Theal. A wave of disbelief washes over Zender. Theal is in Arian? It would take 3 days by carriage to reach there. Suddenly, a memory resurfaces. Theal was seen heading toward the guest room. Could it be? Had she left in the imperial carriage? Zender clutches the crumpled letter in his hand, deducing that Theal must have spoken to the deputy, who in turn would have helped her. This realization fills him with worry. If the king were to hear of this, the consequences could be dire. Enraged, he throws objects across the room, shouting in frustration at how his knights could have lost track of her. His butler, standing by, can only offer an apology, his head bowed. Without hesitation, Zender issues a command: Zur is to be dismissed, along with the maids responsible, and every person who failed to capture Theal that day. However, just as the order leaves his lips, a voice suddenly rings from the doorway. Lone stands there, her face contorted in disbelief. She demands to know how he could possibly fire her nanny. Tension fills the air as Zender registers Lone's presence. His expression hardens, though he tries to soften his tone, instructing her that this is a matter for adults and should be discussed later. But Lone, unwilling to accept this, bursts into a fit of anger, declaring that she will not allow him to take Zur away from her. Her defiance fuels Zender's temper, and his voice rises as he commands her to stop. This conversation will happen later, as he has already said. Tears well up in Lone's eyes at her grandfather's harsh words. Without another word, she turns on her heel and dashes away, declaring that she hates him. The butler instinctively calls after her, but she does not stop. Zender, watching her retreating figure, lets out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, in Arian, Theal sits in her room, testing her powers. A frown mars her face as she struggles, unable to make them grow any stronger. A tinge of sadness creeps into her thoughts.
Lone, after all, can create all kinds of ice effortlessly, so why can't she yet?
Despite her frustration, she quickly shakes the feeling away. Her father has assured her that she is special, and so she holds on to hope, believing that one day she will be able to do something great. At that moment, Rhea enters the room, informing her that dinner is ready.
Theo rises, following her with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation.
This is her first time dining at the formal table, a significant moment for her. Also, it was her first time seeing her brothers. As she steps into the dining hall, Karthus gestures for her to take a seat.
One of her brothers, his gaze steady, acknowledges her presence with a greeting. He is Troy.
Theo returns the greeting, introducing herself as Theo and stating that she is 7 years old. Before she can continue, another voice interrupts, Lucian, her other brother, openly questioning whether someone as tiny as her could truly be his sister. His words carry a note of skepticism. Ferdy, displeased, immediately rebukes Lucian, reminding him to mind his tongue, such remarks are rude.
But Lucian is not deterred.
He scrutinizes Theo's features, commenting on how unusual it is a snow leopard's fur and black panther's eyes.
Normally, mixed-blood children inherit the appearance of only one parent, yet Theo carries traits of both.
His words strike something deep within her, confidence drains from her face as self-doubt seeps in. She has always been aware of her unusual appearance. Before the conversation can spiral further, Lucian is reprimanded for his unnecessary remarks. Karthus intervenes, instructing him to keep his distance from Theo for the time being as she is still shy. Lucian attempts to protest, but Ferdy quickly cuts him off, assuring their father that they understand.
He then turns to Lucian with a firm tone, warning him to act appropriately and focus on their meal.
Turning back to Theo, he properly introduces himself, stating that he and Lucian are twins. A bright grin spreads across his face as he expresses how happy he is to finally have a little sister. He had always envied his friends who used to bring their siblings during festivals, and now he hopes that they could get closer. His words bring warmth to Theo's heart. Encouraged, she eagerly tells him that she hopes to be in his care. Karthus, observing the moment, takes the opportunity to inform them that he has already spoken to the academy about the situation. For now, they will remain together, allowing them to use this time to get to know one another. Later in the corridor, Lucian reminds Ferdy that he used to say having younger siblings was annoying. Ferdy remains silent for a moment before finally responding. His previous complaints were about having Lucian as a younger sibling. Lucian scoffs at the remark, pointing out that they are twins. How could Ferdy possibly consider himself older? But his protests go ignored, and frustration flares in his expression. Ferdy, however, remains unbothered. Instead, he turns to Lucian and states firmly that Theo is their long-lost sister, so they should treat her well, take care of her, and get along. Lucian pouts, grumbling that he had planned to do so even without Ferdy's instructions. Yet, despite the light-hearted exchange, Ferdy remains deep in thought. He cannot shake the unease creeping into his mind. The acceptance of Arian's long-lost daughter has happened far too easily. There has been no paternity test yet, no one questions her existence. Her appearance is an almost perfect blend of a snow leopard's fur and a black panther's eyes, as if someone deliberately crafted it. Her petite frame, her delicate features, they evoke sympathy effortlessly. Something does not sit right with him. His father and grandfather are simply overjoyed, blind to any doubts. Lucian, as usual, treats it all as a game. And then there is her light power. The curse of Ario passed down through all leopard clans is a madness that manifests when their powers are used excessively. It corrodes the mind, leading to insanity that worsens, and yet Karthus claimed that Theo's light power can lift this curse. He scoffs that it's impossible and is sure that she is deceiving them all. Her small, harmless form hides something far more dangerous, and he is certain not to get trapped by it.
Bro, are you alright? Don't mess with her. She's already been through enough.
Theo sits in the garden on the turntable her father made exclusively for her as she gazes off into the distance, lost in thought.
Rhea notices her zoning out and asks if something is bothering her. Theo dismisses her concern, saying it's nothing, but Rhea insists on knowing the truth.
After a moment, Theo speaks, clarifying that it's not discomfort she feels but rather confusion about her brother's behavior. Unbeknownst to her, her brothers are hiding behind the flowers. Lucian grows anxious, wondering if they have been caught. Ferdy sighs in frustration, admitting that their cover was blown because he was too obvious. Why Lucian even bothered putting a disguise on his face? Theo then tells Rhea that she had also seen them hiding in the hallway in front of her room and even spotted faces peeking through the windows. Rhea is rendered speechless, especially at the revelation that they had been seen on a window of the upper floor as well. Meanwhile, Theo grows disheartened, wondering if she has done something wrong. Rhea reassures her, explaining that their fascination stems from finding her both adorable and intriguing. However, she also reveals that their father has instructed them to keep their distance from Theo for the time being. Despite Rhea's reassurance, Theo remains troubled. She confesses that ever since then, Ferdy's gaze upon meeting hers has carried a sense of weariness, something she does not understand. At first, he was kind to her, but now it feels as though he knows something that she does not. At that moment, another maid approaches Rhea, whispering something to her. Rhea turns to Theo and informs her that a guest has arrived at the mansion to see her. Curious, Theo asks who it is. Rhea replies that it is the Crown Prince Ian. Theo's expression instantly brightens. Upon hearing Ian's name, Theo's expression instantly brightens, a reaction that does not go unnoticed by Rhea. Concerned, Rhea asks if Theo is uncomfortable with the visit, reassuring her that they can decline the meeting if she wishes. However, Theo firmly refuses, stating that she would love to meet him. She adds that she never had the chance to properly thank him for his help back then. Just then, a rustling sound emerges from the same spot where her little stalker brothers are hiding. Rhea immediately worries for their safety, but soon enough, Ferdy and Lucian emerge from the flowers, completely covered in petals. Despite their disheveled appearance, they remain confident. Without hesitation, Ferdy questions if Ian has truly come to visit. Lucian finds it ridiculous that while they are forbidden from approaching Theo, Ian is allowed to meet her. Ferdy shares the same sentiment. Ferdy has an overly complex personality, just stick to one side, man. Ferdy turns to Rhea, demanding to know if this situation is not inappropriate. Rhea hesitates, growing visibly nervous and struggling to provide an explanation. Lucian mocks the situation, questioning what would happen if that rascal did something bad to their little sister. Rhea, appalled, quickly corrects him, reminding him that he cannot so casually refer to the prince in such a manner. Ferdy steps forward, standing firm in his belief that Theo is far too young to entertain a guest from the royal family, even if he happens to be her savior. He insists that the best course of action is to send Ian away, emphasizing that family always comes before guests. He then turns to Theo, silently urging her to agree. This is less of a request and more of a veiled threat, as though saying, "Agree, or I'll start crying." Before Theo can respond, a voice interrupts. Ian, standing before them, remarks that being called a rascal was not what he expected to hear. Lucian, irritated, points out that the prince has arrived without proper notice and questions what brings him to the Aran Garden. Ian, unfazed, explains that he had to come himself because the maid he had sent earlier had not returned. Lucian steps in between, emphasizing that his sister is quite shy, to the extent that even he himself has not had a proper conversation with her yet. Ferdy supports his claim, expressing his appreciation for Ian bringing Theo back safely but adding that his visits feel too sudden. Theo still needs time to adjust to the manner, after all. Ian sighs, unimpressed, and challenges their stance by reminding them that he was the one who returned their supposedly dead sister to them. He questions whether this is truly how the Arans treat their benefactors. Ferdy coldly responds, stating that the Arans do not treat their benefactors poorly. However, when it comes to their little sister, their priorities are different. Something suddenly strikes Ferdy, a realization he had been avoiding. He is not even sure if she is truly their sister, yet he is still so concerned. Pushing the thought aside, he convinces himself that it is because she is just a child, she is small and delicate. How could they possibly leave her alone with someone like Ian? Theo, who has remained silent throughout the exchange, tightens her grip on her hands before finally speaking. She expresses her genuine desire to thank her benefactor, asking for permission to meet him, if only for a little while. She assures them that she will return immediately. Her innocent request leaves both Lucian and Ferdy flustered. Lucian, clearly weak against her charm, relents, agreeing that if it is just for a moment, it should be fine. However, Ferdy quickly intervenes, stating that Ian is still twice her size and, in his view, a predator, allowing her to go along with him would not be safe. Ian, visibly annoyed, questions whether they truly see him as a threat. He clarifies that his only purpose in coming here is to deliver a gift. He also points out the inconvenience of constantly being treated like an uninvited guest. Lucian attempts to argue further, but Thiel surprises him by gently taking his hand and asking if he would like to accompany her. Caught off guard, Lucian is flustered that she is asking him of all people. Ferdy, unwilling to be left out, immediately interjects, asking what about him. Thiel, sensing his distress, questions whether Ferdy can come along as well. However, before Lucian can respond, Ferdy swiftly shuts him down, stating that he cannot accompany them. Lucian, irritated, demands to know why. Ferdy smoothly reminds him of the academy assignment he has yet to complete, remarking that it seems unlikely he will finish it on time. Lucian scoffs, accusing Ferdy of playing dirty. Meanwhile, Ferdy watches as Lucian walks alongside Thiel, making sure she's careful with her steps. Thiel smiles up at Lucian as they walk away, while Ferdy justifies his own actions by claiming that he is merely keeping an eye on her. There is no way he is falling for her yet. As Lucian watches them go, he begins to suspect otherwise. From the way Ferdy looks at Thiel, it is becoming increasingly obvious he finds her absolutely adorable. Ian notices that Thiel's complexion looks better than before, appearing healthier with some weight gained. Thiel confirms to Ian that she has been treated well at Arian. Ian, feeling relieved, is glad to hear this, especially since they did not get to have a proper goodbye before. He snaps his fingers, signaling for her gift, and a maid promptly arrives, carrying gifts for her. The gifts from Ian are wardrobes, and the entire family fortune. Seeing the sheer amount of dresses before her, Thiel's mouth falls open in shock. Ferdy observes this scene and thanks Ian, though he points out that Ian could have taken the dresses from Mysterian instead. Ian mocks the suggestion, recalling how he used to wear wide, ill-fitted clothes. Thinking back on it, Ian finds even that to be better than what Arian provides. He questions Ferdy, suggesting that Arian wouldn't even recognize quality if they saw it. The atmosphere grows tense, turning hostile. Thiel, realizing that if this continues, they might end up fighting, gets up and moves toward the dresses, contemplating what to do. She carefully goes through them, selecting the least flashy one. Turning to Ian, she thanks Ian and states that since there are too many, she will only take this one. Ian, amused, laughs at her decision, questioning whether the precious youngest daughter of the Aaron family expects him to be satisfied with her choosing just one dress. She hurriedly confirms, but immediately corrects herself, saying that is not what she meant. Ian argues that if that is truly the case, she should just accept all of them. He knows that her brothers could easily buy these for her, but he is saddened that last time he only had the chance to gift her a single dress. Thiel thinks back to that moment, remembering that it was her first gift. She decides she will treasure it forever. Ferdy sighs and advises Thiel to get used to receiving many gifts. He adds that once she is officially announced as the youngest daughter of the family, people will start sending presents to make a good impression: dresses, jewelry, and more. He points out that the things Ian has brought are not something she should feel undeserving of. Ian, growing irritated, questions whether Ferdy is trying to mock him. He emphasizes that these gifts are not from the imperial family but are personally from him to Thiel. Ferdy, remaining composed, denies mocking Ian but expresses slight disappointment in the gifts he personally brought. Their tension escalates, and they are on the verge of a full-blown argument when Thiel intervenes, requesting them not to fight. Ian pulls Thiel toward him, commenting that he should have taken her with him as he momentarily forgot that her brothers might have a bad influence on her. Theo looks at Ian with concern. Ferdy, angered by Ian's words, demands to know how he can say such a thing about the youngest daughter of Arian. Ian smirks, remarking that the paternity test results have not arrived yet. This statement causes Thiel to worry. She knows she is definitely an Arian, but what if the test results say otherwise? Ian, noticing her shiver, questions whether she is anxious. He assures her not to worry, promising that if the results say she is not part of this family, he will take her with him since he finds her adorable. Ferdy is utterly shocked by Ian's words, while Thiel, taken aback, feels unexpectedly happy at the thought that Ian wants her. Ferdy, pulling Thiel back from Ian, firmly states that such a thing will not happen.
He questions whether Ian even understands the significance of the golden eyes trait. He then instructs Thiel that she must refuse anyone who tries to take her away. Thiel hesitates but acknowledges that Ian is a guest of the estate. Ferdy, tightening his grip on her, teaches her that it does not matter, she must refuse anyone outside the family. He then turns her toward Ian, urging her to repeat what he taught her. Reluctantly, Thiel says no. As the two men continue to bicker, Ian, growing frustrated, grabs his head. Finally, Ian decides to take his leave, stating that they should stop treating him like an uninvited guest. He adds that sometimes he forgets his status. Ferdy, laughing, remarks that he is fully aware of what he is and Aaron. As Ian prepares to leave, Thiel quickly rushes to him, asking if he will visit her again. She feels genuinely sad and wants to see him again. Ian looks at her for a moment before kissing her hand. He assures her that he will definitely come to see her again when her brothers are not around, promising to bring even better gifts next time. This gesture not only causes Ferdy to yell out in frustration but also leaves Thiel completely taken aback. Shortly after Ian's departure, Lucian rushes over, demanding to know what took so long and whether Ian did something to Thiel. Ferdy, without hesitation, confirms that Ian did, shocking Lucian. Ferdy then turns to Thiel, reminding her of what he told her: she must refuse anyone who tries to take her away. Thiel acknowledges this but secretly dislikes it. Ferdy, deep in thought, considers the honor of Arian. Regardless of whether Thiel is truly an Aaron by blood, for now, she is still the youngest daughter of the family, and they must protect her. Turning to Lucian, Ferdy shares his plan: they must do everything in their power to keep that rascal away from Thiel. Both brothers, filled with determination, resolve to protect their sister at all costs. Meanwhile, Thiel, standing there quietly, ponders to herself that despite everything, she still wants to see Ian again. Karthus questions Ferdy about the paternity test, and Ferdy confirms that it has been a while, yet they still have not received the results. Karthus finds this strange, believing that since it is an urgent matter, the results should have arrived within a week. He begins to suspect that something is amiss. Lucian points out that the donations Arian gives to the temple alone exceed the Empire's annual budget for years, yet the temple is delaying the results. Karthus starts to worry that Mysterian might be manipulating the temple, possibly trying to make it seem as though the child has no connection to Arian and ultimately take the child away. Determined, he declares that he will push the temple to provide a response quickly. Alphys, eager about the matter, expresses his excitement at the prospect of announcing to the world the existence of Arian's youngest daughter. Lucian, delighted, remarks that once the announcement is made, she will receive many gifts. Ferdy adds that this will also allow her to attend parties. Thiel, amused by this revelation, learns that she will even be able to invite people her age to the mansion for tea parties. However, her excitement soon fades as she begins to feel uneasy. Observing her expression, Ferdy wonders whether most girls do not usually feel excited about such things. Karthus then comments that their youngest sibling is a little shy, though she opens up quickly with them, she still finds it difficult to be around unfamiliar people. He assures Thiel that if she wishes to delay the announcement, she is free to do so, as it is not necessary for her to meet strangers just yet. He encourages her to express her feelings, promising that if she does not wish to go through with it, they will find a solution. Relieved, Thiel happily agrees. Lucian, thrilled by this outcome, finally feels he has permission to approach Thiel. She chuckles, remarking on how kind her brothers are, to which Lucian proudly boasts, "Of course, we are." Wanting to celebrate, he suggests getting Thiel a piggyback ride and taking a lap around the mansion, asking if she would find it fun. However, before Thiel can answer, Ferdy hits Lucian with a book and tells him to stop being ridiculous. Instead, he invites Thiel to sit with him, offering to read her a storybook. Thiel becomes excited at the mention of stories about mysterious places, delicious food, splendid sleeping chambers, and thrilling adventures. She has always loved fairy tales. When she lived in the Nezin mansion, she could only listen to stories secretly from outside Lone's room, but here, Rhea reads to her every day, making her incredibly happy. She quickly chooses to sit with Ferdy, which fills him with pride, as he believes she prefers storybooks over Lucian's antics. Lucian, however, twitches slightly, finding Thiel absolutely adorable, while Ferdy remains secretly cautious. As Ferdy reads, he narrates a tale of a great lion living deep within a forest, possessing mysterious magic.
Lucian, uninterested in just hearing about it, interrupts, insisting that things like this are much better experienced in real life. Ferdy looks at him in confusion, questioning what he is planning. Without further delay, Lucian uses his fire abilities to create a lion out of flames. Ferdy immediately scolds him, worried that he might scare Theo. To his surprise, she claps her hands in amazement, clearly fascinated. She turns to Ferdy and expresses her desire to learn how to properly use her powers just like them. Both Ferdy and Lucian are momentarily confused by her words, wondering what she means by properly. Ferdy reassures her that magic is something that occurs naturally and does not require practice. Theo, however, grows disheartened at this explanation, admitting that if that is the case, then she does not understand why she cannot seem to use her abilities properly. Ferdy begins to ponder if the power of light is truly supposed to be a legendary skill, then why does it seem so difficult for her? He finds it confusing as he is certain she possesses it, yet she struggles to use it. This thought leads him to wonder whether what she has is really the power of light. Lucian also finds it odd, even though the way one applies their abilities can vary, the power itself should manifest naturally as it is inherited. Seeing Theo on the verge of tears, he grows concerned. Ferdy quickly steps forward, tells Lucian to move aside, and gently asks Theo if she truly wishes to learn how to use her power properly. Wiping her tears, she nods earnestly, expressing her strong desire to learn. Determined, Ferdy suggests they go to the training ground as it has plenty of space and will allow him to teach her properly. Internally, he sees this as the perfect opportunity to examine whether her power truly is the legendary power of light. As they arrive at the training ground, Theo marvels at its vastness. However, Lucian worries whether it is alright for them to be there so late. Ferdy assures him that it is fine since he has already informed Rhea, though in reality, he had simply rushed away without further explanation. Standing before her, Ferdy begins instructing Theo. He explains that when using magic, she must first imagine it in her mind, she needs to picture herself using her power. To demonstrate, he brings forth his own fire ability. Theo watches in awe as the flames flicker around him. He continues, emphasizing that she must keep focusing on the image in her mind. As he speaks, the flames around him grow larger. Lucian, noticing the fire expanding dangerously, shouts at Ferdy to stop, worried that it is getting out of control. However, Ferdy remains wrapped in his flames, fully absorbed in his own magic. Theo and Lucian watch him with growing concern, calling out to him, but he does not respond, making them fear that he is being reckless once again. Lucian rushes toward Ferdy, instructing Theo to stay where she is and not to move, warning that she will get hurt if she does. Drawing his sword, he points out that Ferdy's madness is different from others, but he has never lost control like this before. He knows this is bad. Attempting to stop Ferdy with his magic sword, Lucian is suddenly pushed back to the ground by the intense flames. The situation worsens as Ferdy becomes completely engulfed in fire. Theo watches in growing fear, wondering if this is all because she told him she wanted to learn how to use her abilities. She contemplates what to do, wishing she could turn back time, just as she had before. Suddenly, a voice calls out, telling her to jump in. She turns around, startled, as someone assures her that she can save him. She hesitates, questioning who is speaking. A bright light appears, telling her that only she can save him with her light. Clenching her fists, Theo makes her decision and leaps into the flames. Lucian screams at her to come back, warning her of the danger. Even Ferdy, despite his state, tells her not to come any closer, but Theo remains undeterred. She knows she won't be hurt. She tells him that even though he was always cautious of her, he was still kind in his own way, and she believes he won't harm her because he is a good person. Ferdy's eyes widen as he sees Theo rising toward him. She wraps her arms around him in a tight embrace, confident that she can do it, just like she did in the basement. Surprise fills her as she cries, but she believes she can do it, just like she did in the basement with her light. She thinks she can save her brother. It is at this moment that she is able to use the power of light, which begins to drive away the flames. Leiden is shocked to witness what is happening, wondering if it could be Teal's power, her power. Her power grows stronger and stronger until it can ward off all the fire. However, the effort leaves her completely exhausted, and she immediately loses consciousness. Luckily, Ferdy manages to catch her quickly. Filled with worry, he shouts and shakes her, screaming for her to wake up. Later, when everything is calmer, Cartas asks them to explain what is happening.
Leiden admits that he messed up.
He says it suddenly got out of control, didn't it, because of using too much skill, but it just happened. Ferdy explains that Leiden tried to stop Cartas, and he got hurt, and then Teal calmed him down. Ferdy reflects, thinking he understands why Leiden lost control. It was what he imagined at that time, a powerful skill released from madness, the powerful flame that he could have used if it weren't for the curse. After Teal appeared, the desire became even stronger. He almost hurt that little child because of this thing, but she ran to him without a moment's hesitation. The truth is, whether Teal is his real sister or not, it doesn't matter. He hated himself for being cautious about believing in the power of light, afraid to believe in such an absurd legend and then be disappointed. So he was cautious with her. However, she trusted him completely with a kind of kindness. Cartas says Ferdy's name, but Leiden steps in front of her brother and tells their father that it's not Ferdy's fault. She says he didn't even use half of his usual ability. Cartas says he understands and that they will talk about this later. In that moment, Teal comes in first, looking outside the window. Cartas thinks to himself that he should have built a roof on the training field. The light was so immense that it could cover not only this area but the whole territory. A light of that magnitude could not have passed unnoticed by the royal family or the temple. The legend, it seems, really was true. This child is carrying something too big for her to bear. Cartas decides to contact the temple tomorrow morning and request the paternity test results. After that, he thinks that before anyone else contacts them, they need to protect Teal under the guise of Asian as soon as possible. The next day when Teal wakes up, she asks if she is okay and if anything hurts. Teal responds that she is fine and asks about her brother Ferdy, saying he looked really dangerous yesterday. Rhea says that the young masters are fine and that Ferdy was by her side from the moment she fainted until early this morning. Teal is surprised, asking if even this late. Later in the morning, she will see her brothers. When they see her, they shout her name and ask if she is okay. She says that she is fine and asks about her brother, but he says that in times like this, she should worry about her own condition first. Leiden agrees and says that he was very worried. She is so tiny, and he feared she could have been seriously hurt. Teal apologizes. Ferdy tells Leiden to be careful with his words, but Leiden asks if he said something wrong, saying he almost had a heart attack. Teal notices a tremor on Ferdy's arm. She then grabs his hand and says he won't do it again. Leiden says that's right and that this time he will let it pass. Ferdy hesitantly calls Teal by name and suddenly hugs her, then asks her really not to do it again. She says yes. In this moment, they hear footsteps approaching and they realize it is their father, Cartas. Cartas, coming closer, tells Teal that there is a place they need to go. Cartas says he messed up. She was in a very dangerous situation, and if she was an ordinary child, she would have died. What she did was reckless. She says yes, but he warmly thanks her, saying that she saved Ferdy's life. He crouches down and says that he is not trying to scold her, he is just worried about her. Playing in her head, he says it's her father speaking, leaving her moved. He says he hopes that she becomes a caring child, the best version of herself. She is happy and stutters trying to answer, but stays hesitant. However, she decides to be confident, and then she calls him dad for the first time, saying she will do as he said. He smiles gently, says yes, calling her daughter, and saying that she is a good girl. And then they leave together, hand in hand. Soon after, Alpheus is happy to meet with Teal. He asks if she is feeling well and says he wanted to visit her but she was sleeping, so he just left. She replies that she is well, and her father and brothers all took good care of her. Alpheus says that this is good and asks if she is sure Cartas explained things to her. He then goes to the front of a beautifully crafted shelf. He says that it seems like she still can't reach it. He then carries her and says for her to try to press the red book in front of her. When she presses the book, Teal is impressed seeing the shelf moves. She then realizes that it is a hidden room behind the bookshelf. Putting her down on the ground, her grandfather explains that this is a secret room that only the Asian boss knows. The door to the secret room can only be opened by someone from the Asian bloodline. Her face lights up when discovering this because this means she actually has Asian blood. Her grandfather then declares that there is no need for a paternity test. He then invites her to come in, explaining that it is a space that has been passed down in the family. This room in Asteria has long been intended for the one who awakens the legendary skill of light. He asks her to go ahead and climb it. She immediately climbs cautiously up a fort. A wind blows over her, leaving her a little scared, until a light starts to emerge from her hands. She thinks to herself that the light is coming out on its own. Alpheus remarks that although it is such a strong light, there is no pain in her eyes. Cardas agrees and says it is truly a mysterious light. Suddenly, something starts to be written in a different language on the wall. Teal gets confused. Her father then says that this is ancient scripture. He begins to read. When the long darkness disappears and the light completely takes its place, this Asian and Nestrian world will recover their original force. The light suppresses the darkness just by existing. Alpheus is surprised at the mention that the light will suppress the darkness. He asks if this means that only the light can calm the madness. Teal asks what he means by madness. Her father explains that she saw Ferdy's condition yesterday, and that this is the curse passed through the Astri and Nestrian lineages. If they use too much of their skills, they get out of control. He explains that he managed to survive at least because he was young, but for adults, madness destroys everything around them and continues until it destroys themselves. He tells her that no one has ever been able to calm this fury so far, except for the person who is now right in front of him, implying it is Teal. Knowing this, Teal is shocked and then happy to be able to remove the Asian curse. She realizes everyone there needs her, she is a true Asian. After that, they leave the room. Alpheus says that if she wants to come here in the future, she is welcome at any time. More confused, Teal says this is a place only for the heads of the family. Her grandfather clarifies that before being the secret room of the bosses, it is a space for those with the power of light. In other words, this place is hers, and she is free to come and go as she pleases. Radiant, Teal says she understands. Then, Teal runs to go stay with her brothers. Alpheus notices that Cardas is apprehensive and asks if everything is okay, offering reassurance that they can protect this place. Cardas gets somber and says that it is clear they will never let the profane lay even a finger on the child. His father turns and says that this is good, stirring the letters on the table. Alpheus mentions that he heard there was a letter from the palace and the temple, sent quickly, although they haven't heard anything about the test results for weeks. He reads the letter and says it is a surprising matter. They said the light was visible even in the Nestrian territory, light accompanied by the image of a fish in the sky. They ask if this is not the emblem of Tuzit, the god of light, the official religion of their empire. Cardas says that certainly the whole empire is commenting on this, and the most disgusting place will be the temple, of course. He asks what the temple said. His father responds that they said the paternity test results are ready and that he must appear with Cho. Cardas knows that sending a letter with the results would have been enough and asks why summon him now personally. They must have discovered that the owner of the light is Teal. His father says that even if they try something, he has already contacted someone who can solve the problem. He adds that if Cardas visits the temple, he can get help. Cardas is relieved and says that then it is better to prepare. Teal had lunch next to her brothers, staying impressed by the delicious texture of the dessert. Ferdy asks if it is so delicious and if he should order more. She nods in agreement, however Rhea says no, and that they still have to have dinner later, each is only allowed one piece of pie. Teal kept eating her pie happily. Ferdy, watching her, offers her his piece, but she says no and left it for her so it's okay, she's happy. However, Ferdy scolds him and calls him an idiot, saying that wasn't what Rhea meant. Teal then breaks off a piece of her pie and asks her brother to eat, saying that it is really delicious and that she is fine with just a little bit. Leiden is moved, asking if she is giving it to him, and Ferdy gets jealous, asking about his share. She breaks off another piece and gives it to Ferdy. He happily accepts while grumbling that his piece is smaller. So she says she will give him another slice, and grumbling, Leiden says that she also has to give him 2 slices. At this moment, Cardas arrives, saying that the two should stop teasing their sister. Leiden stands up, saying that they were not teasing her. Ferdy says that it is even and that they were just sharing the pie. Smiling, Teal agrees, saying that exactly. Cardas gives a slight smile, thinking that it seems he doesn't need to worry about the children anymore. He then tells Teal to make sure she rests well today, letting them know that they will leave tomorrow.
Ferdy asks his father if he is going to take Teal to the Temple Street.
His father answers yes, explaining that the result of the paternity test will be disclosed, and tells Teal not to worry because he will go with her.
Teal thinks everything is fine in the Astery's cell, recognizing that's why she's not scared.
Ferdy also says he wants to go along. Leiden immediately says he wants to go too and asks if anyone tries to take Teal away, the more people to protect her better. Teal is surprised by her brother's reaction, and Cardas allows them without any problem, smiling and saying that the temple will not be satisfied. The next day, the maids were arranging Teal, and one said that any hairstyle would suit their lady perfectly and asked about adding some curls this time. But another says she thinks tying it up would be better instead, after all, she is going to the temple. Rhea says that if they tie it into round buns on both sides, it would be so lovely, even though she is already so adorable. They think that since this is her first outing outside of Asteria, they have to make her stand out more than anyone else. A while later, Teal is all dressed up from head to toe. The waitresses ask how she likes this and if she liked looking in the mirror. Teal is impressed, laughing, and says that she is absolutely beautiful. Among all the young women her age, there would be no one more beautiful than her. Teal remembers that when she was in Nestrian, all she ever heard was that she was vulgar and ugly, but here she feels that she has reborn. Moved, she thanks Rhea and everyone for making her look so beautiful.
All the maids are enchanted, thinking she looks like an angel and that they will follow her forever. Teal descends to meet her brothers. They were both also elegantly dressed.
Ferdy says she looks so beautiful today. Leiden agrees and says she's always cute, but today she looks like a doll. She says that they both look beautiful too. As Leiden reaches out to touch her head, he steps back because he is afraid of patting her on the head and ruining her hairstyle. Ferdy turns to them then says that they should go now, and says that their father is waiting for them.
Meanwhile, Cardas too was extremely tidy and elegantly ready to leave. After a trip by carriage, they arrive at the temple.
When Teal gets out of the carriage, her father affectionately calls her name and suddenly carries her, surprising the twins who are also surprised.
Ferdy asks his father if he will carry her like this here.
Cardas answers yes. He says that even if they separate for a moment, they don't know what those fools in the temple can do. Ferdy thinks this is the truth. They insisted on bringing her here to verify her power firsthand, and once confirmed, they will try to take it for themselves no matter what.
Teal thinks everyone is at their limit. She becomes worried, wondering what if someone she doesn't know is taken away like that. As her brother taught her, she must say no. She really doesn't want to, so she will say it loud and clear.
Priest Andrice apologizes to Cardas for making him go there. He says that His Holiness the Pope insisted that Cardas had to confirm this in person.
Then asks if this is the child Teal, widening his scared eyes. Teal greets him, saying hello, and wonders if now is when she should scream no.
Cardas says the child is very shy, and he would prefer if they could skip the formalities and go straight to the results. The priest then says they will proceed with the results immediately as a man arrived with a tray containing Cardas's hair and Teal's hair. Cardas says he will take the child out, then asks him to wait a moment, but giving a smile while holding her hair, the priest says that this will not be necessary, they can observe together.
He then throws the hair into the water.
The testing method of fatherhood of the temple is simple. The Pope or his delegate imbues holy water with divine power, then locks of hair of the parents and children are thrown into the holy water.
If the holy water turns blue, it means it is a biological child, and if it doesn't change color, it means it's not.
The priest turns around laughing and lamenting, saying that the color is not changing.
Cardas goes into shock. He then understands that this is why they made Teal witness this personally.
They manipulated the results to shock the child and then provoke his guilt to take her from her parents' arms. The priest says he assumes he understands the results.
No explanation is needed.
If it is determined that she is not a biological child, the child, having nowhere to go, will be temporarily under the care of the temple. Then he asks that he now deliver the child.
Leiden immediately goes forward and tells him to move away.
The priest says it's regrettable, but there's no way to avoid it. After all, this is the result, and tells them to be calm about the child, they will take good care of her.
Suddenly, Teal calmly asks permission to speak.
She asks if he is saying that she is not Mr. Cardas's daughter and says that this is strange, it could not be true.
The priest's mouth widens in surprise at her affirmative tone.
She then asks her father to please put her down. The priest releases a sigh and says that she must be too young to understand and how dare she doubt the will of the gods. Cardas darkly calls the priest by name and tells him to be careful with his words, saying that she is the heir and only lady of the house.
Andre turns pale with fear and he steps back.
He thinks he is saying she is not a biological child and wonders what makes her so confident to act like this. The other men ask Mr. Cardas if he is doubting the gods. This is clearly blasphemy, the temple paternity tests have never been wrong.
However, Teal, quite determined, says that so this time they are wrong.
Andrice mentally fumes, thinking the bold flame was for naught. He opposed this plan. There is no way they would have fallen for such a superficial scheme. They assumed the child would be scared, which would make it easy to take her, but now these people are hiding their true feelings.
And yet, this child's capacity for light is real, the luminous energy that emanates from her is unmistakable.
He can even faintly feel the power of Lucide's divine presence doing this, which could really be a problem. After pulling out some strands of his hair, Teal asks her father for some strands of his hair as well. Pulling out his hair, he gives it to her. She thanks him and soon after taking it, she runs away, while the worried priest asks her to wait. Continuing to run, she turns to the high priest and says she has the skin of a snow leopard and the eyes of a black panther. It makes no sense to say she is not the daughter of an Asian. Throwing her hair in the water, she declares she is the daughter of her father and mother. Asian recognized her, she is not afraid. As the hair falls into the water, everyone becomes apprehensive, especially the priest, but he soon feels relieved and thinks that this ended better than expected. As the water was not imbued with divine power, there is no way it could react.
In a second attempt, he will pretend to be a little confused and go ahead claiming this as evidence. However, his thoughts stop when he sees a glow. The water of the fountain began to emit a golden glow. Everyone was shocked, asking what that was. Confused with the water turning golden, Cardas, also shocked, thinks that this is not because of the paternity test. This is the temple resonating with Teal.
The power of the goddess Lucide who protects the temple is acknowledging Teal's light and reacting to it.
One of the men quickly shouts that it is not blue.
This result is invalid because it has not been verified through the proper procedures by the Pope. The priest sighs and says that it is correct, the holy water should turn blue to confirm fatherhood.
Even if something mystical has occurred, this in itself is not enough.
At this point, he is interrupted by none other than the Crown Prince, Ian, who arrives wondering if it is just about proper procedure. One of the men tries to stop the prince from entering, but they ignore him. Ian says that before being crowned Crown Prince, His Holiness the Pope has granted him the authority of a representative, asking if they forgot.
The priest turns pale, wondering why the Crown Prince is showing up now.
They thought he would never use the authority of the temple and dismissed it as merely symbolic and protective. Looking at Teal, Ian is quite surprised to see her. He says that then they will do the paternity test again.
Ian extends his hand over the water.
A fish symbol appears on the palm of his hand, and suddenly the water turns blue.
He then says that now, Andre, you can admit Teal is of Estelian blood.
She is the biological daughter of Mar Cardas Celeste.
Teal is moved by Ian's attitude and warmly calls his name.
She runs to him, thanking him, but he asks what there is to thank him for. It's only natural, she doesn't need to be grateful.
However, she says that's not true, he always helped her.
She says when she grows up a little more, she will definitely pay him back. He is surprised, thinking that during the time he has not seen her, she has changed. Before, she used to get confused even with a small gift. Then, smiling and placing both hands on her face, he says that it's okay and that then he should start thinking about what the refund will be like. Leiden gets angry and calls him Patty, going towards him, but his father holds him by the shoulder and asks him to calm down. Leiden tells his father that it hurts, and Ferdy says that his father should also calm down.
Turning to Andrice, Cardas says it looks like there was some kind of misunderstanding.
Andrice, scared, says he doesn't know how things got like this. They will investigate thoroughly. They sincerely apologize if there is anything the temple can do to make up for it. However, Cardas ignores him and turns around, saying that this will not be necessary.
He goes to Teal and extends his hand to her, saying that it is all over, calling her to come back home. Teal happily thinks of her home, the place where she is loved, her true family. She will return to Asteria. Inside the carriage, Ian thinks it's a relief that he got things ready quickly at the Duke's request. He almost lost the time. He fondly thinks of Teal. She has become a little bolder than back then. She used to look like she would cry at the slightest touch. He thought she was infinitely fragile, but when she shows her claws, she is a predatory yet adorable child. Cedric tells His Highness that the Emperor is displeased by his sudden absence, asking if he should not bring him to see the Emperor today, saying that before the Emperor, he must proceed with caution. Ian says he knows and says the Emperor will question him about the consort problem again. He is so tired of it. Cedric says he can't say that to His Majesty, but Ian asks what it matters as he says it anyway. Ian thinks about the Emperor. After what his grandfather did to him, he will never forget it, it will never fade. That moment when the mansion was engulfed in flames, the day his mother and father were mercilessly killed by the hand of the Emperor. Subspace creation is a unique ability passed down only through the imperial bloodline, and all that has been revealed is that it is extremely dangerous and difficult to control. That's why before he turned years old, the Emperor raised a blade to his neck to kill him under the pretext of preventing him from losing control. His parents, the only prince and princess of the Empire, threw themselves in front of the Emperor's blade to save him because if they died, Ian would be the only lineage to continue the imperial family. And so, instead of dying, he became the crown prince. They told him to find a partner to share his power, a living sacrifice that would burn their own vital strength to suppress his rage, an unrelated person linked to him for life. The name of this person is Impression, a person who would suffer in his place and lose his life. Clenching his teeth in anger, he says this is horrible. Back at the Imperial Palace, the Emperor shouts at Ian, saying that he told him to quickly find a partner and complete the impression, but asks what he is doing wandering around without a goal. Ian apologizes. Emperor Scion of the Empire Scion keeps shouting and says that one day Ian will no longer be able to handle his power, wondering when he will stop acting so irresponsible. He sends Ian to leave immediately, saying he can't stand the sight of him. Ian silently leaves, and when he is alone, he leans back and lets out a sigh. Slowly, he opens his subspace and then enters. He feels that he could create more varied spaces when he was younger. Now he doesn't remember how to recreate the place where he lived with his parents, the mansion that burned down. Besides that, it would be nice if he could light a fire. He wonders why here in a space he created, he cannot light a single candle, but still, this is the only place free from anyone's interference, the only space where he can truly rest. Suddenly, he sees the pink pillow and takes it, wondering, there was nothing like it in the subspace. He never put that pillow there. Then he decides to smell it, recognizing the scent, realizing that it is Teal's perfume, and is surprised. He asks if she brought this here. He warmly hugs the cushion, saying Teal's name as he stands amidst the rubble of his former mansion. Asian's youngest daughter has returned alive, the legendary ability of light is real. Since the announcement of the existence of Teal, the Empire's attention was completely focused on her. Although her ability was not explicitly revealed, those who witnessed the holy light with their own eyes were sure that it belonged to her. Picking up a letter, Curtis said he knew this would happen. Confused by the amount of letters on his desk, Teal curiously asks what all this is about, and he replies that these are invitations addressed to her. She is surprised. He says that if she doesn't want to go, there is no need to pay attention to them. Ferdy says there are many useless things. While Leiden burned some of the letters, Teal wondered if it was really okay to burn them so carelessly. Carta's remarked that it might still be good to have a ready-made dress as there would be occasions for her to participate in official events. However, Teal pointed out that she already had many dresses. Leiden chimed in, saying that they say it's better to get new dresses for every season as designers keep changing with the trends. Soon after, turning to Ferdy, Leiden whispered that since they were burning letters, they could also throw away all the dresses that were introduced to Teal. Ferdy thought this was a good idea. Curtis suggested they should call Oliviera soon. After all, girls her age were better at these things. The twins disliked this suggestion. Ferdy asked his father if he was serious about calling Oliviera. Ferdy suggested they could just take Teal and buy some dresses themselves, but Curtis interrupted, saying that male perspectives were limited and this was a good chance to introduce Oliviera. Curious, Teal asked who Oliviera was. Her father answered that she was his cousin, his aunt's daughter. Teal worried that her cousin might be like Rover, perhaps different from the Nestrian people, but still Cardas reassured her that she didn't need to meet her if she was still shy around strangers. Leiden agreed, saying it was better to go with him than to meet a cousin she had never seen before. But Ferdy countered that if she went with Leiden, he would end up buying something that looked like rags. The two started playfully slapping each other while Teal worriedly asked them not to fight. Cardas then changed the subject, mentioning that he heard this year's Crown Prince's birthday banquet would be skipped. Teal asked if he was talking about Lord Ian's birthday. Her father confirmed. She remembered that her grandfather Shendare and her aunt always prepared for the imperial banquet as soon as it was announced, making clothes a month in advance and being busy preparing. It was said that the imperial banquets were so large and important. She wondered why they wouldn't celebrate this time and if something had happened to the crown prince. Leiden excitedly asked her when her birthday was, remembering that he forgot to ask. Ferdy looked at him in disbelief, wanting to reprimand him, but Leiden was confused and asked why their mood changed. Ferdy was nervous and told Leiden to remember, to think a little longer. Leiden remained confused and made an effort to remember until he suddenly recalled that Teal's birthday was on the same day as the anniversary of her mother's death. He thought she must have been hurt by it and said sorry. But Teal was thoughtful until she said she didn't know when her birthday was. She said they told her it was an unhappy day and never told her the date, a day not worth celebrating. She smiled innocently and said that it was still the first time someone had asked her that, thought that even for her brother, it was probably not a good day, however, he thought of her. She said she thought it might be winter because her grandfather always seemed to be in a bad mood during the winter. Suddenly, her father pulled her into a hug and said that what happened to Lena was not her fault, none of it was her fault or her responsibility, and that if Lena had heard this, she would have split her grandfather in half. Teal was confused and thought of her mother as someone shady, while her father kept saying that she probably would break him in half too because he didn't realize that his daughter was being treated that way. Teal wondered if her mother would actually do such a thing, destroy someone. Her head started spinning with this information. Her grandfather had said that her mother was obedient and different from her. Smiling, Cardas said that it was for her to make sure that her father did not commit any more sins. He did not want to meet her mother later and only appear half. She responded excitedly that yes, and he said that this was his girl. Her brothers came together to hug her while saying that this was their little sister and preventing her from breathing with the tight hug. Later, Teal ran in, calling for Ian. He told Teal not to run because she might get hurt. Taking a deep breath, she said she was happy to see him and said that today she was going to show him around. He agreed, thinking that now she considered this place her house, completely different from when he brought her here. Suddenly, she stopped to talk to Ian, leaving him confused. He bent down to listen to her and whispering, she asked if by chance there was something bothering him. She heard that he wouldn't be having a birthday party this year. He asked why she was speaking so cautiously. She replied that she was worried someone might hear him. Ian laughed, calling her a little rascal, and asked if she was worried about him. Then he told her that the cancellation of the birthday banquet was planned from the beginning, not because something happened. She was relieved, and he said he didn't need a banquet, he really didn't want to be celebrated anyway. Shyly, Teal asked how about this, if he spent his birthday at the Asian estate with her and her brothers. He was surprised as she was quite embarrassed to have asked this. So he came closer and touched her, asking her if he should. At this moment, the twins appeared and got angry. Both screamed at the same time, absolutely not, and they told Teal no, saying that she didn't want that. But she thought it was she who suggested it. So they were telling Ian to take his hand off hers, now calling him Patty. Already sitting calmly, Ian said he was more than willing to spend his birthday at the Asian mansion. Ferdy said no, and this was a warning, one-sidedly asking why he would choose their mansion when he had a perfectly good palace. Ian answered that he was invited by Teal. And she told her brother that spending a birthday alone can be lonely. If she knew her own birthday, she thought it would be lonely to be alone. Ian was surprised, he wondered if she didn't know when her birthday was. He was going to ask her directly, but first Leiden covered his mouth, saying that it was forbidden to say Ian. He pushed Leiden's hand away as he thought he understood what happened. While this happened, Ferdy told Teal that he was not alone,
he is the crown prince, even without them he is probably surrounded by people. But smiling, Ian said that it's not like that, saying that he is lonely and that he has no friends to spend his birthday with. With anger, Ferdy let out a sigh and then said that it's okay. Ian says he won't ask for a favor, instead, he wants to make an agreement. He asked if Ferdy didn't say he would make Teal's dress custom for an official event, saying that he will call Mrs. Estella for him. Ferdy was quite surprised by the mention of Mrs. Estrella, while Teal, confused, wondered who this could be. Madame Estella is a designer who creates clothes for royalty. Many nobles want to wear dresses that she makes. She was famous for only accepting orders from royalty and nobility of the highest rank, just creating clothes for them. Ferdy heard that even her face, her age, and what country she is from are all secrets. She is such an amazing designer. He asked if Ian was serious about this, and Ian answered that he was serious and asked if he thought he would lie about it. While the maids were excited with the possibility of Madame Stella making clothes for Teal, Ferdy asked how he could be so sure that Stella would make clothes for Teal, as she didn't make clothes for just anyone. Ian says only royalty and nobility could contact her. Both brothers were confused since they were also nobility. And then Ian asked if he would accept the offer. Ferdy reflected that if he got a dress from Estella, no other noble family would be able to acquire one for the next Luminaire event. Teal would be the one that would most stand out, so he thought it was a good idea to achieve this by just spending a few hours entertaining Ian himself. Standing up and bowing slightly, he said it was an honor to be able to participate in his beloved prince's birthday celebration and told him that he would make sure that Asteria was completely prepared. Ian smiled and thanked Teal. Teal also happily thanked her brother. Turning to Ian, she said that this was wonderful, asking if it wasn't, while calling him Your Highness. Ian was bothered by her calling him His Highness. She felt that she had approached him inappropriately so far. However, a little blushed, he asked her to just call him Ian. Teal was confused as to why he was asking this, and he said she could call him Ian or whatever she felt comfortable with, but not Her Highness. She said okay while Freddie asked why he was acting like this as he walked back to his carriage and remembered that His Majesty wanted to see Teal. He was worried, saying that he had come to their property too frequently lately and that it was not to tell him that he was thinking of making Teal the crown princess. Ian said no, he had no such intention, so he doesn't have to worry. He said they all knew what it meant to be the princess heiress, and he had no intention of putting this burden on himself. He said it seems that the emperor was curious since she awakened the legendary power. Leiden was reassured, while Ferdy understood the emperor's curiosity. Before entering the carriage, Teal arrived running, bringing a box, and said it was an incredibly delicious pie. She really wanted him to try it. Giving some pats on her head, he asked if that's what she ran to the kitchen for. She smiled and said yes. He picked up the box and said he had something to ask her. He said there was a pink pillow in his subspace that he had never seen before, asking if it was hers. She wondered if it was a pillow and stayed confused because it was already there when she came in. He said the one decorated with gold threads and tied with a ribbon. Thinking about the pillow, Teal got even more confused and asked what, wondering if at that time there weren't decorations on the other hand in the castle. In the castle, the emperor was having a union with Duke Alpheus and said it was time for Alpheus to show her. But Alpheus said the child was very shy, and the Luminaire event was arriving soon, so he could see her then. The emperor said he knew the legend of Asteria Nestrian. Alpheus said that this was just a legend of their clan and had nothing to do with His Highness the Prince Heir. The emperor said he was not saying they should act on something now, but before he could complete his sentence, Alpheus interrupted and asked if he had forgotten he was someone who knew the truth of that day. He said there was no guarantee that his granddaughter does not become a victim of that day, no guarantee that the events of that day will not be repeated. The emperor shouted angrily, asking how Alpheus could say such a thing. Alpheus also got upset, asking if the emperor thought he didn't understand what an impression was. He would never let his granddaughter be bound by such shackles. The emperor tried to calm down and asked Alpheus to calm down too. He said that boy, Ian, also said that he never would imprint his granddaughter. Alpheus hesitantly apologized. The emperor said that lately, this boy seemed to have changed, a child who was always so lonely. He believed it was thanks to Alpheus' granddaughter. Alpheus asked His Majesty if he still had no intention of revealing the truth of that day. However, the emperor decided not to respond. Teal is curious to see the dress that Madame Stella will create. Ferdy says she will shine even brighter at the luminarias.
Teal asks what a luminar is.
Ferdy explains that it is a festival for the god of light, held once every 3 years. There are lots of fun events, and all the heirs of noble families will attend. Teal murmurs the word heir, then asks if Rowan and his aunt Cornelia will also be there. Reflecting, he murmurs Rowan's name, then says, probably. Even when she was 4 years old, she came in the arms of her nanny. Teal feels a little down, thinking that her grandfather, Skender, will certainly come too. She has to see these people again, but she really wants to go to the festival. Since she was born, the only times she left the house were when she came to be with them/here, and when she visited the temple. She is curious about what's out there, she wants to go. Leiden asks if she is worried about meeting the people at the festival. He smiles, winking and mentioning his firepower, telling her not to worry. If they get close to her, he will burn them all to ashes. But Ferdy tells Leiden that accidents during the festival would be problematic. But burning their carriage is all well and good, anyway? He says that while they are here, no one can bother her, and Leiden agrees, saying that father and grandfather are also here. Teal's face calms, her expression lighting up with a big smile. She thinks they are right, she is a little one now. Not even her Skender grandfather can beat her, or take her. Her family will protect her. She then says she is looking forward to the festival. The next day, Teal felt hot when she opened her eyes. She was very confused, everything around her seemed so big, until she realized that she had transformed into her leopard form. She gets nervous because she turned into an animal. She wonders why this happened on its own, this has never happened before. She starts trying to return to her human form, but she can't. She gets tired of trying and lays down, letting out a sigh, asking what she's going to do. She can't even talk like this. Then she decides to pull the rope to call the maid. However, she needs to use a lot of strength because she is very small, and she ends up slipping and falling. Rhea arrives in the room, asking if she called, until she realizes Teal is in her injured animal form on the ground. Rhea laughs, clings to her, puts her on the bed, and asks if she is fine. She asks why she's like this now, and if it's something uncomfortable. But Teal can't talk and just makes some noises while crying. She realizes that she still can't speak in her transformed state and also realizes that she can't recover on her own. Rhea asks if the young lady is okay and if she should take her to Lord Carda's. Teal pulls herself into Rhea's arms, releasing a small roar of confirmation. Rhea, smiling, says that it's okay and tells her not to worry, she will take her there immediately. While she's thinking Teal is too adorable, Carda's is in front of her, thinking about how cute she is. He asks if she can't reverse this transformation. Teal makes a little noise while wagging her tail, confirming it. Carda's says he understands and that it's probably because she's still young. If she isn't used to transforming, it can sometimes happen unintentionally. It will usually be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Teal is shocked, she thought that it would be quick. It feels much hotter than normal because of the fur, too. Rhea had said that this mansion belongs to a black panther with fire powers, so it's hotter here than in any other place. It wasn't so bad before she transformed, but now it's so hot. Carda's reminds her that it is time for the meeting. He picks up Teal and says that he will take her with him, but she was still very uncomfortable because it was really hot. Carda's remembered the meeting and realized it was time. He picked up Teal and placed her on his lap, saying he would bring her along. However, Teal remained very uncomfortable because she was extremely hot. At the meeting, Carda's explained to the other men that he was aroused because of something that had happened to his daughter. He then requested that the meeting commence. The men were delighted to see Teal. One man commented that she was absolutely lovely, and another remarked that his daughter was once that small too. Teal felt uneasy, her father's hand was so warm it felt like she was melting. Meanwhile, Alpheus was desperately trying to control himself. He looked at Teal, thinking she was so cute he couldn't concentrate at all. He was losing his mind and wanted to pet her too. Today's meeting was clearly going to be unproductive. Once the meeting concluded, Alpheus immediately ordered an artist to be found. He needed a painting of his granddaughter in her adorable form, expressing his desire passionately. He called her little one and asked to hold her just once. Then, Cartas intervened, stating that the child was uncomfortable, but Alpheus insisted he had been assured otherwise all this time. Suddenly, Teal was surprised, realizing her grandfather was even hotter than her father. He tried to kiss her, but she pushed him away with her paws. Sadly, he asked if he had done something wrong. She mentally apologized to her grandfather, explaining to herself that it was just because she was very hot. She then patted him, and he asked if she had forgiven him. Cartas then announced that it was now his turn to take her and reached for Teal. As Cartas picked up Teal, he heard a noise. He turned around to see the twins arriving. They both screamed for their father simultaneously, looking worried. They announced that Wolfa's carriage had arrived at the front gate. Alpheus asked Cartas if he had called Olivier. Cartas responded no, he had only informed his aunt about Teal's existence. Ferdy wondered aloud if Olivier had come alone, and Leiden affirmed that she always did. In her brother's arms, Teal was still uncomfortable with how hot she felt. Alpheus declared that since Olivier was there, she should come in. He asked what was so surprising about it and instructed them to just grab Teal and introduce her to Olivier. Teal made a slightly worried noise, concerned about meeting her cousin in this form for the first time. Ferdy commented that Teal didn't seem to like being in this state, but he was interrupted by a voice. Olivier arrived in the room, full of excitement, screaming for her uncle. She expressed her joy at seeing her cousins, noting that all the usual faces were present. Then she noticed Teal and happily exclaimed that it must be her cousin. Teal shivered. Ferdy told Olivier that Teal was shy, but Olivier couldn't contain her excitement and said Teal was so cute and adorable. She asked if she could take Teal with her. Ferdy told her not to be ridiculous. Olivier questioned why not, mentioning that she also spent her childhood in Asia. Alpheus solemnly declared that they were choosing a painter and that it was time for the children to go play outside. Everyone promptly obeyed him. In another room, Olivier mentioned that when her mother found out Teal was alive, she was very happy. Ferdy asked if his aunt was okay, then realized that she and her mother were close. Olivier shared that her mother had wanted to come see Teal, but when she was not allowed, she had rolled on the floor for 3 days straight. Leiden commented that his aunt must have had a hard time too. Olivier passionately asked if she could hug Teal just once. Ferdy answered no and questioned if she thought Teal was an object. Olivier said she would be as gentle as handling cotton. Leiden remarked that it would be lucky if she didn't drop her. Grabbing Olivier's clothes, he asked if she wanted to die. While this was happening, their uncle thought that Olivier was not a bad person, although she was a little rude. Teal got onto the table and walked towards Olivier, who was enchanted and exclaimed that Teal was coming to her. She reiterated how cute Teal was and introduced herself as Olivier Woolgan, her cousin. At that moment, Teal was surprised because a wind blew over her, and realizing the wind was coming from Olivier, she found it so cool. Suddenly, Teal snuggled into Olivier, surprising her. Radiant, Olivier declared that Teal liked her. The twins' faces contorted. Leiden asked if Teal liked Olivier. Teal mentally responded that yes, Olivier was nice and pleasant. Leiden told Olivier that it was not right and that Teal was tiny, if she hugged her tightly, it would hurt her body. Darkly, Olivier asked if Leiden wanted to die. Ferdy, in disbelief, asked if Teal was even purring. Leiden asked how this was possible, as Teal had never made sounds like that with them. Olivier proudly called them foolish Black Panthers and asked if they didn't understand, it was because Olivier's hug was cool. She reasoned that Teal must have lived in a cold place like the snow leopard, so they should imagine how hot it must have been for her here. The two boys collided with each other in their frustration. Ferdy let out a sigh and admitted he hadn't noticed Teal ever mentioning that Asia was hotter than other places. Olivier asked who didn't know that snow leopards were so sensitive to heat, not until she met Robin Strand. Teal looked surprised to hear the name of her other cousin. Olivier said she had met Robin at a tea party earlier, and Robin was making a big fuss about the heat. Olivier had thought Robin was overreacting then, but now she didn't think so. Teal thought that if it was Robin, she must be suffering a lot, unlike her, who was only half snow leopard. Robin was a real snow leopard with thick fur. Ferdy told Teal that if she was hot, she should have said something, but Teal thought she could handle it most of the time. So, Ferdy called his butler and asked him to bring some ice cream quickly.
Olivier seized the opportunity and asked him to bring double.
Leiden said she would turn from a logo into a pig at this pace, while Olivier was attacking her with affection.
Olivia was still affectionately bothering Leiden when Ferdy took Teal. He asked Teal if she had ever had ice cream, describing it as very cold and delicious.
Teal felt happy at the thought of ice cream, something new and delicious to try. When she tasted ice cream for the first time, she immediately loved it.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Cedric asked Ian if he was writing a letter.
Ian confirmed that he was, explaining that he was contacting Madame Stell. The carrier pigeon was ready, but Cedric interrupted, saying that if it was Madame Stell, he would handle it.
He announced his intention to gift Teal some clothes.
Cedric clarified that he was gifting Miss Teal clothes made by Madame Stell, who usually only made clothes for royalty and nobility. Ian pointed out that this could be problematic, especially with the crown princess candidates being selected.
Cedric questioned what it mattered. If he wanted to give a gift, he would.
Ian knew this could cause rumors and be problematic, but reasoned that if the person involved said it was nothing, it would be resolved. Furthermore, Ian reminded Cedric that he had asked him if he wanted to spend his birthday at the Asian mansion. No one had ever offered him such a thing before, a birthday where no one celebrates. Kindly, Cedric had cancelled this year's banquet because he hated being alone amidst the noise of fake people at a party. He was a child who didn't even know when his own birthday was and had never been congratulated. Instead, Teal was worried about him. He explained that Teal had said she needed a dress, and he would present her with the best dress. He looked lovingly at the box Teal had given him with the pie and wondered if there was anything else he could do for her. He wanted to give her everything, just like she had given him that warmth that day. Next, Teal went to talk to her cousin, Olivier. Teal said she was feeling fine now and that she couldn't undo her beast transformation, but thanks to Olivier, she could now control it. Olivier immediately grabbed Teal, completely enamored, saying she was even cuter than in her beast form. Olivier, showering kisses on Teal's cheek, declared that Teal was really lovely and asked if there was anything she wanted. Olivier would buy it all for her. Olivier suggested going to her house, promising to give Teal the best room.
Ferdy questioned if the best room wasn't Uncle Woolgan's room.
Olivier playfully kicked Ferdy away, asking what the big deal was.
She argued that their dad was an adult and didn't need a nice room, Teal was a baby and should use the best room.
Teal was surprised, thinking this was a bit much. Leiden said no to Olivier's offer, stating that he would not let Olivier kidnap Teal. He then told Teal not to worry. Teal, still a little shy, wondered if she could enjoy her cousin's breeze a little longer, as it felt so good and refreshing. Olivier, excited, said Teal could speak and was so cute. Olivier wished Teal was her real little sister. She then opened her arms wide, creating a whirlwind, saying everything would be alright and she'd make Teal feel super refreshed. Teal was surprised when suddenly, plates started flying. Ferdy, using his firepower, shouted, asking if Olivier was not controlling her strength and if she was trying to destroy her entire house. This caused a small explosion, breaking several items. As the employees began to remove the broken objects from the room, Olivier exclaimed that Teal was so cute she couldn't control herself, but she hadn't broken much. Leiden got a little nervous, saying he had really tried to stop her. Leiden, holding Teal in her beast form, pointed out that because of them, the poor servants had even more work now. Even Olivier interrupted, shouting that Leiden was confused. She explained that she couldn't properly admire Teal in a cramped indoor space. Smiling warmly, she invited Teal to go out with her, saying she would buy many delicious things for her. Teal transformed into her human form and spoke, a little worried, that she had never been out there before. Olivier was shocked, thinking her uncle and grandfather had been keeping Teal locked up all this time. But Teal clarified that it wasn't like that, she was still very shy around people, so they were being attentive to her. Many things had happened. Olivier sighed in relief, saying she had thought they had imprisoned Teal because she was so cute. Teal thought to herself that, well, her grandfather had practically locked her up, but decided there was no need to disillusion Olivier. So, Olivier urged her to go, mentioning a bakery that sold delicious cakes. Teal wondered if she really could leave, questioning if there were dangerous people out there like in the temple. However, as the festival was coming, she wanted to practice going out, and her cousin seemed as strong as her brothers.
Shyly, she said she wanted to go out too, but asked if her father would allow it. Olivia excitedly answered that of course he would definitely allow it. She had a plan and asked Teal to just trust her. Cardis was trying to tell Olivia that it was still too early for Teal to leave. However, Olivia threw herself on the floor and started struggling, throwing a tantrum and screaming at her uncle to let her take Teal out. Her cousins thought to themselves, "So, that's the plan." Cardis, sighing, said that he had heard about Olivia's power and she had to be very careful. But Olivia shouted that she could take care of Teal very well. Leiden covered his eyes, saying that Teal shouldn't learn things like that. She called her father, saying she had heard there was a festival going on and a lot of people would be there. Teal, anxious about the festival, said it was not bad and nothing bad would happen. Cardis looked at Teal, then Ferdy, and said that if Asterios was there would be no problem. However, Cardis pointed out that now everyone's attention was on Teal, and if they all moved together, they would stand out a lot. Olivia then got up, saying she had a great idea, a way to keep Teal from standing out. Sometime later, they arrived in the city where the commoners lived their day-to-day lives peacefully. Leiden became worried about Teal and asked if it was stuffy. Teal, in her beast form inside the basket Olivia was carrying, made a little sound to indicate that everything was okay. Smiling happily, Olivia said that she was carefully sending wind into the basket, asking Teal if it wasn't cool. Teal made another little sound. Olivia was proud of her plan to carry a snow leopard in a basket, asking if anyone had seen a cuter combination anywhere. But Leiden commented that it was like a kitten being carried by a wolf. Ferdy asked Teal if she knew the fairy tale of Little Red Riding Hood, but Olivia told him to shut up. Teal observed the city. There were so many people, and the houses were so beautiful. She saw words engraved with letters and pictures and bright desserts visible through the glass windows. It was like a fairy tale. Olivia saw something and announced that it was the bakery she had told them about. They went to the bakery, and Olivia ordered 5 slices of strawberry cake and raspberry tea. She asked the salesman to take Ferdy to their private room, and Ferdy inquired about how often she had visited. She replied that it had been a while, even years, and confirmed she had her own private room there. Ferdy commented that she could eat as much cake as she wanted back at the mansion, implying the knight's efforts to bring them here were unnecessary. Olivia retorted angrily, asking if it was the same thing and insisting the atmosphere was different, calling Ferdy an idiot as they went into the private room. Inside the private room, Olivia reassured Teal that everything was fine now and that Teal could transform back. Teal, feeling comfortable, shifted back into her human form, expressing her excitement about going out and finding the bakery pretty. Olivia was pleased that Teal liked it, promising she would also love the cake. Leiden, observing Teal's happy demeanor, noted that she looked very happy, placing a hand on his chest to emphasize her joy. Teal, indeed very excited, inadvertently let her magic escape, becoming confused and worried. Teal exclaimed that her light was acting on its own. Ferdy, hearing someone approaching, became concerned, thinking it was the cake arriving. Olivia quickly told Teal to hide. A man entered, carrying the cake. The children tried to discreetly conceal themselves. Teal, hidden under the table, still struggled to control her magic, realizing she must be overly excited. She knew this sometimes happened automatically when she was in a good mood, even in the mansion, but it wasn't supposed to happen now. She tried to suppress her magic, but failing, she started thinking about something negative, her grandfather, Sender. Immediately, her magic subsided. Teal then asked if they could leave now. Leiden agreed and asked if the light had calmed down. She confirmed it had, apologizing and explaining that she must have been too happy and sometimes it happened without her realizing. Leiden reassured her it was no problem. Ferdy concurred, saying even if she made a mistake, they would handle it, so she had nothing to worry about. Olivia declared that it just meant Teal was feeling good, and from her perspective, it was a success. She assured Teal that no one else would enter the room, so she could eat comfortably. Comforted, Teal smiled and agreed. As she ate, small sparks of her magic reappeared, which her brothers and cousin found endearing. Elsewhere, a carrier pigeon landed on a window with a letter. Madame Estel received the letter, recognizing it as being from Kratai. She knew this carrier pigeon belonged to her and had served imperial and royal families for a long time. These pigeons could find her wherever she was, allowing her, despite her nomadic lifestyle,
to receive commissions from royalty and nobles. Reading the letter, she discovered that the Crown Prince of Kretai requested a dress for a young girl. Madame Estel mused that the Crown Prince was still very young and wondered if he might have fallen in love. She wrote a reply and sent it back with the pigeon, thinking that since he was intelligent, he wouldn't be late. She also thought that the child must be exhausted and they shouldn't keep a lively boy waiting. Back at the bakery, someone knocked on the door. Olivier declared that no one was to enter until they left, but then Prince Ian opened the door, announcing, "This voice is Olivier Woolgan." Everyone was shocked, questioning how he had found them and about his unusual clothing. Ian explained that it was Ian who had told him they were here. He added that he couldn't walk the streets in his usual flashy attire, so he had disguised himself as best he could. The situation outside was becoming tense. The prince's knights were urging him to leave quickly as the shop owner was looking at them suspiciously. Inside, Olivier told His Highness that she was on a date with her cousin and asked if he would mind not interfering. Ferdy questioned if Ian hadn't been visiting the Asian mansion frequently enough already. Leiden added that following them here was excessive. Ian retorted that he hadn't changed, and they had all become overly sensitive since Teal's arrival. Leiden pointed out that it was 3 against 1, implying Ian was the problem. However, Teal quickly sided with Ian, saying she always enjoyed meeting with him. Leiden looked disgusted, prompting Teal to wonder if her brothers and cousin disliked Ian. She quickly dismissed the thought, realizing Ian was always kind, took great care of her, and was always radiant. There was no reason not to like him, in fact, probably everyone did. Ian then suggested they should all return to the academy and asked if it wasn't almost time. Ferdy became alarmed, saying not yet, but Ian countered that at their current pace, vacation would arrive before they knew it. He told them not to worry and to go ahead, he would take care of Teal. Leiden grew angry and confused. Teal, sensing their displeasure, wondered if they truly disliked Ian. She asked her brothers if returning to the academy meant she wouldn't see them anymore. Leiden reassured her that wasn't the case, she could see him anytime she wanted if she wrote a letter saying she wished to see him. Relieved, Teal said she would study hard and write him letters. Olivier, surprised, asked Teal if she didn't know how to write. Teal admitted she wasn't very good at it, she had been taught until she was 6 in Nezen, but Zyra hadn't taught her properly, saying she shouldn't be better than Rovan. Olivier offered to teach her in a fun way. However, Ferdy suggested she could just draw pictures on the letters, saying studying was boring anyway, earning disappointed looks from Leiden and Olivier. Turning to Ian, Leiden asked what he was doing there, questioning why he would dress like that just for fun. Ian explained that rumors had spread about his sister leaving El anxious. Leiden asked what rumors. Ian clarified that the rumors were specifically about their family, that another hidden legend related to the light ability had surfaced, and that the Leopard clan would regain its original power. Leiden panicked, realizing that only the chief of the Leopard clan and his direct descendants knew this secret. He wondered how it could have leaked until he understood, Desti, Asian, and Nezen would regain their original power with glorious light, and the Leopard clan, already possessing stronger abilities, would be freed from their only shackle. In other words, Teal, possessing the ability of light, could become a major threat to clans beyond the Leopard clan. Leiden was shocked, realizing that the same people who once praised the Child of Light as possessing a legendary ability could now become Teal's enemies. Olivier wondered if there would be many people against Teal. Ian answered that probably yes, an Asian, who had Teal, would also be treated as an enemy. Ferdy asked if those people were nothing compared to Eston. Leiden confirmed this was true, unless all the great families united forces, they wouldn't stand a chance. Olivier declared that Woolgan was to be left out of this, she would protect her baby. Ferdy questioned why Teal was her baby. Olivier corrected herself, saying it was because Teal was her little sister. Ian agreed with them, saying that no family would unite suddenly overnight just to attack a child. He believed any small threats would be handled not just by Asian, but also by him. Turning to Teal, he reassured her there was nothing to worry about, the Styrian family should already be preparing countermeasures. However, Teal remained apprehensive and silent, her face pale. That night, in the Alpheus mansion, Alpheus asked Cardas if the children had gone to sleep. Cardas confirmed they had. Alpheus remarked that the children must have been truly shocked, it was Teal's first outing, and something like this had to happen. He slammed his fist on the table, cursing Zender for doing this to a child of only 7 years old. Cartas spoke to his father calmly, reminding him the children were sleeping. He informed Alpheus that they were mobilizing as many people as possible to suppress the spread of rumors and had increased the number of escort knights. The children were advised not to leave for now. Calming down slightly, Alpheus lamented that if only Teal's skill was defensive, it would be better. He worried that the power of legend couldn't even protect her small body, expressing immeasurable worry. Cartas stated that this was something that was bound to happen sooner or later, as long as Teal possessed the power of light. Even if the rumors hadn't spread, some other family would have targeted her. The worried Alpheus thought that even His Majesty the Emperor might eventually try to make her the crown princess. He said there was no point in questioning Nezin based on mere suspicions. Instead, they needed to find a way to ensure no one could harm Teal. Cartas said that his father was thinking the same thing as him. Alpheus knew what he was about to say and asked if he would be okay with it. Cartas said he was fine, but it was a cruel thing for Leiden. Alpheus agreed, saying it was something they needed to consider more for now. Teal, lying in bed, thought that because of her, the Asians had become enemies to everyone. Because of her existence, she just wanted to help Asian, to be a useful child. Perhaps her life itself was a mistake from the beginning. At that moment, someone called her name, asking if she was awake. She recognized her father, Cartas, who entered, wondering if she was sleeping. He said he just wanted to check on her. Teal shifted back into her human form and apologized, saying she was just traveling for a moment in her thoughts. Cartas reassured her everything was fine, he had just come to check if she was sleeping well. Noticing a tear mark on her pillow, he worriedly asked if she had cried. She became embarrassed. He asked if she was worried, saying it was okay, they had done their best. But Teal started to cry, head down, saying it wasn't okay, it was all her fault, she had put everyone in danger, and she apologized. Her father tried to comfort her, saying the guilty ones were those who planned this, not her, she had no reason to apologize. He asked her to listen to him, saying that since they had lost Nina, their family had lived in sadness for a long time, but then Teal had brought the light back into their home. She had given them mornings full of excitement and warm laughter, she was their joy, nothing more. He declared that if anyone tried to protect her, they would do anything, nothing was too much. Teal was moved by her father's words and hugged him, crying as he told his daughter that he loved her. Teal, in her heart, resolved that she wanted to protect everyone too. Elsewhere, in Emerson, Cornelia asked her father if he still had no answer. He just called them arrogant fools, saying they must be in panic. He pointed out there were 6 great families protecting the empire, except for the Water Clan, which had been exterminated. The other 5 were Asian, Nezin, Flames of Ice, Wulgan of Wind, and Kair of Lightning and Arm of Vegetation. Among the 5 clans, Wulgan had sided with Asian, but if the remaining 3 united forces, dealing with a mere child would not be impossible. Skender thought that the price of losing that little thing was very high, her ability had only manifested after arriving in Asian. Had he known this would happen, he would have persuaded her and raised her with more care? Had that been the case, he would have more influence now this year. He ground his teeth, saying Lena's name, wondering why she was causing him so much pain even after death by leaving behind this child. Cornelia asked her father not to worry, saying she was there and would also fulfill her sister's part. But he pushed her hand away, saying she didn't understand. He turned around, screaming that she had no idea what Lena meant to him, she knew nothing. Clicking his tongue, he told her to leave. Cornelia turned away angrily, thinking to herself that her father should wait for her instead of Lena, who had died in vain, and instead of the half-breed girl Lena had left behind, Rovan, and she would prove that they were much more useful. Teal was in her beast form when someone appeared, meowing and calling for her. She recognized the voice as Ria's and was surprised to see him laughing in cat form. Ria explained that so his lady wouldn't feel alone even after becoming a beast, they had decided to transform into beasts regularly too. He asked his lady to let him accompany her and offered to carry Teal by her mouth as if she were a kitten. He explained that all Asian servants were feline beasts, and most residents of the territory were also feline beasts. It was common for animals of similar species to live together, like in the wolf family where Olivia and her servants were wild dogs. Ria said he would show her a place where some of them rested, highlighting one of the advantages of being a wild cat was the efficient use of space. He then led her into a room where wild cats were resting inside boxes.
Teal was impressed. Someone appeared, saying he was looking for Teal and hadn't seen her inside the box. Teal realized it was her brothers. Ferdy said the boxes were cool, asking if they should go in too. Leiden said they weren't kids anymore, they were supposed to be grown up and leave behind things like boxes. However, they ended up entering the boxes anyway. Meanwhile, Teal thought it felt somewhat hot recently in this moment, and then she realized her father was there too, behind them, which she found a little exaggerated and very personal. The following day, a lavish banquet was prepared to celebrate Ian's birthday. Teal was awestruck by the spectacle, exclaiming how magnificent and beautiful everything was, and how much delicious food was on display. Ferdy remarked that everyone must have worked incredibly hard to put it all together, especially since they had just finished preparing for the prince's birthday celebration. He added, with a touch of modesty, that even the prince's own birthday feast wasn't as grand as this banquet. Leiden chimed in, mentioning that the kitchen lights had been burning late into the night for days leading up to the event. Teal, looking slightly concerned, worried aloud if it was all because she had expressed a desire for such a celebration. Ferdy quickly reassured her, telling her not to fret, as everyone was actually quite enthusiastic about it and felt a strong sense of duty to make it special. Olivia agreed, adding that even the usually composed Asian family heads were remarkably passionate about ensuring the food was exceptional. Leiden playfully teased Olivia, asking if she intended to eat all the food herself. Even as the party commenced, Ferdy and Olivia began to bicker playfully. Just then, Ian arrived, noting that they shouldn't be late and inquiring if the celebration had already begun. Teal rushed over to greet him, offering a warm welcome and wishing him a happy 11th birthday. He asked her if she was feeling alright and excited. She happily replied that she was, and that she felt she had gained a bit more control over her light ability, and even the fish she was growing had gotten a little bigger. Ian let out a relieved sigh, thinking to himself that everything was fine as long as she was eating well and staying healthy. He believed seeing her own efforts come to fruition was the most rewarding thing for her. He gently stroked her head, saying that Teal was an extraordinary child who would soon master her powers. However, Ferdy visibly disliked witnessing this affectionate interaction. Olivia, noticing Ferdy's sour mood, provoked him, asking if he was just in a bad mood. She then teasingly asked if he was anxious about his little sister being taken away from him. Ferdy sighed, dismissing her concerns and stating that wasn't going to happen. Teal clearly seemed to like Ian more, a fact that Olivia and Leiden silently agreed with. Ferdy, wanting to assert his position, decided to take charge and ordered everyone to sit down. He then instructed that Teal should sit next to him. As Olivia was about to sit beside Ian, Ferdy declared that there was no need for her to ask to sit next to him. He insisted that he had asked Teal first, directly asking her if she would stay by his side, making her feel a little flustered. Ian then interjected, reminding Ferdy that it was his birthday today and he recalled having made a request of his own previously, implying it was his turn to have Teal's company. Ferdy conceded that Ian's birthday was next, but for now, he had made his decision and called Teal to his side. Teal, observing their constant bickering, wondered why they always argued. Ignoring the seating arrangement squabble, Ian presented a box to Teal, stating he had brought something for her. Leiden immediately inquired what it was, and if it was a replacement for the dress he had promised her. Ian clarified that it was not. Teal took the box, opening it with curiosity, wondering what it could be. She was utterly amazed when she realized it contained a flower made of ice. Ferdy's eyes widened in shock, asking if it was the legendary snow breath flower from Olivia's clan's territory. Olivia, equally confused, questioned what it was. Ian explained that it was a flower that only bloomed once every 100 years on the ice cliffs. He described how it never withered, never melted, and was said to keep the body temperature of the person holding it regulated. Ferdy exclaimed that it only grew in Olivia's territory, but he had heard it was so incredibly rare that it was difficult to find even in Nezen. He then asked Ian how he had obtained such a precious item. Ian explained that His Majesty had received it as a gift from the Nezen territory when he was very young, and now he was giving it to Teal as a present. He handed her the flower, noting that she had mentioned feeling warm recently, and suggested she try holding it. Teal, impressed by how incredibly cool and fresh it felt, took the flower. Suddenly, she spontaneously transformed into her beast form.
She then realized that even in her snowy brown animal form, she no longer felt any heat discomfort, but instead a pleasant coolness, not cold, just comfortably cool. Overjoyed, Teal playfully jumped onto the table and started batting at the ice flower excitedly. Ferdy exclaimed in disbelief that he had never thought of such a gift. Lydon mused that he hadn't even known something like this existed. Olivier jokingly complained that she should be the one responsible for keeping Teal cool, but then proudly boasted that she had defeated all the bull servants at once. Lydon muttered that Ian was being particularly annoying today. Ian, overhearing him, told Lydon to stop mumbling and reminded him that he was preparing what he had promised, exactly as Teal had requested. Teal then shifted back to her human form and thanked Ian profusely. She shyly asked if he also had a gift for her, surprised that she was asking for one. She quickly corrected herself, saying she had a gift for him, and it was the first time she had ever made a gift, so it might not be perfect. She got up to retrieve her present, asking him to wait a moment. Meanwhile, the other three siblings were clearly put out that Teal's first ever gift was going to be for Ian. Ian, noticing their reaction, joked that he thought he could hear the sound of jealousy burning around them. Teal returned carrying a large pink box, much bigger than herself. She nervously asked if it was too big, explaining she had wrapped it in several layers to protect it from damage. Ian reassured her that the size was not a problem and asked if he could open it right away. However, she requested that he wait and open it after he returned to the palace because she felt a bit embarrassed about him opening it in front of everyone, secretly wondering if he wouldn't like her gift and feeling worried. Ian, sensing her nervousness, assured her he would open it when he was alone back at the Alpheus palace. Alpheus, observing them through the slightly open door, thought to himself that they seemed to be having a good conversation. He happily noted that His Highness had seemed lonely before, but now he appeared much happier, which was a relief. He also felt relieved for the children. However, he became slightly confused when he noticed the not-so-happy expressions on his grandchildren's faces. Ian questioned who had decided that, likely referring to a previous statement or action. Olivia retorted, instructing him not to call her Olivier when Ian was around, finding it tiresome. Alpheus, observing his grandchildren's reactions, was bewildered and wondered why they were behaving in such a manner when Ian was visiting. Someone remarked that Ian seemed very happy. Alpheus agreed, noting Ian's happiness and reflecting that it was such a simple celebration, hardly even a grand party, but it truly reflected the Asian family's consideration because Ian had mentioned not liking extravagant events. He mused that Ian had spent his birthday so joyfully and comfortably, laughing and conversing with a light heart, and he couldn't imagine a more perfect birthday for him. After Ian returned home, he immediately went to examine the gift box Teal had given him. Upon opening it, he discovered more boxes inside, a series of nested boxes. He continued opening box after box until he reached a small, innermost box. He commented on how excessively wrapped it was, realizing Teal had put a great deal of effort into the presentation. He was surprised to see the gift itself, a sacred object that emitted its own light. He wondered if the Asian family had possessed this item. Accompanying the gift was a card instructing him to take it somewhere without light. Thinking of a place devoid of light, subspace came to his mind. He pondered if that desolate realm, a space reminiscent of the remnants of his own memories, would be a suitable location. He had never shown subspace to anyone except Teal, and even then, nothing he had brought there had retained its light, not even sacred relics. He felt a flicker of worry about taking Teal's first gift to subspace, fearing its light might also disappear. However, he decided it was worth trying if that was Teal's intention. He entered subspace and sat on the floor to observe what would happen to the light. Initially, the light from the relic began to fade, confirming his expectation that it was indeed disappearing. He felt a pang of sadness, thinking there was no hope. He considered absorbing the light with his eyes before it vanished completely. But then, to his astonishment, the light began to return, growing even stronger than before. Ian realized that Teal had imbued the relic with her power, preventing its light from being extinguished. It was a light that continued to bloom, unconquered by the darkness. He felt a surge of warm energy beside him, understanding he was not alone in that space. Meanwhile, Teal, preparing for bed, asked her maid if she thought Lord Ian would like her gift. The maid assured her that of course he would, especially since she had spent 3 whole days capturing the light for it. She believed His Highness would certainly be enchanted.
Teal thought that as the crown prince, Lord Ian likely possessed all kinds of magnificent things.
However, she knew within subspace, there were only old and broken objects. She just wanted to bring a little light to that place, hoping it would make Lord Ian feel less lonely in subspace. She resolved to practice even more so she could eventually give him a bigger and more beautiful light. A few days later, some maids were excited to see Madame Estelle arrive. Estelle announced she had heard from His Highness the Crown Prince that the young lady desired dresses for the upcoming festival, as there were many events planned. They needed to create at least 2 or 3 dresses. Alpheus mentioned he had heard that Madame Estelle only designed clothes for the royal family and nobility. Estelle confirmed that if the request came through His Highness's proper channels, she would accept commissions regardless of who the client was. Alpheus explained that he was thinking of his grandchildren, and they had made a deal with His Highness the Crown Prince concerning Ian's birthday party and Teal's dress. He acknowledged that it was no wonder the atmosphere might have seemed strange to the younger generation, as they were already learning to negotiate. Estelle then asked if she could see Teal now, as they needed to take her measurements. Alpheus agreed, saying they would do so, and since Estelle was there, he also had something he wanted to ask her, piquing her curiosity. The scene shifted to Teal having her measurements taken by Estelle, who was deeply impressed by the snow leopard with golden eyes and the power of light. Estelle exclaimed that it was fascinating and her inspiration was overflowing. Estelle commented that anything would look good on Teal, but asked if she had a favorite color. Teal thoughtfully chose gold, reflecting that it symbolized her family's color. Estelle noticed her brooch, remarking that it looked like an ice sculpture, and asked if it was special. Teal explained that it was an ice flower, a gift from Lord Ian, which her father had turned into a brooch so she could always carry it. Estelle said it looked wonderful on her and thought she should design a dress that complemented the brooch, musing that the crown prince would surely approve. Once the measurements were taken, Estelle announced she would proceed with her transformation. Teal was confused and asked if she also needed her snow leopard form measured. Estelle confirmed that Teal's grandfather had requested it. He had also asked for something to be made that she could wear in her snow leopard form, and Estelle mentioned Alpheus had spent 30 minutes enthusiastically praising Teal. Teal wondered if she would have to hide again if she transformed into her leopard form. Confused, she questioned if she should simply remain in that form. Estelle, upon seeing Teal's leopard form, was utterly shocked and amazed. She called for her assistant, requesting the tape measure, stating she needed to personally and vividly capture this form with all 5 senses. Happily measuring Teal, she thought she had never seen such a soft and lovely creature before. Her decades-old designer instincts were awakening to illuminate this sacred snow leopard. After finishing, Estelle declared that from that day onward, she would be working all night to bring Teal a masterpiece, telling them to expect a little snow leopard baby. The other employees completely understood Madame Estelle's enthusiasm. Teal, however, remained confused. Olivier was teaching Teal to read and write when Rhea entered the room, informing them that the painters had arrived and it was time for Teal to start preparing. Teal excitedly said she was going immediately, but Rhea laughed and corrected her, saying there was no need to hurry. The painters would be there for 5 days to paint, asking her to take her time. Confused, Teal asked if they would stay for 5 days. Olivier explained that it meant they would be doing a lot of painting. She added that if Teal was ready for a portrait, she should also request one, but in their panther form. She told Teal to get in line, as Ferdy and Leiden had already managed to reserve a spot for each of them. Olivier remarked that Ferdy never paid attention in class but was always quick to react to things like portraits. Teal, thinking this was her first time being painted, asked if she would be able to pose well for 5 days. The group of painters had already arrived at the mansion. Teal commented on how many people had come. Her father explained that for a painting, one had to stay still for a long time, so they were working together to create many different paintings. They would also paint a portrait of the whole family, which, when completed, would be displayed in the most prominent place in the main hall. Aunt found it impressive that the paintings would be in the main hall and expressed her excitement. Her father said that when his brothers and grandfather were ready, they would begin with the family portrait, and working together would help to ease the pressure. Teal thought the idea of having a painting of herself with everyone in this huge mansion felt like a dream. She hoped that every time a guest saw the painting, they would think of her as an Asian child. She felt so happy. On the morning of the 5th day, Teal woke up feeling exhausted. She admitted that staying still was much harder than she had imagined. She was also worried she might ruin the painting, but since it would be finished today, she would try to hold on a little longer as everyone seemed happy with it. Rhea entered the room to inform her that Madame Estel's clothes had finally arrived. Teal asked if the dress had arrived. Rhea clarified it wasn't a dress, but clothes prepared for when she was in her beast form. It seemed her grandfather had requested them to be ready by a specific date, so Estel had sent these first, appearing to have been a little too enthusiastic as there were lots of fancy clothes. Rhea explained he had just chosen those that would be comfortable for her to wear. Teal wondered how fancy they were, asking if that meant. Teal questioned if she was expected to remain in her snow leopard form for the entire day. Rhea confirmed it seemed that way and inquired if she would be comfortable. Teal affirmed she would be fine, explaining that with the ice flower, she no longer felt the heat, and staying in her beast form actually helped her feel less tired. Rhea expressed relief upon hearing this and remarked that the head of the family, Alpheus, also seemed to have very high expectations. Observing how elegantly Alpheus was dressed, Leiden asked if his grandfather was planning a trip to the capital. Ferdy added that the outfit was nearly as grand as something His Majesty the Emperor might wear. Alpheus explained that the painting they were commissioning would remain as a family legacy, so no amount of effort put into it would be excessive. Teal playfully asked if they shouldn't just paint Alpheus himself, but her grandfather declared he was merely the support structure for Teal's feet in the portrait. Leiden thought his grandfather was incredibly shameless, while Ferdy sensed that his father, Cartas, had also become part of Alpheus's elaborate plans. Rhea then arrived, presenting Teal in her leopard form, adorned with a small crown and a royal-looking robe. Everyone was utterly captivated, thinking she looked like a snow leopard princess. Alpheus, cradling her, exclaimed how cute she was and asked what pose they should strike. Leiden mentioned he had wanted a painting with Teal, intending to hang it in his academy dormitory, but now his grandfather was included too. Ferdy told his grandfather he was reluctant but ultimately agreed. Olivier called her brothers foolish Black Panthers and beckoned them over. She revealed she had bribed one of the painters, asking him to paint Teal alone, effectively cutting Leiden and Ferdy out. Since she had requested 3 pieces, she demanded payment from them, leaving them shocked. The flame of Olivier's cunning nature burned brightly. She proposed they grant her a favor involving the entire luminary instead, but Leiden countered that he'd rather give her his entire allowance. Olivier began to playfully bite him. Ferdy, understanding the situation, intervened, and they eventually agreed to take 1 painting each. Teal patiently posed for the various paintings. After the first royal outfit, the second featured a delicate lace bib that amplified her cuteness. Following that, she was posed inside a hat, and then depicted as a fairy blooming amidst snowflakes. Her brothers and cousin were emotionally devastated by the sheer number of adorable outfits Teal wore. He asked Olivier if she had any more money left. Olivier admitted she had spent everything, not anticipating such a vast wardrobe. She complained to her grandfather, asking if it wasn't too much to monopolize Teal all day, lamenting that even the few solo portraits of Teal had been claimed by Alpheus, who looked teary-eyed with joy. Ferdy sighed, saying he was fine with just 1 painting, as he had witnessed countless moments of Teal's cuteness over the past few days. Leiden told him not to cry. Olivier declared that at this point, they had no option but to secretly steal one of the paintings from their grandfather's room. Ferdy strongly objected, while Leiden threatened to tell their aunt. Suddenly, Olivier looked alarmed, exclaiming she had completely forgotten something, leaving her cousins confused. She explained that her mother and father had mentioned they would be arriving the next day. A carriage arrived at the Asian mansion. Stefano, Olivier's father, remarked that it had been a while. His wife, Ishan, agreed, adding that although they sent Olivier often, the thought of Lena had made it too painful for her to visit Asian previously. Stefano mentioned hearing that the atmosphere in the household had become much happier, and he believed it would surely be a joyful reunion. Ishan expressed her hope that it would be, thinking about her sister Lena and her own anticipation to finally meet Teal. Stefano, head of the Wolgan family, greeted Cartas warmly, asking if he had been well. Cartas replied affirmatively, noting it had been a long time since Stefano had visited the mansion. Stefano shared that he was very excited when he received Olivier's letter, commenting that she seemed completely smitten with Teal.
Cardus confirmed this, though he thought Olivier's way of expressing affection was rather intense. Cardus then inquired about Ishan. Stefano explained that as soon as they entered the hall, Olivier had whisked Ishan away. He remarked that the entire house felt brighter, much like when Lena was still there. Cardus agreed, reflecting that everyone felt they had been saved by Teal. Olivier asked her mother, Ishan, if she was alright, noticing a sad expression on her face. Ishan reflected internally that she had heard her niece wanted to see her, wondering if Teal felt the same way. She decided to approach Teal first to introduce herself. Tentatively approaching the young girl, Ishan trembled slightly and commented on how much Teal resembled her mother, Lena. She knelt down, embracing Teal tightly while crying emotionally. Ishan expressed her profound gratitude that Teal was alive. Teal, in her thoughts, silently pleaded for her aunt not to cry, reassuring her that she was safe here in this warm place. After composing themselves, Teal asked if her uncle and aunt would be staying with Olivier for a while, saying that would be nice. However, Ishan explained they had to return to the Wolgan territory in a few days. Alarmed, Teal asked why it was so soon. Olivier inquired if her mother meant she also had to leave. Ishan confirmed, explaining that as the Wolgan heir, Olivier needed to prepare properly and depart for Wolfa, which upset Olivier greatly. Ishan then led Teal to a specific room. Teal remarked that she had never been in this room before. Ishan explained it hadn't been used for a long time, so they had cleaned it carefully specifically to show her. She mentioned that Cardus likely still found it difficult to enter the room, but she was happy to be able to show it to Teal, revealing that this had been her mother Lena's room. Teal was surprised to learn this. Going to a drawer, Ishan began searching for something she had left there. Finding it, she handed it to Teal, saying she wanted her to have it. Teal was confused upon seeing the small item of clothing. Ishan explained that Lena had made it for her. Lena had expressed her desire to dress her baby in it when she was born. Ishan recalled how flustered Lena had been while making the clothes, asking if she should lengthen the left sleeve, even though she was already far along in her pregnancy. Ishan remembered teasing Lena when they were younger, calling her scary, and now here she was, knitting baby things. Lena had replied that love changes people. She had mentioned the twins looked like Cardus, so this time she was hoping for a snow leopard who resembled her. Lena had also said that if her child could transform, they would be able to proudly display the snow leopard form. Ishan had remarked that Lena was truly amazing, never giving up and always trying to change things for the better, predicting her child would be strong like her. Lena had smiled happily, agreeing that her child was clearly wonderful and lovely, and she couldn't wait to meet her precious baby, promising to give her a love greater than anything in the world. Ishan told Teal that her mother had truly loved her and had been eagerly awaiting the day she could finally meet her. She assured Teal that even though Lena must have faced many difficulties, she undoubtedly did everything she could to protect her, loving Teal more than she loved herself. Teal reflected on her father's words that none of it was her fault. Yet, she had always believed her mother would resent her. When she missed her mother, she would secretly look at her portrait in grandfather Zender's study, but she was afraid her mother wouldn't want to see her, so she could never properly look at her face, always lowering her head in shame. She felt that even uttering the words would be unforgivable, thought she couldn't even bring herself to speak. Starting to cry, Teal clutched the tiny baby clothes, calling out for her mother, saying how much she missed her. Nearby, Olivier, standing beside her father Stefano, cried emotionally. Alpheus comforted Cardus, who had sadly collapsed in tears. Ishan gently comforted Teal, reassuring her that her mother would always be watching over her with the warmest expression. Stefano met the twins and remarked on how much they had grown since their last encounter, adding that they would be touching the ceiling soon. Lydian mentioned that he had seen them just a few months prior. Stefano playfully asked if he should do a vroom vroom for old time's sake, but Ferdy objected, telling him not to ask. Someone then asked Cardus if he was also leaving next week for the capital. Cardus confirmed that he was, explaining that since he had the horse gifted to him, there was no need to rush the village and the capital, which was still being prepared. She said she understood and offered assistance, saying to just let her know if anything was needed, as it would be faster if Wolfgang transported the supplies until Teal arrived. She then asked her father if he had a residence in the capital. Cardus replied yes, explaining that they stay there during the Luminary Festival.
He added that all the major noble families possess villas near the imperial palace during the festival, making encounters with them inevitable from time to time. She, Teal, then thought about the other nobles, who had reportedly said they would view Astrian as an enemy. However, she believed it was fine and felt no fear. Considering Astrian was the strongest house and Wolfgang was also her family, she resolved to act with dignity and confidence, determined to show them the strength of Astrian. Her aunt smiled at her determined demeanor, commenting that it reminded her of the old days. She told Teal that her own mother and father had also met at the festival, referred to as the lamp in the original, and that her mother had initially thought her father had been ambushed somewhere. Cardas interjected, suggesting perhaps she shouldn't tell that specific story first. He then recounted their first meeting. Lena was 6 years old, and Cardas was 8. The two had gotten into a fight, but Lena was winning by biting him while he screamed in pain. Lena climbed on top of him and let out a grunt that signified her victory. However, Cardas retorted that she couldn't even speak properly in her animal form and called her a hairy pig. She then threw him away, while people behind them wondered aloud if that wasn't the heir, or someone from Astrian. He continued with their second meeting. Lena was 9 years old. She had commented that it had been a while and asked if all the bite marks she had left on him had healed. He, at 11 years old, asked if she thought he cared about a stupid bite mark, though he privately thought the truth was that Lena's presence was still impactful. So, she had declared she would give her a new bite mark this time, right on her pretty face. He then ran away screaming, telling her to stay away. Teal, hearing the story, asked if it was serious, while Cardas was clearly dying of shame. She then considered how her grandfather Skender must have had the wrong impression of her mother. He had always described her as an elegant and graceful child. Perhaps they weren't as close as she'd thought. 3 days later, the Wolfgang carriage was preparing to depart. Oliver cried and screamed for Teal, urging her not to forget her sister and to do her homework every day, while her father attempted to settle her inside the carriage. Teal confirmed she would be leaving properly. Oliver insisted she had to think about her every day and reminded her they would see each other again in just a few days. Wallace told his daughter Oliver that they would meet in the capital. She agreed and said she would visit the village the day he arrived. As the carriage pulled away, Oliver shouted for Teal to be careful. Teal murmured softly that they were gone, while her brothers celebrated behind her because they had finally left. Cardas asked Teal if she was feeling sad, and she replied yes. He reassured her that it was okay and they would see each other soon. He thought to himself that he had a present for her that had arrived that day and was glad it was finished before they left for the village. He had placed the gift in her room. When Teal entered the room, her father asked her to look at the nightstand next to her bed. She saw a picture frame and went to pick it up, realizing it was a picture of her drawn beside her mother. Cardas explained that he had asked the painters they visited to create it, thinking a small painting would be nice for her to keep next to her bed. Teal's eyes filled with tears as her father added that her mother would also be happy if she saw this picture. Teal smiled, feeling happy, and thanked her dad profusely, telling him she loved it very much. While sleeping, Teal clung to the frame. She thought it truly made it feel like her mommy was right there with her. She decided she would take it with her to see her, too. She hoped her mother would visit her in her dreams when she saw this picture. She planned to have a delicious pie ready and would wait for her mother to tell her everything about her father and her brothers too, many, many things. She silently pleaded for her mother to visit whenever she wanted. A woman walked through the darkness. She wore a long white dress and a crown on her head. Her eyes seemed lifeless. She opened her mouth and commanded, "Open the way." A dark door opened, resembling the entrance to an underworld. After she entered, the door slowly closed. Upon arriving at the magnificent villa, the small, white-haired Teal, clutching a gift box, marveled aloud at its immense size, exclaiming how huge it was. Leiden beside her casually remarked it was actually small compared to Astrian Castle. Freddie though conceded it likely the biggest villa in the capital. Their swift arrival prompted Leiden to comment on his speed, which Cardas with them attributed to Wolfgang's fine steed, a horse blessed with wind power capable of turning a several-day journey into one. Freddie informed Teal her room had been redecorated, encouraging her to look. Teal agreed enthusiastically. Peeking into the lavishly appointed room, Teal found it exceptionally pretty, further delighted by cute dolls and toys thoughtfully arranged, observing everyone worked hard preparing for her arrival.
Asked by Freddie if she liked it, Teal expressed immense love, giggling.
Freddie mused aloud, perhaps prompting Teal's sudden distress, asking rhetorically if, post-festival, they'd have to leave Teal there. Teal reacted with visible alarm, clutching her gift box tightly, insisting quickly, that's not what she meant, just as a bright, golden light began emanating from her or the box, causing her to gasp, the light. The boy questioned if she was getting excited again, commenting lately she demonstrated better control, it didn't usually just come out like this. Teal recognized the sensation, feeling similar to when temple water turned gold. Small, fish-like golden lights materialized, swirling strangely around Teal herself. Freddie observed these lights seemed different, swirling around Teal in circles. Teal confirmed the fish never behaved this way, puzzled why. Their observations were interrupted by a butler entering, bowing respectfully, addressing young master, young lady, announcing the crown prince's arrival. The boy and older girl reacted with surprise, questioning Ian, the butler confirming his highness waited in the drawing room. Freddie remarked on their own recent arrival, calling Ian rather dramatic for appearing so soon.
Teal softly murmured the name, Lord Ian.
As golden lights swirled, Teal suddenly exclaimed, it disappeared, noticing their abrupt vanishing. The scene transitioned to an elegantly appointed drawing room, luxurious furnishings bathed in bright sunlight streaming through large windows.
Within, a man with a monocle, Wolfgang, observed Crown Prince Ian, asking with concern if his highness was tired.
Ian, seated on a plush sofa rubbing his temple, dismissed the concern, assuring Wolfgang not to worry, attributing fatigue to a bit of a headache.
Wolfgang nodded understandingly, internally acknowledging Ian likely endured a scolding before coming, explaining his noticeable edginess. Excusing himself, Wolfgang stated he would go greet the Marquis. Ian gave a simple nod of agreement.
Once alone, Ian let out a quiet sigh, his expression troubled. Internal thoughts revealed the source of his stress, immense pressure right after the Luminaria event to choose a crown princess, feeling pushed to simply accept any woman for marriage, a burden added atop his already messy state of mind. Gesturing absently with his hand while contemplating the frustrating predicament, suddenly, a small, dark portal, ringed by a pulsating blue aura, materialized above his open palm, accompanied by a faint shimmering sound. The portal steadily grew larger as Ian stared, a mixture of confusion and alarm on his face, internally questioning what was going on and what this recurring black thing around his hand could possibly be. Just then, Teal appeared in the doorway, calling out, Lord Ian. Stepping into the room, her bright eyes looked up as she asked cheerfully if he had been well. Ian, momentarily distracted by the strange phenomenon on his hand, looked towards her, replying with a simple affirmative, yeah. Shifting the conversation, Ian inquired with a more relaxed expression if Madame Estella's dress had arrived yet. Teal's face lit up with excitement, confirming she heard it was sent to the villa today, adding gleefully how excited she was. Ian, seemingly recovered from his previous distress, smiled brightly at Teal, mentioning the gift he had given, beginning to describe what happened when she opened it. Teal, startled, interjected, wait a second, seemingly panicked about the gift's contents being revealed. Suddenly, with a comical poof sound effect, a small, fluffy white cat with faint blue markings materialized on the table between them, landing gracefully amidst the macarons. The cat let out a small growl, and Ian, looking slightly confused, interpreted this as the cat wanting to say something, asking if it could talk so he could hear. The cat, curled comfortably on the platter, responded with another growl, indicating it was still scared and worried about potentially disappointing Ian. Gently lifting the slightly chubby, wide-eyed cat from the platter, Ian held it close, a warm, fond smile spreading across his face as he softly murmured, Teal. Looking towards a glowing, crystalline object, presumably the actual gift, resting nearby, he expressed sincere gratitude, stating he really liked it. As Ian held the cat, he suddenly noticed something, looking down at his hand with surprise indicated by a small gasp and visual surprise lines. The cat hopped off his lap onto the table beside a teacup. Ian stared intently at his hand, a profound realization dawning as he observed the dark energy that had previously clung to it was completely gone, prompting him to wonder aloud if this miraculous disappearance was thanks to Teal's mysterious power. His moment of quiet contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the boy and older girl appearing in the doorway, the boy impatiently demanding if they were finished talking yet. Freddie, attempting a hasty retreat, suggested they leave, claiming fatigue. Ian Riley pointed out they had only been at the villa for less than 20 minutes, but the boy, unimpressed, insisted dismissively it was long enough.
The following afternoon arrived, sunlight illuminating a different room where preparations were underway.
A woman named Etienne presented a beautiful dress, presumably Madame Estella's, advising the maid Ria it looked good but cautioning careful walking due to the long skirt. Ria readily agreed. Etienne handed Ria a neatly packed, checkered bag, explaining it included everything a child might need for an outing, expressing reliance on Ria, who affirmed readiness, addressing her respectfully as Lady Etienne. Cartas appeared, expressing sincere gratitude to Etienne for managing everything regarding him, acknowledging her likely busyness, but Etienne humbly deflected thanks, reminding him her own villa was conveniently nearby. Bidding farewell, Etienne addressed Teal, saying they should get going and she looked forward to seeing her at the plaza that evening, eliciting a cheerful thank you from Teal to her aunt. Cartas turned, a sense of anticipation building as he thought finally, the day had come, the day to show his daughter to the world. Teal, now dressed in an exquisite white and gold gown, looked up at her father, softly murmuring his title. Cartas looked down at Teal, his expression filled with paternal pride, telling her that because she shone brighter and was more precious than anyone else, many eyes would undoubtedly be upon her today. Sensing perhaps a flicker of apprehension in the young girl, he quickly reassured her there was nothing to be afraid of, promising firmly that her family, himself included, indeed all of Asterion, would be by her side to protect her. Bolstered by his words, Teal looked up with a bright, confident smile, responding with a firm yes. Cartas smiled warmly in return, extending his hand and declaring, "Then, let's go," setting their course to the Luminaria Square. The moment the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, nobles began entering Luminaria Plaza, located at the heart of the capital, while citizens of the Empire gathered outside the plaza to watch the nobles' procession. 5 flags were raised in the very center of the plaza, and beneath them stood the members of the great houses that protected the empire, led by each head of house. A buzz went through the crowd, with excited whispers of "Look over there, it's the Asterian," and declarations that the Asterians have arrived. Marquis Celeste, stern and imposing in his formal attire, walked forward. Observers whispered with awe, one exclaiming, "Oh my," while another identified the child walking with Marquis Celeste, and a third confirmed with certainty, "It seems so, for that's the young lady from the rumors, the one who possesses the power of light, Teal Asterion." Teal, dressed in an elegant white and gold gown, felt the weight of their gazes, a nervous thought echoing in her mind that people are whispering while looking at me, and I'm so nervous. Her brother, standing beside her, reassured her fiercely, declaring, "It's okay, Teal, and if anyone says anything weird, I'll burn them up on the spot." Freddie with them, however, gently chided him, stating that not causing trouble was how he could truly help Teal. Teal, warmed by her brother's voices, covered her mouth slightly, a small, happy sound escaping her. Suddenly, another voice called out insistently, "Teal, over here." Teal waved back happily towards Olivier, though Freddie quickly shushed her. Teal then heard someone call sister and noticed their seat was right next to Wolfgang, prompting an internal thought of, "In that case then." Looking to the other side, she saw Rowan and her Aunt Cornelia, recognizing them with a startled gasp. And then her grandfather, Marquis Celeste, his expression severe. Teal seemed to notice something, her eyes widening before she suddenly collapsed. Her brother rushed to Teal, scooping her up protectively, murmuring her name as he assured her that none of them can harm you. Teal looked at her brother, stammering a hesitant yes in response. Just then, trumpets blared, announcing the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness Carters. As the Emperor and Crown Prince made their entrance, Teal observed Lord Ian, thinking he was as dazzling and charming as always, yet somehow looked cold. The Emperor approached the podium, activating a magical loudspeaker, and began his address to the assembled crowd, stating, "To Luminaria, it is a festival for the god Lucette, and therefore, there is someone who must be summoned to this place." Observers noted he was starting his speech differently than usual. The Emperor then extended his hand, calling out clearly, "Teal Asterion, come forward." Teal looked up, startled, managing only a soft utterance of "What?" as she questioned the summons. Marquis Celeste, her grandfather, reacted with immediate alarm, a worried thought flashing through his mind, "Oh no, I feared this might happen, for I told them Teal wasn't ready, and yet they proceeded." Teal called out to him, her voice tinged with uncertainty, "Father." Carters interjected, his voice calm but firm, pointing out, "You're scaring the child." Marquis Celeste remains silent. Carters then turned to Teal, offering a reassuring smile and telling her, "It'll be alright, so go on now, Teal." Hesitantly, Teal replied with a soft yes of agreement. She walked slowly towards the Emperor, who beckoned her, saying, "Come here."
He then asked, voicing the query, I heard you awakened the light ability. Teal confirmed with a small "why yes." The Emperor continued, asking, can you summon the light now? Teal, clutching her dress nervously, affirmed again, yes. The Emperor then declared, then you should open the Luminaria, for this festival is basically your show, after all, and to me, and to all the citizens gathered here, you must show us your power. Marquis Celeste, his eyes covered, added solemnly that with your sacred light the lights of Luminaria will also bloom. Teal took a shaky breath, thinking to herself with determination, I've been practicing a lot lately, so I should be able to summon a big light. Concentrating, she held out her hands, and a brilliant golden light began to emanate from them, growing brighter and brighter, bathing the plaza in its warm glow as the assembled crowd gasped in awe. As Teal's golden light bathed the plaza, the Emperor, his voice amplified, declared with authority, let the heads of the houses begin. Marquis Celeste conjured a flickering flame in his palm, while another noble manifested a swirling vortex of wind. These elemental displays intertwined, fiery orange and crackling blue merging with wind and other energies, culminating in a spectacular array of magical elements: ice, fire, lightning, wind, and delicate pink petals all dancing in the night sky, accompanied by ethereal, fish-like constructs of pure light. Two noble women observed with delight, one remarking with wonder, oh my, look at that, for the fish of light are surrounding the head's abilities as if embracing them, and it is so beautiful. The light fish then streaked upwards. Trey, watching Teal with admiration, exclaimed with fervor, you're amazing, Teal. The Emperor, his voice resonating with triumph, proclaimed forcefully, the Master of Light has returned to Krassion, and darkness shall no longer have a place in this land. Teal, her own light still shining brightly, smiled radiantly and announced joyfully, from this moment on, we begin the Luminaria. However, the Crown Prince, observing from the sidelines, looked deeply troubled, his thoughts filled with concern as he wondered, to put Teal forward at a time like this, what is he even thinking? Meanwhile, a small, white, cat-like creature with blue spots, Teal, snuggled contentedly in someone's lap, seemingly melting with happiness. A young girl with long silver hair, holding Teal, commented to Freddie beside her, the kid is really melting, wouldn't you say? Freddie remarked, having accomplished a big task while being nervous, it must be exhausting. Oilver smiled, agreeing enthusiastically, still, it was super cool. She recalled how, 3 years ago, agreeing enthusiastically, still, it was super cool. She recalled how, 3 years ago, they had just shot powers into the sky, but with Teal adding the power of light, it was completely fantastic. The boy beside her affirmed that, as His Majesty said, Teal, the child of light, was the protagonist of Luminaria. Lydon then turned his attention to another figure, Rowan Nestian, remarking that his incredible expression was quite something to see, wondering if it was jealousy or something else, perhaps because he was trembling. Teal, overhearing, thought with wide, innocent eyes, jealous Rowan, jealous of me, now that's amazing. As they continued to talk amongst themselves, one scoffing, how dare she be jealous when she can't even compare to Teal? Another added emphatically, right, and her clothes aren't even that great. A third chimed in, speculating, probably because she has no money, since we stopped the supply, remember? Teal, overhearing their catty remarks and observing her two male companions' smug expressions, sighed, admitting, somehow, I feel like you and the others are the villains, but still, it feels kind of nice. After the dazzling Luminaria opening ceremony, nobles lingered in the plaza, discussing the events. One lady remarked to another, seeking agreement, the opening ceremony was really amazing, wasn't it? Her companion agreed enthusiastically, exclaiming, exactly, for this is the legendary light, I thought to myself. Another group of ladies whispered amongst themselves, one noting that it seems like the rumors about the healing mages are not just empty words. Another added with a hint of envy, it's amazing how Asterion really wants to have it all, so greedy they are. A third lady observed, it seems like the royal family is eyeing it too, and did you see that, for the golden symbol on the princess dress had Madame Estella's signature pattern embroidered on it. Her friend gasped, exclaiming, oh my, it looked so uniquely elegant and beautiful, so I guess Asterion didn't commission Madame Estella for it then? The first lady then speculated, if His Majesty personally introduced them and even gifted the dress from Estella, then maybe she's been chosen as the crown princess. One of them agreed, stating firmly, exactly, I thought so. The image of a magnificent jeweled crown further fueled their speculation. The next day, the Luminaria festival continued under a bright, sunny sky, the streets adorned with colorful banners.
Olivia, now in a simpler brown dress, happily enjoyed the festivities, clutching a large head of lettuce in one arm and a skewered treat in the other, exclaiming with delight, "Luminaria is the best, with so much delicious food and so many things to see." Olivia with her noted approvingly, "The imperial soldiers are standing every 5 steps, so security is no problem at all," and Freddie remarked, "It's so peaceful, though the adults are all attending the event and can't rest." Olivia, however, added proudly that he was also carrying out his duty to protect Teal. Olivia then revealed Teal, the small white cat-like creature, nestled cozily within the leaves of the lettuce she carried, explaining it was her perfect disguise item. Freddie, amused, asked where exactly Olivia got the lettuce, commenting on its cuteness, to which Olivia cheerfully replied she got it from Grandpa's room, proudly stating it was Madame Estella's work. Leiden sighed, remarking with a hint of exasperation, "In the end, you went into Grandpa's room after all." Olivia, beaming, declared that without the guards, no one would recognize them. Indeed, commoners nearby whispered in awe, recognizing the children of Asterion and Wolfgang, and the snow leopard. Olivia continued confidently, stating, "No one could defeat the 3 of us with strength anyway, so the adults must be feeling quite safe." Her confidence, however, did not extend to her older male companion, likely the Cartas in disguise, given his earlier unease, who, cloaked and hooded, clutched his chest, feeling decidedly uneasy. He had skipped the official event and followed them, reasoning that while the knights and imperial soldiers provided security against sudden attacks, who knew what might happen with all the humans and nobles gathered? He resolved to observe quietly so as not to disturb the children's sightseeing, thinking he'd probably be beaten by Teal if he went too close. Teal, peeking from the lettuce, was then offered a piece of skewered treat, accepting it with an enthusiastic cry of Kong. The disguised Cartas, watching from a distance, smiled fondly. 2 young noblewomen nearby, one holding a parasol, observed the Asterian children, one remarking with surprise, "Oh, look at that, the noble Asterian young masters, looking like that, for I heard they're not the kind of people you can easily talk to, and I didn't imagine them like this at all." Just then, one vendor stepped forward hesitantly, murmuring a soft, attracting their attention, noticing Teal nestled in the lettuce Olivia carried. He ventured to ask, "Could that be Snow Leopard?" Olivia, surprised, turned towards him, her cat ears perked, asking with curiosity, "Huh, how did you know?" Freddie beside Olivia remained silent with a slight sweat drop. Vendor smiled warmly, offering a small, delicate candy and saying, "If it's okay with you, I'd like to give you a gift, as this is the tastiest candy from our shop." Olivia's eyes widened, clearly tempted. Suddenly, other vendors and admirers swarmed Olivia, exclaiming with fervor, me too," and offering a variety of treats, a large, colorful lollipop, a candied apple, a bag of fluffy marshmallows, and star-shaped cookies. "Please try this apple candy too, princess," one urged, while another boasted with pride, "This cookie, I made it all day long." Leiden with Olivia, now laden with gifted sweets, remarked with amusement, "Wow, Teal was super popular indeed." Olivia added fondly, "Our kid is really cute, isn't she?" One vendor, his face beaming with reverence, addressed Teal, saying, "You're the child of light, princess, and you bring light to us, and you'll grant us the grace of the god Lyset, so I just wanted to express a little bit of my gratitude." Teal, still nestled in the lettuce, looked on with wide, innocent eyes as the vendor spoke of the grace of the god Lyset to everyone here, prompting Teal to wonder internally if she really possessed that much power. Leiden with Olivia questioned the vendor, asking, "Is that really true?" Before the vendor could reply, a new voice interjected dismissively, stating, "You don't seem that impressive to me." A young man with light brown hair and a haughty expression, identified as Iker's heir, Sterling, 13, stepped forward. Freddie recognized him as Sterling Iker, questioning why he suddenly showed up and started something. Sterling continued his disdainful remarks, saying, "No, it's just strange, for it's not like it's threatening, and all they're doing is shining light and making fireworks, right? So doesn't it seem too underwhelming for a legendary ability?" Leiden with Olivia bristled, thinking indignantly, "This kid, how dare he speak like that?" Sterling was abruptly struck from behind with a cry of "Ack," stumbling forward. His father, Iker's house head Cloud, appeared, sternly reprimanding him, "You fool, apologize right now." Sterling, looking surprised and defiant, muttered, "Father, but why should I apologize?" His father repeated more forcefully, exclaiming, "This idiot still refuses." Olivia, clutching her lettuce, looked on, wondering why he was acting like this in the middle of a crowded street, thinking to herself, "Dad and son both, what a pair." House Head Cloud, however, merely glanced at Teal with a slight, almost imperceptible narrowing of his eyes, murmuring thoughtfully, "Ha, so this is it." He then turned, bowing respectfully, and addressed Freddy, saying, "Please forgive my son's rudeness, young Snow Leopard." Freddy, though outwardly composed, thanked him for speaking personally but requested he keep an eye on his son, stating firmly, "My younger sister is the only princess of Asterion, and you know very well that the heir of the Iker family isn't someone to be looked down upon." House Head Cloud simply chuckled, "Ha, a subtle shift in his expression revealing his internal thought that she was what an impudent brat. House Head Cloud, despite his outward apology, continued his internal calculations, his impudent brat thought revealing his true assessment of the Asterion representative. He mused that while Asterion held power, but now we have to yield for the moment. He saw potential, thinking, if things go well, this luminaria might become a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His thoughts turned to the prophecy concerning the light that would strengthen the Leopard clan, a golden, ornate crest symbolizing this power. He considered that if Teal's power truly existed, its influence wasn't limited to just the Leopard clan. He noted that Teal, as the younger sister, wouldn't inherit the family name. Eventually, she would marry into another family and leave Asterion, a wedding ring and a sealed scroll symbolizing this inevitable future. His machinations became clearer as he schemed, if we marry her off to Sterling and the child falls into Iker's hands, a vision of a veiled bride walking towards a grand building accompanying the thought, not only will Iker's ability become stronger, but he'll also have Asterion's weaknesses in his grasp. He considered that Asterion must be nervous now, they would likely join forces with Nestian. He thought, if we use this situation well and push for the marriage proposal with Asterion, then turned back to the older Asterion girl, his outward demeanor shifting back to solicitous concern, assuring her, "I'll make sure to keep an eye on my son, and I want to do something for the princess as an apology, so what do you think? For if you want, we can all perhaps make arrangements." His ingratiating words were cut short by the sudden, sharp interjection of the disguised crown prince, who had been observing silently, his eyes blazing with fury as he demanded with force, "What are you doing right now?" The hooded figure, Cartas, paused his stroll and spoke with mild surprise, asking why Marquis Celeste, now corrected to Marquis Warren, was there, admitting he hadn't expected to see him. Marquis Warren, looking flustered, stammered as Cartas, his face still hidden beneath the hood, smoothly commented that he thought the Marquis would be at the breakfast gathering. Cartas then explained that he had skipped the event to take care of the children, narrowing his eyes with suspicion as he pointed out that Marquis Warren, being the head of the great house of Iker, had also skipped the breakfast. Letting out a nervous laugh and internally lamenting that his plan had gone terribly wrong, the Marquis claimed he had only come for Sterling, who really wanted to see the streets, though a tiny chibi version of Sterling beside him sweated nervously and silently wondered when he had ever said that. Cartas, clearly not fooled, stated flatly that the Marquis had simply been trying to take his children. Young Ferdy, standing nearby, looked annoyed as Cartas's voice turned icy and he remarked that perhaps friendship could be built with him instead. He then instructed his son to take everyone along, reminding him not to return too late and to wash his hands thoroughly after coming back, since the streets might have dirted them. Ferdy beamed with enthusiasm and promised to do so, while Marquis Warren stood frozen, flustered, and speechless. Turning back to the Marquis, Cartas's voice dropped to a dangerously low tone as he suggested they have a detailed talk, just the two of them, about what kind of friendship involved dragging away small children, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light beneath the hood. Internally, Marquis Warren whimpered in fear, sweat beading on his forehead as he realized this was not how the plan was supposed to go. As Cartas led the terrified Marquis away, Leiden, holding a collection of colorful treats, remarked that he had been really startled when his father had suddenly appeared. Olivia, holding the baby snow leopard Teal, who had been nestled comfortably in something that looked like a head of lettuce, shivered and muttered that she really hated that slimy stare, saying it had been the most unpleasant handshake of her life. Suddenly, Teal stiffened in Olivia's arms, confused by a strange sensation that washed over her, one that felt like something sticky and disgusting was wrapping around her. Olivia noticed the change and asked gently if something was wrong, but Teal murmured that the feeling had disappeared right away, still confused by what she described as a chilling darkness that had momentarily swallowed her. The group soon arrived at a grand plaza dominated by an imposing coliseum-like structure, with a towering spire intricately carved and reaching into the sky at its center, prompting Teal to gasp in awe as she clutched Cartas's hand and exclaimed about the huge tower that had appeared in the plaza. Cartas calmly explained that the competition was the second most important event after the opening ceremony, serving as a chance for the noble houses to showcase their strength to the citizens of the empire. During the opening ceremony, the heads of houses had displayed their powers by shooting them into the sky, but this time, the battle would feature their heirs using their own abilities. He gestured toward the arena where elemental symbols ice, flower petals, wind, and fire floated above a lone figure, adding that only heirs who had not yet reached adulthood were allowed to participate due to generational gaps between the houses. A voice, likely Olivia's or another family member's, chimed in to say that Ferdy would be participating from their side, and Leiden, sitting beside Teal on a plush seat, grinned proudly, declaring that he had won the previous Luminaria competition too and that this time, with Teal cheering for him, he would be in even better condition without having to worry about a flare-up. Teal's eyes sparkled as she vowed to cheer as hard as she could, prompting a gentle head pat from Leiden. A horn signaled the start of the procession, and Leiden observed that everyone was now entering the arena. Spotting Sterling walking stiffly with slumped shoulders and a defeated look, Teal tilted her head in confusion while Leiden wondered aloud why Sterling seemed so timid, asking what Cardus had discussed with the Ikers the previous day. Cardus smiled faintly and replied that it had been nothing special, that he had just quietly talked some sense into them, though Leiden remained skeptical, with a tiny chibi version of himself appearing beside his thoughts. Just then, a girl with vibrant pink and green hair entered the arena and caught Teal's attention, prompting her to admire the beautiful hair color and guess that the girl must be from one of the great houses, wondering aloud if her name might be flower-themed. Olivia greeted the girl warmly and ruffled her hair, and Teal noted with a wistful gaze that the girl seemed close with Olivia, thinking about how different it must feel to have a friend her own age instead of just family. Leiden leaned over and supplied the girl's name, Rowan Nestian, which made Teal whisper it softly as she fixed her eyes on the girl. Reflecting on the fact that Rowan was only 7 and entering the competition, and knowing that Leiden had started at 8, Teal looked at Rowan thoughtfully while Cardus, seated with quiet authority, explained that in the past, Lena had made headlines as the youngest champion at 6. He speculated that Rowan's participation was likely an effort by her house to show strength and guessed that the head of the Nestian house was pushing her into it, adding that he had heard Rowan wasn't very talented, questioning whether she could really handle the competition. Suddenly, Rowan's eyes lit up as she spotted the crown prince seated on a grand throne guarded by knights, exclaiming to herself that he was even closer than during the opening ceremony. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she wondered if His Highness knew her, reminding herself that she was a candidate for crown princess and might even marry him someday. Dismissing Teal as someone who had only been hyped during the ceremony because she lived near the capital, Rowan dreamed of herself in a beautiful gown near the Emperor's glowing treasure box and resolved to go tell the prince that she wanted to live in the capital too. With a determined glint, she suddenly stood and marched toward the crown prince's throne, shocking the snow leopard patriarch and Lena, who gasped in surprise. Ian, the crown prince, looked up with a slight frown, visibly annoyed as Rowan introduced herself with a graceful curtsy, thinking that he was even prettier up close and lamenting that her grandfather had never brought her to the capital. Ian's frown deepened as he mentally groaned about not feeling well and now being bothered further. Boldly, Rowan reached out and took his hand, suggesting that since she might marry him, he should treat her more kindly. Ian responded icily, telling her to get lost and yanking his hand away as his eyes flashed with anger, causing Rowan to stumble back in shock. He declared coldly that he would never marry someone like her, and she stood frozen, her face a mixture of disbelief and humiliation. With a sharp turn, Ian walked away, announcing that all the noble heirs had gathered. He spotted Ferdy waiting by the arena entrance and called out for him to hurry, complaining that something weird had clung to him because of Ferdy. Ferdy apologized calmly, his golden eyes meeting Ian's briefly before he turned his focus back to the competition. Rowan remained behind, her dreams shattered as she stood alone. Ian ascended to the main platform overlooking the arena and, as crown prince and heir of Creation with authority granted by the emperor, declared that he would preside over the competition, symbolizing the empire's future. His voice carried weight as he reminded the participants that any act straying from the rules would not be tolerated and announced that the winner would be granted one wish, anything possible within the empire and not causing problems. Sweeping his gaze over the gathered heirs, including Sterling and Olivier who stood with serious expressions, Ian raised his hand, and a golden light emanated from it as he proclaimed the beginning of the competition. With that declaration, the towering spire in the arena pulsed with magical energy as glowing rings of light inscribed with intricate symbols materialized around its levels, marking the official start of the grand battle. Hi guys, please support my channel by joining the membership. These videos are getting fewer views and earning less, but I'm still making them for you. Don't forget to subscribe and like. The grand stage was set for the Luminaria competition, a spectacle of power and prestige. This wasn't just any contest, it was a battle where summoned beasts, born from the abilities of their masters, competed to reach the towering spire's apex. Each beast, limited to the same form and size, would nonetheless display power wildly varying with the strength of its master. They were to break through the magical barriers on each floor using their own abilities, ascending higher and higher. The summoned beast that reached the top first would be crowned the victor. While interfering with other masters was strictly forbidden, attacks between the summoned beasts themselves were fair game. From his vantage point, the Crown Prince, Ian, observed the arena with commanding authority. With a sharp voice, he commanded, calling out for the start, and the air crackled with anticipation. As his order to go echoed across the field, the competition began in earnest. In the stands, a curious little girl named Teal, her bright eyes wide with curiosity, turned to her companion and innocently asked why no one ever touched Ferdy's summoned beast. The young man, Leiden, smiled faintly, answering calmly that it was simply because his beast was overwhelmingly strong. He explained further, noting that if someone interfered and got attacked to the point of incapacity, they'd be eliminated from the competition, so it was wiser to aim for second or third place instead. Just then, Ferdy's flame-infused beast, Asterion, roared to life with tremendous energy and, with a powerful surge, burst forward, crashing through the first magical barrier with a fiery explosion that resonated like thunder. The crowd erupted into cheers as the announcer declared Asterion had broken through the first barrier. Her cousin, who had been listening to their exchange, scoffed in irritation. With an annoyed mutter thanking him for the backhanded compliment, she urged him to hurry up. Then, flashing a confident smirk, she announced her own readiness as her summoned beast, Wolfgang, shimmered into view and sprang into action, following swiftly after Asterion. The announcer then excitedly declared that Wolfgang was the second to reach the second floor. Teal clapped her little snow leopard paws together in glee, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she shouted with innocent wonder how cool brother Ferdy and sister Olivier looked as they raced ahead. Among the audience, two members whispered about the performance. One pointed out that Wolfgang's successor had also come in second place during the last competition, speculating it might be due to his maternal lineage from Asterion. The other mentioned how this was the first time in a while that Nestian had participated in the competition, but noted with concern that she seemed to be falling behind far too much. An older woman offered gentle words, saying she was still young and had time. But the snow leopard patriarch, his face grim and unforgiving, scoffed at that notion. With cold disdain, he pointed out that Nestian belonged to one of the twin ducal houses, and if she was this weak, it clearly meant she lacked the qualifications to be a successor. His thoughts drifted bitterly to Lena, the legendary champion. He remembered how Lena had won for 12 straight years, and his disappointment erupted as he slammed his fist down on his seat. He hadn't expected her to be a prodigy, but at the very least, he had hoped Rowan would show enough ability to prove herself worthy of her lineage. With the clan second only to the imperial family, this outcome felt like a disgrace. He questioned what kind of education she had even received, his bitter gaze settling on his struggling daughter Rowan. From her elevated seat, the snow leopard matriarch, Lena, watched with a tense frown. Her eyes narrowed with concern as she whispered to herself that the others were already so high up in the tower, while Rowan was only now just barely reaching the second floor. Beside her, the patriarch gripped his cane tightly, his knuckles white with restrained fury. Down in the arena, little Rowan was fuming with frustration. She threw her arms up, shouting at her own summoned beast in exasperation, wondering why it couldn't do any better while she struggled this much. Her summoned creature, a small white fox-like beast, let out a pained cry, its energy barely glowing. Then, as Rowan summoned her will again, a spark ignited, and a crystal of ice formed above the beast's head with a chilling hum as it launched forward, finally breaking through the barrier. Rowan gasped with renewed hope, crying out in joy that they could finally head to the third floor. But just as her beast began its climb, chaos erupted. A green-haired boy from another clan named Ares fumbled his control over his pink-hued summoned beast. The creature's vines lashed out wildly, accidentally tangling with Rowan's beast and two others, dragging them all down in a jumbled mess of limbs and magic. The boy groaned in frustration, admitting he had only tried to knock it off but ended up falling too. In a soft, remorseful tone, a tiny chibi version of Ares apologized, saying she simply hadn't wanted to come in last. Rowan stared in silent disbelief, her mouth hanging open before her expression twisted into a pout, red marks throbbing at her temples. Internally, she screamed in mounting irritation, wondering why things always went wrong for her and her alone. Eventually, all summoned beasts crossed the finish line, and the announcer's voice thundered through the air, declaring the competition's end. First place went to Asterion, and the crowd burst into cheers for Ferdy's victorious beast. Second place was claimed by Wolfgang, followed by Iker in third, Arn in fourth, and finally, the Snow Leopard Patriarch leaned forward, his face twisting with rage, as the announcer confirmed that fifth place had gone to Nestian. His hand clenched the top of his cane tightly, a tremor running through him, and he muttered bitterly in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had happened. Ferdy, calm and collected, stepped confidently onto the podium. His name was called Ferdy Asterion, the winner of the competition, and he stepped forward as the Crown Prince, Ian, addressed him. Standing tall with imperial presence, Ian informed him that, as decreed by the Empire, the victor would be granted one wish and told him to speak his desire. Ferdy met Ian's gaze directly, his voice unwavering as he declared that he wished to receive as much of the breath of the snowfield as possible, currently held by Nestian. The Snow Leopard Patriarch gasped aloud, his mouth falling open as he was left stunned by the audacity of the request. From the royal platform, Ian's eyes narrowed. A tiny lion-like spirit flared beside him in his mind, roaring softly in fury as he realized that Ferdy had been waiting precisely for this moment. Meanwhile, Ferdy allowed a small, triumphant smile to tug at his lips. Inwardly, he mused that he had won and dismissed the other's pride over a single flower. He thought that if anyone felt resentment, they should have simply entered the competition themselves. A cheerful, black cat-like creature shimmered beside him, mirroring his victorious grin. The Snow Leopard Patriarch stood rigidly, his expression frozen in a mask of indignation. Why would an Asterion, who's weak to the cold, need the breath of the snowfield? He demanded, his voice tight with anger. And do you even understand how precious the treasure is, such a priceless heirloom, reduced to a gift? Ferdy, standing on the victor's platform, met the Patriarch's glare with a cool smile. My precious younger sibling is very sensitive to heat, he stated simply, his golden eyes glinting with a quiet intensity. For us, there's no treasure more valuable than that child. In the stands, little Teal looked up, her eyes wide and shimmering with emotion. Brother, she whispered, deeply touched by his words. The Crown Prince, Ian, let out a small, exasperated sigh, the kind that barely masked his weariness. He then addressed the nobles with an air of command. The reward from the competition is a long-standing tradition, made by the agreement of all noble families. Considering Neshton's situation, let us allow them to keep what they need and share the rest. At that moment, Rowan Nestian shrieked, her voice rising into a furious tantrum that pierced the hall. What is this injustice? How could they take it so easily? She screamed, her face contorted with disbelief and rage. Rowan's voice rose, high and shaking with rage as she demanded to know why even she didn't receive it, her face contorted with tears and heartbreak. She wailed about the unfairness of having to give something so precious to a half-blood, unable to suppress the anguish and confusion in her voice. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the nobles present. Two elegant ladies whispered in disbelief, commenting that they had heard her words clearly. The Snow Leopard Patriarch snapped, his voice thunderous as he ordered silence. His face had turned pale from fury at his daughter's disgraceful behavior. He roared that she should be ashamed and commanded her to shut her mouth and stay quiet. He immediately turned to Ian, bowed low in submission, and forced a strained apology through his clenched teeth, saying that they would follow His Highness's will. He explained that his granddaughter was still young and poorly educated, begging forgiveness for her outburst. Ian's face remained impassive, his blue eyes glittering like frozen steel. He thought bitterly about what a mess the situation had become. Without a word, he stepped off the platform and began walking straight toward the still-sobbing Rowan.
A man in a green cape greets a cloaked figure, feigning surprise. The cloaked, black-haired man questions why Marquise Warren, head of House Iker, would skip an important breakfast. Marquise Warren, annoyed his plan was foiled, lies that he was just showing his son, Sterling, the streets. The black-haired man sees through the lie, knowing Warren was trying to take his children. The father tells his son Ferdy not to worry, and to take everyone to have fun. He warmly reminds them to wash their hands when they return from the dirty streets. His black-haired daughter beams with a bright smile, promising she will. Marquise Warren stands stunned and speechless as the family interacts so lovingly. The father's demeanor darkens as he turns back to Warren, demanding to discuss this supposed friendship. Terrified, Marquise Warren realizes his plan has completely backfired. The black-haired boy admits he was startled when his father suddenly appeared. A white-haired girl holding a small creature expresses her disgust at the Marquis's stare and handshake. The small, cat-like creature in her arms looks confused. Suddenly, the creature feels a strange, disgusting, and sticky sensation enveloping it. The white-haired girl notices the creature, Teal, is distressed and asks if it's okay. Teal shakes off a chilling feeling of darkness that vanished as quickly as it came. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit plaza with towering architecture. A little girl with white hair holding a man's hand marvels at a huge tower in the plaza. The massive tower stands in an arena, ready for the Luminaria competition, where noble houses display their power. The black-haired father explains that this time it will be a battle between the heirs. The father announces that because only underage heirs can participate, Ferdy will be their representative. The little white-haired girl, Teal, proudly states that Ferdy won the last competition too. Ferdy smiles, confident that with Teal cheering for him, he'll be in perfect condition. Teal clenches her fists, excitedly promising to cheer her heart out for him. Ferdy and Teal watch as the other participants begin to enter the arena. Sterling, the son of Marquis Warren, is seen looking exceptionally nervous. Ferdy asks his father about his talk with the Ikers, and his father cryptically replies, he just talked sense into them. Teal spots a beautiful girl with pink and green hair, wondering if she's from a great house. A silver-haired girl named Olivier warmly embraces the pink-haired girl, showing their close friendship. Watching them, Teal wistfully wonders what it would be like to have a friend. Ferdy identifies the pink-haired girl as Rowan Nestjen, and Teal takes note of the name. Rowan, a 7-year-old girl with white pigtails, is also entering the competition. The father reflects that the Nestjens are likely trying to show their strength, despite Rowan's young age. An older couple in the stands doubt Rowan's talent and her ability to handle the competition. Teal is thrilled to see the Crown Prince seated on his throne nearby. Rowan smiles to herself, dreaming of marrying the Crown Prince, as she is a candidate for Crown Princess. She recalls seeing Teal being praised at the ceremony and scoffs at the attention the mutt received. Determined, Rowan runs off to tell the prince that she wants to live in the capital too. The older couple, her grandparents, watch in shock as Rowan suddenly rushes away. The young, blonde-haired crown prince looks on with a confused and weary expression. Rowan boldly approaches the throne and introduces herself to the prince. Smitten by his appearance, she laments that her grandfather never brought her to the capital to see him. The crown prince is visibly annoyed, already feeling unwell and now being bothered. A voice from off-screen coldly advises the prince to dismiss Rowan, despite their potential marriage. The prince shoves Rowan aside, declaring he would never marry someone like her. He stands over the fallen girl, coldly addressing her by her full name, Rowan Nestjen. Rowan glares up from the floor, her face a mask of shock and utter fury. The prince turns his back on her as an announcer declares the gathering of heirs is complete. As the prince passes, the black-haired girl from earlier quietly apologizes for the incident. Stunned into silence, Rowan runs away from the scene in humiliation. The crown prince declares his authority over the competition, symbolizing the empire's future. A man in a gold-trimmed suit and a woman in a black gown announce strict adherence to competition rules. A disembodied hand gestures as the announcer states the winner receives one wish. Thunderous applause sounds as the towering structure glows, signifying the competition's start. A hand extends towards the glowing tower as magical energy pulses around it. An aerial view of the Luminaria competition explains it's a battle of summoned beasts racing up a tower. A hand holds a small white fiery creature. As a narrator explains, summoned beasts' power varies by their master's ability. The narrative explains summoned beasts must use their abilities to break through floor barriers. Small, glowing creatures line up on the tower as the announcer declares they may attack each other. The creatures launch forward with a clack sound, starting their ascent. Ferdy, the man with yellow eyes, explains that competitors can cooperate or hinder each other. Teal, the white-haired girl, asks, "Why not?" with a curious expression. Asterion, the fiery white creature, breaks through the first barrier with a whoosh, impressing onlookers. Ferdy, the man with yellow eyes, with a knowing smile, reminds everyone that incapacitation means being out. Olivier looks annoyed while Ferdy smirks. She declares herself ready to compete. Wolfgang, a glowing white creature, swiftly reaches the second floor. Teal cheers enthusiastically, calling Ferdy and Olivier cool. Two women in the stands discuss Wolfgang's consistent second-place ranking and noticeable performance. A man in a blue coat remarks that it's the Nestgen family's first competition in a while. Rowan, on the ground, cries out, frustrated about falling behind. A woman in a red gown expresses concern that Nestgen's heir is too weak for a ducal house. Rowan's grandfather, looking enraged, questions her qualifications to be a successor. Text panels recall Lena's impressive streak of 12 consecutive wins. The Leopard clan's abilities are second only to the imperial family, but Rowan only needs to make her presence known. Rowan's grandfather, pounding his fist, furiously questions her inadequate education and abilities. The woman in the red gown watches silently, her face a mask of distress. An off-screen voice expresses shock at how high others are, while Rowan barely reaches the second floor. Rowan angrily berates her stupid summon for struggling so much. A blue creature, Wolfgang, creates ice, looking surprised. Rowan, delighted, cheers that her summon has reached the third floor. A red creature attacks a blue one, making a kyung sound during their struggle. Vines appear, trapping Ferdy's pink creature. Ferdy exclaims his attempt to knock it off failed. The pink creature apologetically looks at the blue creature as it's entangled in vines. Rowan stands stunned, exclaiming she just didn't want to come in last. Rowan angrily stomps, shouting her annoyance and questioning why everything always happens to her. Cheers erupt as an announcer declares all summoned beasts reach the finish line, ending the competition. The Crown Prince announces Asterion won first place, Wolfgang second, Iker third, and Arnie fourth. Rowan's grandfather looks shocked as the prince reveals Nestgen placed fifth. A man's hands tremble as he expresses utter disbelief at the outcome. Ferdy strides confidently, looking over his shoulder amidst the cheering crowd. The Crown Prince formally offers Ferdy one wish, as decreed by the Empire. Ferdy's father, the man in the coat, requests as much of the breath of the snowfield as possible, shocking Rowan's grandfather. The transformed Crown Prince, a small lion, angrily remarks that Ferdy was waiting for this chance. Ferdy, with a black cat creature laughing beside him, smugly boasts of his win and challenges others to join next time. Rowan's grandfather fiercely questions why an Asterion, weak to cold, needs such a precious treasure. Ferdy smiles, stating there is no greater treasure than Teal. Teal looks up, touched, quietly calling out, "Brother." The Crown Prince stands with a weary expression, a faint glow near his head. The narrative explains the reward is a traditional agreement, suggesting Nestgen keep some of the prize. Teal looks shocked by a distant, angry exclamation. Furious, Rowan screams that she didn't get it, questioning why it was given to a half-blood. Two onlookers whisper in shock, having overheard Rowan's prejudiced outburst. As Rowan shouts for silence, her enraged grandfather appears, ordering her to shut her mouth and be ashamed. In a flashback, the black-haired father gently pats a much younger Teal's head, stating they will follow the Crown Prince's will. Back in the present, Rowan's grandfather bows deeply, apologizing for his granddaughter's poor education and disgraceful behavior. The Crown Prince observes the scene with disdain, thinking to himself what a mess it is. Humiliated and flushed with shame, Rowan stands alone in silence. The scene transitions with a title card. A new day begins under a bright blue sky over the competition grounds. The vast arena stands ready, a massive statue of a winged angel at its center. Teal approaches her father, calling out happily to her brother. Praising Ferdy for his performance, Teal tells him he was amazing, and he smiles back with a simple thanks. Overlooking their grand estate, Ferdy tells Teal they will get the breath of the snowfield to keep her cool in the summer. Teal smiles gratefully, but suggests they won't need much of the prize. Rowan's grandfather recalls the Grand Duke's cold expression, worrying about Rowan's fate, while someone else fondly thinks of Teal. The silver-haired girl Olivier hugs Teal, calling her sweet for worrying about Rowan, as a dark-haired boy with yellow eyes watches and calls her eternal second place. The boy with yellow eyes muses that people are acting out because the young Crown Prince is present, unlike if the Emperor were there. He recalls that Ian, the Crown Prince, didn't look well, wondering if he is sick. Teal listens with a concerned expression. The Crown Prince stumbles against a pillar, clearly looking unwell. He grimaces in pain, as shadowy thorns seem to manifest around him. The scene shifts to the exterior of a magnificent villa. Olivier dismisses Ferdy's question about her visit, saying she wanted to come even though they see each other daily. Olivier happily snuggles the small white creature, Teal, declaring cuddling with it is her second-place prize. An older man approaches Olivier as she holds the creature, and she looks up at him inquisitively. A cloaked man wearing glasses arrives, announcing himself as a guest and apologizing for the sudden visit. The boy with yellow eyes recognizes the man as Lord Cedric, an aide to Ian. He asks Cedric if he followed them, and Cedric replies that his visit is urgent. The red bundle in Cedric's arms begins to squirm. A small, yellow lion-like creature pops out of the bundle with a surprised shout, shocking the children. Ferdy's sister teases the creature, asking if it's the same person who hosted the competition, while the boy with yellow eyes tells her to stop. The creature, the transformed crown prince, explains he had to sneak out after his father banned him from leaving. The boy with yellow eyes stares in shock at the prince's explanation. The scene transitions to a brightly lit, elegant room. Can you see it? Teal wonders what she's supposed to see, while Ferdy's thought bubble dismisses it as just a hand. Teal continues to look on, her expression uncertain. Dark, smoky wisps curl around the hand as the crown prince confirms Teal can see it and asks what it is. Teal identifies it as something black. The prince recalls that his abilities began malfunctioning right before the opening ceremony. He explains that after a subspace opened, his condition worsened, prompting the emperor to confine him to the palace. The emperor also reduced the palace staff, replacing them with soldiers from outside the palace walls. The black-haired girl questions the staff reduction, and the anxious prince guesses it's because they fear he'll cause trouble. As Teal watches, the dark energy suddenly envelops Ferdy, who has fallen asleep beside her. The boy with yellow eyes says he felt a similar energy the day before while on the streets. Teal recalls the pitch-black, sticky sensation and realizes it's the same energy. The boy with yellow eyes concludes that someone with a strange supernatural power is behind this, as only Teal can sense it. Olivier pales, realizing the danger, while the boy wonders if the imperial family is being targeted. He realizes the festival is the perfect time for an enemy to cause a major incident. Horrified, Olivier suggests they cancel the festival and search everyone immediately. The crown prince asks Teal if she saw anyone suspicious, but she quietly answers that she didn't. The crown prince laments that he cannot cancel the 3-year prepared festival without clear evidence, despite the danger. The crown prince, standing alone in a vast hall, decides to strengthen the capital's security and stay in his palace for everyone's safety. He thinks of reporting the incident to His Majesty, while Teal addresses him as Lord Ian. The crown prince reassures Teal not to worry, smiling gently as sparkling golden feathers flutter around them. A small, yellow, lion-like creature rides on a deer, trotting quickly across a patterned floor with a thump-thump sound. Olivier, with a worried expression, wonders about the urgent situation, realizing she doesn't even have time to change. A knock sounds on a door. A voice invites entry. A maid in a white apron announces that the master wishes for everyone to dine together, surprising Teal. Ferdy, wearing a gold-trimmed suit, wonders if his busy grandfather finally has free time. Olivier, with cat ears, excitedly suggests telling her parents and anticipating a special main dish. Ferdy, with a thoughtful expression, suspects his grandfather has a reason for delivering the dinner message. Teal looks worried, hoping nothing bad happens to Lord Ian or her family. A gray wolf-like creature offers Teal a ride, suggesting her cat brothers are boring. 2 black cat-like creatures growl, telling the wolf-like creature not to get its dog fur on them, while the wolf-like creature retorts it's not a dog. An angry black cat-like creature questions teaching savage wolf games to a cub and disdains the wolf's knowledge of felines. The black cat-like creatures pounce and roll, unable to resist a perfectly bouncing ball of yarn. The gray wolf-like creature, holding a pink yarn ball, claims it has a perfect item, calling its current state humiliating. The black cat-like creature angrily throws a green frisbee, shouting, "Olivier, fetch!" startling the gray wolf-like creature. The gray wolf-like creature, now named Stefano, leaps to catch the frisbee. A black cat-like creature scolds Stefano for lacking class, while Stefano apologetically lies on the floor. 2 cat-like creatures argue over who Teal prefers playing with, making Teal visibly uncomfortable. Teal, a white cat-like creature, stands proudly with crayons, surrounded by her cat and wolf siblings' drawings. The cat-like creatures, including a gray wolf, apologize and hug Teal, resolving to fight where she can't see them. Fireworks explode in the night sky, making Teal exclaim, "Wow!" Ferdy's female sibling asks if the fireworks are pretty, and Teal responds, "Yes," while comparing them to the previous ceremony's display. Teal, looking up at the fireworks, describes them as stars gathering and scattering, finding them beautiful. The family smiles and laughs together on a balcony, enjoying the fireworks. Ferdy's female sibling explains the fireworks are a wish for the secret light to drive away darkness, bringing peace and happiness. Teal quietly whispers, "Darkness, looking concerned during the fireworks. Teal wonders if Lord Ian is watching the fireworks alone at the castle, wishing they could have watched together. Teal, surprised, receives a small, yellow feather. Olivier presents a feather to Teal, calling it a gift. Ferdy worriedly questions the safety of Teal flying with Olivier's wind, but Olivier reassures him it's safe. The narrative explains Arne's vine power will wrap around Teal to keep her safe in the wind, urging her to use the one-time item only in danger. Teal nods, confirming she understands to use the item to escape if a bad guy appears. Ferdy feigns shock, questioning Olivier's ability to think, and asks if she learns compliments at the academy. Teal carefully puts away the one-time use feather, determined to keep it safe. Ferdy, with a distressed expression, recalls thinking it was all over when he lost consciousness, reflecting on the moment since then. Olivier, holding Teal, questions if reflection is enough, reminding Ferdy he almost burned her to a crisp. Olivier asks Teal if she wasn't scared running into the overwhelming fire. Teal admits she was scared, but the thought of saving her brother was stronger, feeling she could do it as she ran towards the flames. The fiery cat-like creature Teal thinks her thick fur would protect her, but her tail might burn like a marshmallow, finding it scary. Ferdy sternly declares Teal is banned from being near him, shocking Teal. Ferdy, looking down, explains he worried about Teal after that day and investigated some things. Ferdy demonstrates his firepower, explaining that tests with Teal's shed fur show his fire won't burn her, surprising others. Ferdy explains his power won't hurt Teal, possibly due to her light power curing mania. Ferdy smiles, assuring Teal his power now exists only to protect her, making Teal look at him with admiration. Two cat-like creatures argue, one accusing the other of putting Teal in danger, while Teal looks dismayed. On a balcony, amidst fireworks, Teal reflects that everything she respectfully wished for on a cold, snowy balcony is now here. Teal, with closed eyes, thanks Goddess Lucette for her second life filled with love. Teal wishes Ian, who saved her, was never in pain or lonely. She hopes the night is happy for everyone, surrounded by glowing flowers. 3 days later, the closing ceremony in a bustling arena begins. The crowd murmurs as an announcer declares the competition ends today. Ferdy notes relief that nothing significant happened after the fireworks. Ferdy tells his family the Imperial family will investigate the dark energy, so they must return home. Teal looks up at Lord Ian on his throne, relieved to see him. Teal looks on, confused by something. Lord Ian sits on his throne, appearing dark and blurry, surrounded by a strange aura. The narrative describes Lord Ian as surrounded by black mist. Ferdy asks Teal what's wrong, and she says Lord Ian looks strange. Ferdy tells Teal they'll approach Lord Ian after the ceremony, as they can't go now. A man in a blue cape addresses the crowd from a podium. Several nobles in fine attire watch the ceremony. The man in the blue cape stands with his back to the audience. Teal, looking nervous, feels relieved the Emperor didn't summon her. Teal thinks Rowan must have been scolded badly, as she hasn't lifted her head. A sudden, loud bang and crackle startles Ferdy and Teal. Onlookers react in shock, asking about the smoke and what's happening. Ferdy's father, holding Teal, asks if she's okay, then orders Ferdy and Ludian to stay close. Smoke billows, obscuring vision, as people cough and murmur in confusion. A man gasps as he finally sees a distorted figure emerge from the smoke. Shocked voices exclaim, as red energy crackles from the ground. People below look up in confusion at the glowing barrier, wondering what's happening. The Crown Prince sits on his throne, surrounded by dark, thorny energy. Red energy erupts upwards with a kaya sound, as people are pulled into a black hole. The narrative explains that the black hole is sucking everything into it. Knights scream for help and to grab onto something, as people are pulled into the red energy. A man with a beard shouts for Ian to get a hold of himself, and for guards to strengthen the barrier around His Majesty. Red and yellow flames erupt around a man in a white and gold coat. A man with a mustache shouts orders to slowly back away from the wall of fire. Ferdy, looking shocked, wonders what's happening and why Ian is doing this. Ferdy's female sibling suggests Ian is controlled or consumed by his power, like her own madness. A man holding a child looks at the swirling red energy as the narrative explains people are being sucked into Lord Yan's subspace. The narrative states the plaza's decorations and buildings are being destroyed. A horned, shadowy creature looms over Lord Yan, representing the black energy holding him. Teal, looking distraught, questions if her light power or Goddess Lucette can save Lord Ian. The red subspace appears dangerous, and Teal worries she might die if pulled in. Teal realizes if she leaves him, Lord Ian will disappear forever. just like her mom. Teal screams, "No!" and begs not to take Lord Ian away, clutching a golden decorative piece. A bright golden light bursts from Teal's chest. A small, glowing fish emerges from Teal, surrounded by golden light. Tia asks the glowing fish if she can save Lord Ian and if the goddess will lend her strength. Ferdy's father reassures Teal not to draw out her light power, as he and her grandfather are guarding her with a fire barrier. Teal gasps, thinking she can't tell her father, or he'll stop her, clutching a feather. She grasps the feather Olivier gave her. Ferdy's father questions Teal, looking confused. He recalls telling Teal he wouldn't do anything reckless, gently patting her head. Teal, holding the feather, apologizes, looking distraught. Ferdy's father is startled by a sudden fiery burst. Ferdy's father is shocked as Teal, a white cat-like creature holding a feather, is lifted by wind. The white cat-like creature, Teal, tearfully apologizes to her father. Ferdy's father, horrified, yells Teal's name. Teal, a white cat-like creature, is carried by wind towards a red, swirling portal. Lord Ian sways, feeling like he's about to be sucked into the darkness. The white cat-like creature calls out to Lord Ian, asking him to look over. The creature cries out, "Nya!" as it flies toward the portal. Lord Ian glances up, startled. The white cat-like creature, Teal, glides towards Lord Ian, who seems to react. The white cat-like creature reaches for Lord Ian as red energy swirls around them. Lord Ian collapses, his feet slowly fading into the red energy below. A black hole with a red outline appears, cracking the floor. Two men in the stands murmur in shock, realizing the crown prince and the child of light disappeared. A man with a beard shouts in horror, questioning how this could happen. An aerial view shows the arena floor fractured by the black energy, now empty. The cat-like creature Teal cries out, "Kyung," as she nudges the unconscious Lord Ian. Teal wonders what happened, and if they are inside a subspace. Teal notices the surroundings are brighter and different, with no broken objects or people who were sucked in. Teal nudges Lord Ian, calling his name as he lies unconscious. The cat-like creature confirms Lord Ian is breathing, a small relief, though he isn't moving. The cat-like creature hears someone approaching. Startled, a man in a blue coat orders a small, glowing creature back, stating he knows everything from the Imperial Archive. A man with a beard and a dark coat says he has seen everything, and his decision remains unchanged. The man in the blue coat looks away, his expression firm. The cat-like creature watches an angry man who appears to be the Emperor, looking younger. The cat-like creature wonders if the man resembling Lord Ian is his father. A man in an ornate blue and silver suit stands, looking somber. A door creaks open. A woman, Ferdy's female sibling, stands, addressing someone as "Darling." The man in the blue suit apologizes for the noise reaching her, confirming the Emperor has left. The man in the blue suit says it's okay, assuming Ian didn't hear the noise because he's asleep. A man holding another man's hand wonders if His Majesty would enforce a decision by force, realizing Ian is the only crown prince. He thinks the Emperor knows they no longer wish for another child. The woman, Ferdy's female sibling, declares she will stop any unhappy future from coming to Ian. The man and woman embrace, determined to risk everything. A faint whoa sounds as the blurry figure of a woman moves. A small, cat-like creature observes the scenery changing, feeling confused. The cat-like creature feels dizzy as the background swirls. The cat-like creature screeches, crying out Lord Ian's name, resolute not to lose him. The cat-like creature hears a burning sound. A massive fire engulfs a mansion. The cat-like creature realizes it's a subspace filled with roaring flames. The cat-like creature identifies two figures in the flames as Ian's mom and dad from earlier. The cat-like creature cries out, urging them to follow it, away from the danger. A young Ian stands alone in a burning mansion, as the cat-like creature asks if he's okay. Ian's mother smiles, promising they will always be by his side. The cat-like creature cries out, "No!" as a foot stomps near it. A man, presumably the Emperor, holds out his hand, pleading for them to stop, promising not to imprison them right away. Ian's parents hold hands, telling their father they've made their choice, and there will be no replacement for Ian. Ian's father begs, his hand reaching out towards the Emperor. A young man with closed eyes utters a goodbye to his baby as red energy surrounds him. Another man smiles as red energy erupts from his chest, signifying a past event. The white cat-like creature, Teal, finds herself in a familiar yet darker subspace, looking confused. Tia realizes she saw Ian's memories and feels she witnessed something she shouldn't have. Teal wonders about Lord Ian's location, surrounded by faint glowing fish as she walks hesitantly. Teal, startled by a sound, encounters a large, fluffy pink cushion. Teal recognizes the pink cushion, marveling at its sparkling, enlarged, and fancy appearance. Teal notices a light emanating from behind the pink cushion. Teal identifies the glowing orb as the holy relic she gifted him. Tia wonders if she can restore the relic's weak light by channeling her strength into it. Teal, in her cat-like form, concentrates her power, glowing as she touches the relic. The relic pulses with light as Teal continues to channel her energy. Tia observes that the surroundings are brighter, and she can see much better now. Teal notices several unconscious figures on the floor, realizing no one else is awake. Teal is startled by a huge mass of dark energy swirling around. Teal lies near Lord Ian, who is surrounded by the oppressive dark energy. Teal, in her cat-like form, bravely commands the dark energy to disappear and not hurt Lord Ian. Teal struggles with the dark energy clinging tightly to Lord Ian, uncertain how to remove it. Teal, as a young girl, desperately demands the dark energy release Lord Ian. The dark energy swirls and retracts from Lord Ian. A shadowy black arm is forcibly pulled away from Lord Ian. A dark, shadowy hand strangles Lord Ian's neck as he lies unconscious. The young girl cries out, "No!" as she embraces Lord Ian, trying to protect him. The young girl desperately calls for the power of light to help Lord Ian. The young girl, glowing brightly, channels her strength to Lord Ian, who lies unconscious beneath her. The young girl, exhausted, huffs heavily, the dark energy apparently gone. The young girl, holding Lord Ian, exclaims that the dark energy disappeared. The young girl calls out to Lord Ian, pleading for him to open his eyes. Lord Ian lies unconscious, leaving the young girl bewildered about the situation. The young girl questions a strange glowing mark on the back of Lord Ian's neck. A man in a gold uniform questions if there is truly no other solution. The man explains that without the master of the subspace, there's no way to open it. He laments that his past search through the Imperial archive found no method for an outsider to interfere. Two men, one with a mustache, stand silently, appearing resigned. Knights stare in surprise at a glowing phenomenon in midair. Unconscious figures fall from a swirling blue portal. Knights react in shock as the subspace opens, releasing all the trapped people. A knight reports that everyone is breathing, just unconscious, and without external injuries. Ferdy, looking anxious, questions Teal's whereabouts. Ferdy reacts with a surprised "Kia!" as he looks around. The young girl cradles Lord Ian's head on her lap, winking with a small smile. The girl states that the dark energy disappeared, leaving her drained of strength. Tial hears her father's voice, realizing she is now outside the subspace. Tile embraces her father, who hugs her tightly. Teal, with a worried expression, apologizes to her father, sensing his anger. Tile questions her father, startled by his firm grip on her hand. Her father, with a pained expression, tells her he was close to losing her. Tia looks surprised, her eyes wide with concern. Tia realizes her father felt the same fear of losing her as she felt for Ian. Her father holds her close, expressing his relief that she is unharmed. Ferdy's father reassures Teal to tell him if anything feels off. An older man with a mustache confronts the man in the blue cape, demanding he leave and questioning his presence. The man in the blue cape questions if he shouldn't at least say hello and needs to know what happened. Ferdy's father glares at the man in the blue cape, while the man in the blue cape glares back, Teal wondering why they are glaring. The man in the blue cape sighs, looking exasperated. The man in the blue cape, speaking to an empty chair, thanks Teal for saving Ian. Teal modestly denies credit, saying she just did what she wanted to do. The narrative states the crown princess will be appointed soon, and with a partner, Ian won't rampage. Teal looks thoughtful as she considers Rowan as Ian's original match. The man in the blue cape expresses his inability to choose Rowan after Teal rushed into danger. The man in the blue cape apologizes to the man with the mustache, feeling too ashamed to look at him. The man with the mustache looks sternly, silently contemplating. Ferdy thinks about how the subspace opened, asking Teal if she did something since the crown prince is still unconscious. Teal explains she kept talking to Ian, trying to wake him and get them out of danger. The man with the mustache wonders if Ian unconsciously responded to Teal's voice, prioritizing Ian's condition. Teal explains she tried to remove dark energy with her light, and it disappeared, but a fish-shaped mark appeared on Ian's neck. The man with the mustache and the man in the blue cape react in shock, questioning what Teal said. Tia confirms she touched the spot on Ian's neck, trying to give him power. The man in the blue cape calls out the man with the mustache's name, both looking stunned and disbelieving. The man with the mustache, covering his face, groans, asking about His Highness. Lord Ian lies asleep in bed, peaceful. A hand touches Lord Ian's neck, confirming the faint mark is there. The man calls Teal over to place her hand on Lord Ian's neck. Teal places her hand on Lord Ian's neck, causing a faint glow from the fish-shaped mark. The two men react in disbelief, one covering his face, stating there's no mistake. Teal, looking worried, asks if she did something wrong, but the man with the mustache reassures her it was an accident. The man with the mustache gently touches Teal's chin, lamenting the accident. Teal looks up, her eyes wide, as her chin is gently held. Two chibis of the men express apologies and surprise at the imprint, wondering if Teal is responsible. A hand rests on the girl's side as the narrative explains an imprint requires strong wills from both sides. Lord Ian sits up in bed, awake, causing the man in the blue cape to gasp. Lord Ian questions, "With Teal?" Looking bewildered. The creature complains about feeling sluggish as a snow leopard, and that Estella's hat feels tight. The creature, now appearing more plump, struggles with the tight hat, wondering if it gained weight. The creature attributes its increased fur length to eating and sleeping well, claiming not to feel hot due to the ice flower. The creature admits its belly stuck out in human form, insisting it's just fur, not fat. Two black cat-like creatures tease the plump creature, calling it cute, while also saying it's all skin and bones. The plump creature sighs in relief, believing the weight gain isn't noticeable, attributing it to fur. A black cat-like creature playfully shouts, "Teal has gained weight," calling her chubby Teal. Three black cat-like creatures and a shocked Teal lie on the floor, surrounded by broken plates. Two black cat-like creatures observe Teal's shock, commenting that she still looks skinny and kids should eat a lot. The black cat-like creatures agree that gaining a little weight is fine, as Teal is eating well. Three small cat-like creatures play with balls of yarn, looking joyful. A black cat-like creature instructs another to increase Teal's meal portions and snacks, feeding her at least 5 times a day, surprising a ginger cat. A narrative text explains the deep connection and risks of imprinting. Teal, looking happy, exclaims it's great news that Lord Ian won't go berserk anymore. The man with the mustache gently calls Teal's name, as she apologizes for being happy that Lord Ian is safe. The man with the mustache explains that no one knows how this will turn out, and though Ian is imprinted, Teal is not. Teal stands alone, listening. As the man states, she is not imprinted with him. Two chibis of the men look relieved that it's only a half-formed imprint, suggesting there might be a way to break it. A man's hand subtly taps, conveying concern that the incomplete imprint might be even more dangerous. Teal, walking with a subtle stomp, is happy she could help Lord Ian. Lord Ian looks away, covering his mouth, unable to speak to Teal despite her help. Teal considers if she and Lord Ian are now like family or partners, admitting she likes the idea. Teal observes a carriage, pondering if Lord Ian feels differently about their connection. A grand illuminated mansion stands under a dark night sky. Ferdy's father, a man in a red shirt, acknowledges the unfolding events. Ferdy's father gives Teal a simplified explanation, omitting unpleasant details to avoid scaring her. Ferdy's female sibling, looking concerned, wonders about the effects of the incomplete imprint on Teal. The man with the mustache decides they must focus on the immediate situation, realizing Teal might go to the imperial capital. The man with the mustache tells Ferdy to stop breaking things, noting he's never seen him like this. The man with the mustache decides to call Ferdy and Ludian to discuss something important. Two cat-eared figures peek around a door, looking surprised. The man with the mustache asks if they were eavesdropping. A tied-up figure apologizes for the long conversation. Ferdy, smiling menacingly, asks when he should kill him, making his tied-up sibling exclaim his name. Ferdy's father is relieved Olivier isn't present, noting this conversation is for Asterians only. Ferdy's father, talking to Ferdy, mentions Olivier collapsed from shock, blaming herself for Teal's subspace entry. Ferdy's father, holding a cup of tea, states that the imprint happened because Teal saved Ian, so no one is to blame. Two tied-up figures, Ferdy and his sibling, sit on a couch, looking disgruntled. A tied-up Ferdy asks how they can calm down, emphasizing the danger and Teal's potential to become crown princess. Ferdy's sibling argues that Teal is too young to enter the crown prince's palace alone, citing Ian as the most dangerous one. Two tied-up cat-eared chibis in suits fiercely declare they will kill him and leave no trace. A small, cat-like creature peeks from behind a door, wondering why everyone is so angry and who they want to kill. The cat-like creature speculates about marrying Lord Ian, its expression curious, Cartoonish lion and cat-like creatures play together, surrounded by pastries. The cat-like creature wonders if Lord Ian would be the dad and it would be the mom. A maid discovers a cat-like teal lying on the floor, calling out, "Oh my, young lady, there you are." The maid carries the cat-like teal, advising her to rest and taking her back to her room. Ferdy's father, looking serious, notes that if something happens in the imperial capital, they can't respond immediately. The man with the mustache explains there's a limit to how many knights they can bring, making close monitoring impossible. The narrative states the incomplete imprint is a problem, preventing them from hearing about or caring for Teal if something happens. Ferdy's tied-up sibling realizes the speaker intends to send Teal to the capital. The man with the mustache proposes a way to prevent Teal from being sent to the imperial capital. The man with the mustache asks Ferdy for his opinion on the matter. A narrative text explains Teal must become the head of the Asterian household to prevent her from being sent to the capital. The man with the mustache confirms Teal can be the acting head, given her power, and he can handle administrative matters. Ferdy looks towards his father, listening intently. Ferdy's father agrees, acknowledging the responsibility Ferdy has felt since childhood. The man with the mustache makes a decisive statement. Ferdy asserts that compared to protecting Teal, any role is nothing, having his father's agreement. Ferdy's tied-up sibling, resolved, declares they will take on any role for Teal's sake. Ferdy's father demands to be untied, complaining about rope marks. Ferdy's father, now untied, smiles triumphantly, with the two cat-like chibis still tied up. The man with the mustache decides to call an urgent branch meeting at the villa and send messengers. The scene shifts to the imperial palace, as text outlines the need to coordinate with the imperial family. The text emphasizes the urgent need to protect Teal. A grand palace is seen as text describes the imperial family's public announcement about the closing ceremony incident. The text explains the crown prince was targeted, rampaged, but was stabilized by power of light. The pursuit of the schemer continues, and victims will receive imperial support and compensation. The narrative concludes by stating that the crown prince's imprinting with the child of light has not been officially announced. A man's hand subtly taps, conveying concern that the incomplete imprint might be even more dangerous. Teal, walking with a subtle stomp, is happy she could help Lord Ian. Lord Ian looks away, covering his mouth, unable to speak to Teal despite her help. Teal considers if she and Lord Ian are now like family or partners, admitting she likes the idea. Teal observes a carriage, pondering if Lord Ian feels differently about their connection. A grand, illuminated mansion stands under a dark night sky. Ferdy's father, a man in a red shirt, acknowledges the unfolding events. Ferdy's father gives Teal a simplified explanation, omitting unpleasant details to avoid scaring her. Ferdy's female sibling, looking concerned, wonders about the effects of the incomplete imprint on Teal. The man with the mustache decides they must focus on the immediate situation, realizing Teal might go to the imperial capital. The man with the mustache tells Ferdy to stop breaking things, noting he's never seen him like this. The man with the mustache decides to call Ferdy and Ludian to discuss something important. Two cat-eared figures peek around a door, looking surprised. The man with the mustache asks if they were eavesdropping. A tied-up figure apologizes for the long conversation. Ferdy, smiling menacingly, asks when he should kill him, making his tied-up sibling exclaim his name. Ferdy's father is relieved Olivier isn't present, noting this conversation is for Asterians only. Ferdy's father, talking to Ferdy, mentions Olivier collapsed from shock, blaming herself for Teal's subspace entry. Ferdy's father, holding a cup of tea, states that the imprint happened because Teal saved Ian, so no one is to blame. Two tied-up figures, Ferdy and his sibling, sit on a couch, looking disgruntled. A tied-up Ferdy asks how they can calm down, emphasizing the danger and Teal's potential to become crown princess. Ferdy's sibling argues that Teal is too young to enter the crown prince's palace alone, citing Ian as the most dangerous one. Two tied-up cat-eared chibis in suits fiercely declare they will kill him and leave no trace. A small, cat-like creature peeks from behind a door, wondering why everyone is so angry and who they want to kill. The cat-like creature speculates about marrying Lord Ian, its expression curious. Cartoonish lion and cat-like creatures play together, surrounded by pastries. The cat-like creature wonders if Lord Ian would be the dad, and it would be the mom. A maid discovers a cat-like teal lying on the floor, calling out, "Oh my, young lady, there you are." The maid carries the cat-like teal, advising her to rest and taking her back to her room. Ferdy's father, looking serious, notes that if something happens in the imperial capital, they can't respond immediately. The man with the mustache explains there's a limit to how many knights they can bring, making close monitoring impossible. The narrative states the incomplete imprint is a problem, preventing them from hearing about or caring for Teal if something happens. Ferdy's tied-up sibling realizes the speaker intends to send Teal to the capital. The man with the mustache proposes a way to prevent Teal from being sent to the imperial capital. The man with the mustache asks Ferdy for his opinion on the matter. A narrative text explains Teal must become the head of the Asterian household to prevent her from being sent to the capital. The man with the mustache confirms Teal can be the acting head, given her power, and he can handle administrative matters. Ferdy looks towards his father, listening intently. Ferdy's father agrees, acknowledging the responsibility Ferdy has felt since childhood. The man with the mustache makes a decisive statement. Ferdy asserts that compared to protecting Teal, any role is nothing, having his father's agreement. Ferdy's tied-up sibling, resolved, declares they will take on any role for Teal's sake. Ferdy's father demands to be untied, complaining about rope marks. Ferdy's father, now untied, smiles triumphantly. With the two cat-like chibis still tied up, the man with the mustache decides to call an urgent branch meeting at the villa and send messengers. The scene shifts to the imperial palace, as text outlines the need to coordinate with the imperial family. The text emphasizes the urgent need to protect Teal. A grand palace is seen as text describes the imperial family's public announcement about the closing ceremony incident. The text explains the crown prince was targeted, rampaged, but was stabilized by power of light. The pursuit of the schemer continues, and victims will receive imperial support and compensation. The narrative concludes by stating that the crown prince's imprinting with the child of light has not been officially announced. The narrator explains an incomplete imprint is dangerous and uncertain. Teal expresses happiness for helping Lord Ian as she walks away. Lord Ian looks distraught, covering his mouth, unable to speak to Teal. Teal ponders if she and Lord Ian are now close, like family. She likes it. A fancy carriage stands, as Teal wonders if Lord Ian feels the same way. A grand palace stands under a night sky. A man in a red shirt acknowledges the situation, realizing why they were delayed. The man explains he gave Teal a simple, pleasant explanation, urging others to do the same. Ferdy's sibling worries about the unknown effects of Teal's incomplete imprint and whether to complete it. The man with the mustache decides they must focus on current problems. Fearing Teal might be sent to the imperial capital, the man with the mustache tells Ferdy to stop breaking things, noting his unusual behavior. The man decides it's time to call Ferdy and Ludian for a serious talk. Two chibi cat-eared figures peek curiously from behind a door. The man with the mustache accuses the two figures, Ferdy and his sibling, of eavesdropping, who apologize. Ferdy, with a wide smile, asks about killing someone, startling his sibling. Ferdy's father is relieved. Olivier isn't present for the Asterian's only conversation. Ferdy's father is shown, revealing Olivier collapsed from shock, blaming herself for Teal's entry into the subspace. Ferdy's father calmly states the imprint was Teal's choice to save Ian, so there's no one to blame. Ferdy and his sibling sit tied up on a couch. A tied-up Ferdy, angered, questions how they can remain calm about Teal possibly becoming crown princess. Ferdy's sibling argues that a 7-year-old Teal shouldn't live alone in the palace with a dangerous Ian. Two chibi cat-eared figures, tied up, fiercely declare they'll kill someone quietly, leaving no trace. A small, cat-like Teal peeks from behind a door, wondering why everyone is so angry. Tia wonders if she will marry Lord Ian, her face alight with curiosity. Cartoon images show lion and cat-like creatures playing happily with cake. Tia imagines Lord Ian as the dad and herself as the mom. A maid finds the cat-like Teal lying on the floor, calling out to her young lady. The maid carries the cat-like Teal away, suggesting she rests. The man with the mustache expresses concern about their inability to respond if something happens in the capital. He explains the limited number of nights means they can't monitor things closely, posing a constant danger. The narrative states the incomplete imprint is problematic, leaving Teal vulnerable without their timely help. Ferdy's sibling understands the implicit suggestion to send Teal away. The man with the mustache proposes a way to prevent Teal from being sent to the imperial capital. He asks Ferdy for his opinion on the matter. Text reveals Teal must become the head of the Asterian household to avoid becoming crown princess. The man with the mustache confirms Teal can be the acting head, with his assistants for administrative tasks. Ferdy listens intently to his father. Ferdy's father reiterates that Ferdy has been trained for responsibility since childhood. The man with the mustache makes a statement. Ferdy confidently states that protecting Teal is paramount, making his own responsibilities seem trivial. Ferdy's sibling, tied up, declares they will take on any role for Teal's sake. Ferdy's father demands to be untied, complaining about rope marks. Ferdy's father, now untied, triumphantly smiles beside his still-tied children. The man with the mustache announces an urgent branch family meeting and dispatches messengers. The Imperial Palace looms as a voice explains the need to coordinate with the Imperial family quickly. A bright light fills the frame, emphasizing the importance of protecting Teal. A grand castle is featured as the Imperial family's public announcement about the closing ceremony is detailed. The announcement states the Crown Prince's rampage was stabilized by the power of light, preventing further risk. The announcement concludes that victims will receive Imperial support and compensation, with the schemer still pursued. The Crown Prince's imprinting with the Child of Light remains an unannounced secret. The text warns that the incomplete, one-sided imprint is dangerously uncertain. Teal happily reflects on helping Lord Ian, walking away with footsteps sounding. Lord Ian feels Teal's positive feelings are unreciprocated, regretting his harsh expression. Teal ponders if her bond with Lord Ian makes them partners, liking the idea. Teal's lingering thought questions Lord Ian's true feelings, observing a fancy carriage. The Grand Palace stands illuminated under the night sky. Ferdy's father understands the situation, realizing why they were delayed. Ferdy's father explains, giving Teal a gentle version, avoiding frightening details. Ferdy's sibling worries about the incomplete imprint's unknown effects on Teal. The man with the mustache fears Teal might be sent to the Imperial capital. The man with the mustache tells an upset Ferdy to stop breaking things. The man decides to call Ferdy and Ludian for an important discussion. Two chibi cat-eared figures cautiously peek from behind a door. The man with the mustache catches Ferdy and his sibling eavesdropping. Ferdy aggressively asks when to eliminate someone, startling his sibling. Ferdy's father is relieved Olivier isn't present for their private Asterian conversation. Olivier collapsed in shock, blaming herself for Teal entering the subspace. The man with the mustache states Teal's imprint was a consequence of saving the Crown Prince. Ferdy and his sibling remain tied up on the couch. A tied-up Ferdy rages about the danger of Teal becoming Crown Princess. Ferdy's sibling argues against Teal, a 7-year-old, living alone with the dangerous Ian. Two tied-up chibi figures furiously plot to eliminate someone. Teal, peeking, wonders why everyone is angry and who they plan to kill. Teal contemplates the idea of marrying Lord Ian. Lion and cat-like creatures joyfully play with sweet treats. Teal envisions a future with Lord Ian as her family. A maid discovers a cat-like Teal and exclaims in surprise. A maid carries a protesting Teal away for rest. The man with the mustache highlights the danger of delayed response from the capital. He explains their limited resources prevent close monitoring in the capital. The incomplete imprint makes Teal vulnerable without timely care. Ferdy's sibling deduces the reason behind the man's plan. The man proposes a solution to prevent Teal from being sent away. He seeks Ferdy's opinion on a critical decision. Text reveals Teal can avoid becoming Crown Princess by leading the Asterian household. The man confirms Teal's power justifies her role as head, with him assisting. Ferdy listens carefully to his father's words. He reminds Ferdy of his long air training and responsibility. The man emphasizes a crucial detail. Ferdy prioritizes Teal's protection, with his father's backing. Ferdy's sibling pledges to do anything for Teal. Ferdy's father demands to be untied from the ropes. Ferdy's father is untied, leaving his children bound. He arranges an urgent meeting, dispatching messengers immediately. The narrative emphasizes urgent coordination with the Imperial family to control rumors. The glowing light highlights the mission to protect Teal. The Imperial family publicly announced the closing ceremony incident. The announcement explains the Crown Prince's rampage, stabilized by the power of light. The announcement promises continued pursuit of the schemer and compensation for victims. The text reveals the Crown Prince's imprinting with the Child of Light remains unannounced. Two distressed men sigh deeply on a plush couch. Ferdy's sibling questions why Arcadia became the land of eternal darkness. Rhea, the maid, confirms everyone knows about Arcadia, a former paradise. The narrative explains Arcadia, once paradise, became a forbidden zone consumed by darkness. Teal, holding a black cat-like creature, wonders about the carnivorous beasts in Arcadia. Rhea admits she doesn't know Arcadia's ancient history. Rhea notes Arnie's territory is closest to the land where morning never comes. A woman with a braided topknot reassures a smaller female they'll pass through Arnie again. Teal wonders about the women living in the sunless, cold, and lonely Arcadia. A cat-like Teal curls up, remembering her own past loneliness. The scene's starlit background indicates a somber thought, a vibrant garden with a fountain and gazebo, blossoms under a clear sky. Ferdy, looking concerned, asks if Olivier will also escort Teal to Arne's entrance. Ferdy allows Olivier to join if her parents approve, and his companion agrees. Ferdy's sister observes the carriage's modified exterior, noting added warmth and defense. Ferdy questions using Wolfgang's horses, worried about the carriage's weight. Powerful black horses stand ready, capable of enduring cold with fire energy. Ferdy's father apologizes for the upcoming academy return and ongoing problems. Ferdy's sibling assures their father they're managing studies well. Ferdy's father worries about delayed returns, causing academic setbacks. An attendant announces a Nestian carriage has arrived for young Master Ferdy. Ferdy, surprised, questions the Nestorian family's unexpected visit. Ferdy's sibling confirms the Nestian carriage is for young Master Ferdy. Cases filled with sparkling ice flowers emit a cool glow. Tia and her sister admire the abundance of ice flowers. Ferdy's sister deduces the ice flowers were sent immediately after returning to Nestian. Chibi versions of Ferdy and Ludian discuss their maternal grandfather's unusual behavior. Ferdy's sister scolds him for being crude about their grandfather. The ice flowers shimmer with a magical aura. Tia claps her hands, delighted the ice flowers cool the entire room. Teal's sister boasts about her room decor plans, but Ferdy questions her taking credit. Ferdy suggests strategically placing the ice flowers for maximum coolness. A cat like Teal relaxes on a chaise, enjoying the refreshing breeze from the ice flower. Teal receives an ice flower from Ferdy, exclaiming with joy. Teal recalls her scary grandpa Chender, surprised by his precious gifts. Tia feels a profound change. Unlike her previous uses of light power, Teal smiles sweetly, clutching the glowing blue ice flower. A title card announces 4 days later under a clear blue sky. Ferdy bursts in, announcing Ian and the Imperial soldiers, asking if they are prepared. Teal, holding a framed picture, promises her mother to return safely. Ferdy reminds Teal about the framed picture from their last capital visit. Tilly worries her mother in the picture will be cold in the north. Ferdy and his sister gasp in shock from a sudden bright flash of lightning. Ferdy's sister looks bewildered, stating she feels no extreme temperatures. Teal, surprised, recalls her mother's ability to control body temperature. Teal, in her cat-like form, wonders if she's the only snow leopard sensitive to heat. Ferdy and his sister reassure a clumsy snow leopard Teal, explaining snow leopards are heat sensitive. Ferdy's sister impatiently urges him and Ludian to come out. An aerial view shows the bustling Asterian castle courtyard filled with carriages. Ferdy's father, looking resolved, urges Teal to run if she feels danger. The man with the mustache embraces Teal, apologizing for her facial marks. He gently touches Teal's face, promising she will return unharmed. An overhead view shows a richly adorned black and gold carriage. Ferdy's father reassures Teal he will watch from his horse, but Teal worries about the cold outside. Teal, surprised, realizes her father must be using fire to stay warm. Ferdy's father smiles, promising to use his ability to protect both himself and the carriage. Ferdy's father warns the children to keep their clothes fastened due to the cold ahead. Ferdy, in a fancy cloak, offers to keep Teal warm himself, joking about setting the carriage on fire. Ferdy's father warns them to be careful, as the carriage's treasure metal could catch fire. Lord Ian, inside a carriage, invites Teal into his subspace, which is always temperate and cushioned. Olivier, with cat ears, confronts Lord Ian, accusing him of kidnapping Teal and questioning his presence. Lord Ian, annoyed, dismisses Olivier, stating he's more important as the crown prince. Cedric is shown in Ian's carriage, feeling the cold on the journey. The carriage travels through a green forest, with hoofbeats sounding. Ferdy's father, inside the carriage, notes they've been riding for half a day, but haven't reached Nestian territory. Ferdy's sister complains about the slow pace, fearing they might camp outside. Ferdy's sister states they will stay at a nearby village tonight, disappointing Ferdy. Ferdy's father reassures a pouting Teal, stating they will camp soon enough. 2 black horses pull the carriage, their breath visible in the cool air. Ferdy's father announces a rest stop for the tired horses. Ferdy's father's chibi, along with Ferdy's sister's chibi, finds the rest stop fun. Lord Ian stands leaning against a tree, looking contemplative. Ferdy's father approaches Lord Ian, addressing him respectfully. Ferdy's sister warns Ferdy about many eyes watching and to follow them. Ferdy's father reassures Teal, riding horseback with her, that it's fun, not scary. Everything is my fault. Lord Ian apologizes, taking full responsibility without excuses. Ferdy's sister furiously confronts Lord Ian, accusing him of changing Teal's life and following her. 2 chibis discuss Teal needing imperial support and concede Ian's presence is beneficial. Lord Ian, in tall boots, acknowledges Teal's power saved him, but notes she wasn't imprinted. Ferdy's sister states they cannot forgive Lord Ian's actions so easily. Lord Ian accepts, offering for them to hit him. Ferdy and his sister look surprised, then excited, at the offer to hit Lord Ian. Lord Ian states hitting him further would be treason, frustrating them. Olivier angrily asks if she can use a bit of wind in her punch, but is denied. Lord Ian explains her status is too low to hit him, as he is from a ducal house. Lord Ian smugly states hitting him would be treason. Lord Ian playfully pouts, winking. Ferdy's father questions Lord Ian's injured face, who claims he just slipped. Lord Ian addresses Marquise Celeste, admitting he should have apologized earlier. Ferdy's father questions Lord Ian's meaning, realizing it's about Teal. Lord Ian apologizes profusely, accepting blame for Teal's hardships. Ferdy's father looks on silently. Lord Ian, shocked, cannot accept the blame for Teal's suffering. Lord Ian's face is in close-up, highlighting his concern. Ferdy's father tells Lord Ian he is too young to speak like an adult. Green foliage surrounds them as Ferdy's father advises Lord Ian to make mistakes and be a child. Ferdy's father reassures Lord Ian not to shoulder all responsibility, as adults exist for children. Ferdy's father tells Lord Ian it's okay to release some burdens, especially with them. Lord Ian looks contemplative, clenching his fist. The man with the mustache embraces Teal, apologizing for her facial marks. He gently touches Teal's face, promising she will return unharmed. An overhead view shows a richly adorned black and gold carriage. Ferdy's father reassures Teal he will watch from his horse, but Teal worries about the cold outside. Teal, surprised, realizes her father must be using fire to stay warm. Ferdy's father smiles, promising to use his ability to protect both himself and the carriage. Ferdy's father warns the children to keep their clothes fastened due to the cold ahead. Ferdy, in a fancy cloak, offers to keep Teal warm himself, joking about setting the carriage on fire. Ferdy's father warns them to be careful, as the carriage's treasure metal could catch fire. Lord Ian, inside a carriage, invites Teal into his subspace, which is always temperate and cushioned. Olivier, with cat ears, confronts Lord Ian, accusing him of kidnapping Teal and questioning his presence. Lord Ian, annoyed, dismisses Olivier, stating he's more important as the crown prince. Cedric is shown in Ian's carriage, feeling the cold on the journey. The carriage travels through a green forest, with hoofbeats sounding. Ferdy's father, inside the carriage, notes they've been riding for half a day but haven't reached Neshton territory. Ferdy's sister complains about the slow pace, fearing they might camp outside. Ferdy's sister states they will stay at a nearby village tonight, disappointing Ferdy. Ferdy's father reassures a pouting Teal, stating they will camp soon enough. Two black horses pull the carriage, their breath visible in the cool air. Ferdy's father announces a rest stop for the tired horses. Ferdy's father's chibi, along with Ferdy's sister's chibi, finds the rest stop fun. Lord Ian stands leaning against a tree, looking contemplative. Ferdy's father approaches Lord Ian, addressing him respectfully. Ferdy's sister warns Ferdy about many eyes watching, and to follow them. Ferdy's father reassures Teal, riding horseback with her, that it's fun, not scary. Everything is my fault. Lord Ian apologizes, taking full responsibility without excuses. Ferdy's sister furiously confronts Lord Ian, accusing him of changing Teal's life and following her. Two chibis discuss Teal needing imperial support and concede Ian's presence is beneficial. Lord Ian, in tall boots, acknowledges Teal's power saved him, but notes she wasn't imprinted. Ferdy's sister states they cannot forgive Lord Ian's actions so easily. Lord Ian accepts, offering for them to hit him. Ferdy and his sister look surprised, then excited, at the offer to hit Lord Ian. Lord Ian states hitting him further would be treason, frustrating them. Olivier angrily asks if she can use a bit of wind in her punch, but is denied. Lord Ian explains her status is too low to hit him, as he is from a ducal house. Lord Ian smugly states hitting him would be treason. Lord Ian playfully pouts, winking. Ferdy's father questions Lord Ian's injured face, who claims he just slipped. Lord Ian addresses Marquise Celeste, admitting he should have apologized earlier. Ferdy's father questions Lord Ian's meaning, realizing it's about Teal. Lord Ian apologizes profusely, accepting blame for Teal's hardships. Ferdy's father looks on silently. Lord Ian, shocked, cannot accept the blame for Teal's suffering. Lord Ian's face is in close-up, highlighting his concern. Ferdy's father tells Lord Ian he is too young to speak like an adult. Green foliage surrounds them, as Ferdy's father advises Lord Ian to make mistakes and be a child. Ferdy's father reassures Lord Ian not to shoulder all responsibility, as adults exist for children. Ferdy's father tells Lord Ian it's okay to release some burdens, especially with them. Lord Ian looks contemplative, clenching his fist. Two glum men sigh deeply on a plush couch. Ferdy's brother, in a sunlit room, questions why the land became where morning never comes. Rhea, the maid, confirms everyone knows